Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
He sends it indeed. He finds one, finds a double. But he might not get the job done. White uses the sprinting. Oh! And then the lock is with the This is what it all comes down to. We are ready for it.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Rainbow Six North American League. I'm your host Doe. With me is Caliber, Jacob, Jesse, J, Chick, and none other than CDAPS, our special guest analyst for the week. And as you just saw, we're going to Sweden in November. Hooray! I'm from Minnesota. You're from Canada. We're okay. Like, we can handle the cold.
Are you saying someone from Denver can't also handle the cold?
I mean, I guess.
What the heck, man?
It doesn't get as cold there as it does
kidding
in
me?
like
What,
Minnesota and stuff.
We still get blizzard. What? -10's still bad.
Oh, see, that proves it right there. He's
Oh,
not,
you guys suck.
What a cold weather move. Anyway, let's talk about our matches yesterday. Obviously, we had a lot of great games. We had a lot of opportunities, I think, mainly for teams to qualify for the Six Invitational, qualify for the Major. Nobody did it. The results were crazy yesterday, weren't they?
At every single opportunity, I think there's been 4 games or so where teams could qualify for SI or for the Major, and at every single opportunity, teams failed.
Yep. Yeah.
Today, we're going to have a lot more opportunities. We could lock in all 4 major teams today, but if yesterday's anything to go off, we're probably not going to lock anybody in again.
I want it to go to last day. I don't care. I like the
They
drop.
probably will.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Based on the schedule just for today, there actually is a decently high chance that we could have all 4 teams locked in today because the teams that are at the top don't necessarily face the teams that are at the bottom of the standings. And the results from yesterday really helped make that separation. We saw our first 7-0 of the stage, our first 7-0 since stage 1 yesterday when Spacestation beat Beastcoast. This Astralis XSET game was down to the wire. Everyone had Astralis winning, XSET winning, aside from John, who got that prediction correct. But this just didn't make things any easier coming into today, did it?
Absolutely not. Oxygen Soniqs, always a bloodbath between these 2 squads, and actually another upset with OXG coming out on top. Soniqs, one of those teams that are looking to lock in their spot today. Oxygen already out of it, but if they keep having performances like that, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and probably the biggest thing with Oxygen is there's something about people that wear green and saying trust the process that you just have to trust that they're going to get better, and I'm glad that you picked up on that reference. But TSM also looking just as dominant as we expect. They look pretty in pink.
Yep, there we go. I mean, it doesn't matter what they wear. The domination is there in stage 3 at least. You know, we'll see what happens if they get to the Major. Obviously, one of our teams that's kind of on track to do that. Here are results from yesterday again. It was a day of interesting stuff. Some upsets, if you look across the board. Things like, people didn't expect Astralis to take down XSET. That was maybe the lesser upset of the day. But Oxygen beating Soniqs, I don't think anyone expected that. But we know the talent on Oxygen. They finally were able to kind of put it together a little bit. And, the pressure of not going to the Major for them probably helped unlock a little bit. That does happen when you've got a team with nothing to lose. It's just there for practice, just there for fun. Sometimes you pop off,
Soniqs were the ones that needed the points. They needed
Yeah.
that in order to make sure they stayed in first place yesterday. Instead, they come out with jack squat. TSM passes them up for first place. I think they're just happy to make sure that they can lock basically anything in. If you have as dominant a performance as Soniqs have had this stage and you end up not going to the major, massive, massive problems already. Everyone has doubts about whether you even go to SI. Do you do the exact same thing over and over again? TSM, for their own part, looking fantastic. But yeah, that was probably the only real surprise of yesterday was OXG pulling that one out of the hat.
Indeed. Well, we had our MVP for yesterday as well. And maybe not a big surprise there. He's someone that has graced the MVP leaderboard many a time this year.
His 4th time this year, Doa.
Pretty amazing. Yeah, we actually had Iconic as our MVP, and he put on a great performance, didn't he?
Yeah, and overall, just where he was playing was great positioning at every step of the way. This play inside of small office was absolutely massive because of where the forced funnel of XSET was. It's just the proper reads from Iconic. He's not necessarily just all aim, no brain. He's got that cerebral aspect of his fragging capability, and it's always a pleasure to watch.
Don't count out the king.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, when you see Astralis kind of have a weird, like, off couple weeks like that, you know the skill's in there. You know the talent is there. For whatever reason, I'm still confused a little bit about what happened with Astralis this stage. I mean, I do think it was other teams catching up to their style, but, you know, it's nice to kind of see some life from them. We'll see how the last 3 games go. But I think it's time to do something a little bit different. Something we did last stage, which we enjoyed quite a bit. Oh, yes. It's time once again for the Rainbow Six North American League map quiz.
Ooh.
Ready? Are you ready to test your knowledge across
worried.
several different maps? So again, like, we play in these maps every day, right? But how much are we really paying attention to what's around us? That's the question that we'll answer. Now, Jacob, you won last time, I believe. You're the current reigning champion, only by 1 point, though. And CDAPS, you're lucky to be here. You're lucky to get to, you know, do this this wonderful quiz with the rest of us.
He's going to be undefeated forever, right?
Jesse, are you ready for this?
Be undefeated forever.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll never come back.
Well, if you win,
Yeah.
we'll see.
I mean,
you gotta
I'm-
win first.
I'm
Ready?
also undefeated. I didn't play last time. I avoided
Oh, that's right.
I dodged it to go sit on the castle
So
desk.
same thing with Connor,
right.
technically. Oh, wait, no, Connor
Yes.
wasn't here. You were here in
All
spirit
right.
and didn't actually do it.
Well, let's move on to question number 1. In First Floor Armory, this is on Theme Park. We got Theme Park for our first few questions. In First Floor Armory, there are 3 target dummies. How many of them have targets painted on them? Is it 1, 2, 3, all, or none?
Isn't C and D the same answer?
Yes, they told me they were going to change that. They did not. But to be fair, I wrote those answers, so that is my fault.
Cool.
Oh, no, that's unfortunate.
So you know, whether you pick, you know, C or D, it's the same answer effectively.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's it going to be? CDAPS, do you want to go first?
I'm going to go B because I know there's 2 of them stacked. I believe the one in the back does not have the target painted.
All right, B for CDAPS. 2.
Yeah, I'll go for 2, mostly because I think if, like, the third one might be there, but I think, like, what, face might be turned the opposite direction so you can't see it. It might be 2, yeah.
Jesse,
Uh,
you agree?
I'm gonna go 2 as well, Doa.
Oh, boo.
I'm gonna
Hey, wow.
Copying homework over here.
Let's
I would
see
never.
what
I
the
would-
answer is.
I was always thinking 2.
There it is, 2. Congratulations. There you go. And I believe that is because the other one might be face backwards. But in the view you see, there's only...
Do I get the bonus point for mentioning that?
No, you don't. There will be opportunities for bonus points later. Be happy with your 1 point.
Whatever.
All right, there you go. So 1 point for everyone so far. Hopefully somebody backstage is keeping track of this. Let's see. Next question. It is, what is the name of the theme park? This should be an easy one, right? Is it A, Rainbow Funland,
Oh my
B,
God.
Rainbow Happy Land, C, Kids Funland, D, Space Joyland, or E, Six Flags? I did not put that one on there. That was not added.
These are fake.
Clearly not.
None of these are the name of it. This isn't real, right?
So the theme park is in Hong Kong, and then before the rework, it actually did have like the sign out front that said what it was, but it wasn't in English. So I don't know what the heck this
It
translation
is
could be.
absolutely there. It is absolutely in English.
What?
You're
Which
kidding.
one is it?
Oh crap!
I think
Time
it's,
is ticking.
We're in Rainbow Six Siege, and I have fun playing Rainbow Six Siege, so I'm gonna go A.
All right, A for Jesse.
You have fun playing Rainbow Six Siege?
Yeah, I'm not happy, but I do have fun.
God, okay,
What's your
sure.
answer, Jacob?
Let's go something a little bit more generic. I'll take C, Kids Funland.
All right, so we got A for Jesse, C for Jacob. CDAPS?
I'm going to go with D. Something about, feel like there are some space aspects on the map.
There's a
are
literal
space themes
dragon on that map.
That
What are you
is
talking
true.
about?
There's a UFO too, though.
All right, well,
Dragons
let's
can go
see
in
what
space.
the answer is. The answer is the theme park is called A, Rainbow Funland. Jesse pulls ahead. There it is. See, I told you. It's right there.
I knew
in
that.
huge letters.
No one
crazy.
ever pays attention. I have to duck
That's the
around
point of
that
the
thing to
quiz.
shoot default cams. That's an obstruction of my sight.
There you go. So Jesse in the lead with 2 points. Let's move on to question number 3. It is, in theme park, someone has lost their pet. According to the posters, what animal is it? Is it A, hamster, B, dog, C, cat, D, rabbit, or E, chupacabra?
I think we
all
all
over the
pick
place.
something different here. We all pick it in the hopes that somebody actually ends up getting it,
They
okay?
seem stumped.
I don't.
What?
Holy crap.
Yes.
I'll take the
Makes me
rabbit.
so happy. All right, D, rabbit for Jacob. Jesse, you are currently in the lead with 2 points. What is your answer?
When I was a kid, I had a pet hamster, and it got out, and we lost it for like a month. So I'm going to go hamster.
Wow, that's tragic, but you're going for A, CDAPS.
I'm surprised that you, Mr. Cat himself, did not go with C. That's where I'm going to go because, you know, sometimes when the cats get out, they just kind of disappear off into the woods forever.
Watch it be the freaking chupacabra. Now that
Yeah,
said
there's
that.
It better
there's a
not be.
chance.
Let's
Oh,
see the
God.
answer. What pet is it? It is C, cat. That's right. It's a lost cat. There it is.
Aw.
Yeah, you
And,
really trolled
yeah.
that pick, Jesse. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie. That's on
right.
you, dude.
All right, well, the cat is a lost one. Let's see our next question.
Cat's name is Vertex? That's a
Apparently,
dope cat name.
yeah.
The heck?
Now we're moving to Chalet for our next questions. Snowmobiles aren't the only vehicle in B Snowmobile Garage. What
Oh,
is
that's
the
easy.
other one?
Oh, yeah, this
Is
is
it A, boat, B, motorcycle, C, classic car, D, sports car, or E, four-door deluxe luxury sedan?
All right, we all say it at the exact same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3, boat.
All right, is it A, boat? Maybe that one is too easy.
Yeah,
It
all right.
is.
Way too
It is
That one's
boat.
the
There you
easiest
go.
corner to
big
just
boat.
sit
Come
right
on,
there.
Make
man.
pretty easy
You
one.
look at
I
that
wanted
every
to put
time you're
some
on the
easy ones
site.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right. So
It's like the
currently,
freest nade kill in that corner after
True.
you burn.
There
It's
you
just
go. Well, we have CDAPS and Jesse tied at 3 points apiece. Jacob has 2. Still
What
behind.
happened?
Our
What's
reigning
going on?
champion
Who plays
struggling.
theme park on their own time?
Let's move on to the next question. Our
TSM.
next Chalet question is, on first floor library stairs, there are bronze animal busts. Which of these animals are not one of the busts? A, deer, B, boar, C, bear, D, cougar, or E, the Charlotte Major Trophy?
Wait, what?
Not
Not one of the busts?
That was thermite.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it was a bust, though. That's right.
All right, there's a couple I think we can knock out. There's the bear is obvious because you'll stick valve cams in the mouth
Yeah.
sometimes, right? The boar I think also makes sense.
I feel like boar is on
Boar's on Villa.
Oregon. Oh.
Time's running out.
Too, right? No, it's definitely on Villa as well. I think
Yeah.
Boar is there. I think it's probably Cougar, but also I don't think the Charlotte Major Trophy is there in the map. So
I definitely don't think
Yeah.
it's on the map. The only question is
Disregard
is
answer
it deer or cougar? I'll take the cougar.
I think it's Cougar.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go deer.
What's the answer? It is B,
What?
boar. Boar's not there. Nobody got that one right. So the scores remain the same. There we go. Yeah, deer, bear,
Okay.
and
I don't like
Yes.
this.
there it is.
Wow.
There it is. Wow. 3
a
points
frustrating
still for
one.
decap
See,
and Jesse.
I'll keep
2
throwing
for
a valve
Jacob.
cam literally
Yep.
right there. Yeah.
And then you
Good
always
game
see
tip
the
as well.
clipping.
True.
Yeah.
Let's move on to our next question. And this is our third Chalet question. What is the game in the first floor gaming room? Is it A, billiards, B, shuffleboard, C, poker, D, ping pong, or E, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six
Technically
Siege?
E.
Technically, E.
yeah.
It
Yes.
is. Well, you are in the game, but
I think this
these
one's
E
pretty,
answers, I do not know.
This
why.
one's also pretty easy. All
It's
right.
pretty simple. We should get this one.
Billiards.
Shuffleboard. Yeah,
Wow.
billiards. Billiards.
Son of a.
All right.
What game are you playing?
They
Rainbow
all
Six
say
Siege?
billiards. Is that correct? It is. There we go. All right. Wow. So we still have tied ones. It is still CDAPS and Jesse tied at 4. Jacob's still 1 point behind, which is unfortunate because there's only one remaining question. There was only 7 questions total. Let's see the final one. This is a generic question, not attached to any map. There are bottles of beer strewn around every map. What brand is the beer? Is it A, Fresh Light, B, Founder's Ale, C, Fiber Light, D, Best Draft, or E, I mean, I didn't write any of the E ones. I don't know why we have E. Anyway, what is it going to
Modelo.
be?
Daps, you're the guest. Would you like to go first?
I know what color the bottles are. I
Yeah.
know that they're green bottles.
That's not the
I know it's not the
question.
question. I can see him. I can imagine it. So I'm just gonna go B with Founder's Ale.
I was looking
Okay.
at Founder's Ale, but I do want to break the tie. So I won't copy his answer. I'm going to go best draft.
Okay, best draft.
I got to go for
Jacob.
something that hopefully ties me in that they're both wrong with something, so I'll take Fresh Light.
All right. We have one for A, one for B, one for D. What is the answer?
It's going to be C.
It is C, Fiber Light.
I could have done that instead and
Nobody got that, did they?
Awesome.
Wow, all right.
Great.
Wow.
I was thinking
that
about
was a more challenging one than last time, I
was thinking about the
suppose, and that
Coastline
means
bottles and like over by kegs. And,
We have a tie, but I'll ask a question to see if we can break the tie based on a previous one. It was supposed to be a bonus question. It didn't appear. But if we go back and remember the missing cat poster for a bonus point, tell me the breed of the cat that is listed on the poster. If you can get the bonus point, you win. This is Jacob. I'm sorry. You
Are you
did
saying,
not,
hold on, if I got the breed, does that mean that I then tie with the rest of them and then we have a three-way tie?
If they don't get it right, yes.
Yes, but they have to go first.
That's
got my
right.
guess.
All right. What's your guess?
A little Mancoon action.
Okay. He says Maine Coon. Jesse, what breed do you choose?
Is a tabby cat a breed or just a color?
I'd have no idea.
I'd say
I
it's
don't
a
know my
type.
cats.
I'm going to lock in tabby cat. I don't know if that's a breed, though.
All right. Tabby for Jesse. Jacob.
I mean, say if they're right or wrong first. Like,
Oh,
I'm out of here right now.
yeah, well, sure. Well, you don't want to tell me what your answer was just in case?
I mean,
Send it, Jacob.
Come on, do it.
you think I know cat breeds? Forest cat.
All right. That sounds more like a player on Astralis, but no,
What?
it is Maine Coon. That's right, which means that CDAPS is our champion of the map quiz. Congratulations.
We're firing it
You
right
win
after this.
absolutely nothing except for the pride
And
of being
beating
the current
Jesse
reigning map
at
quiz
cats.
champion.
I don't know how.
Me on both of the cat ones, too.
Yeah.
See,
He
that
knew
your
it was a
point.
cat. He even knew the breed of the cat. You are truly
Do
the
you
most
even own
observant
animals, Jesse?
Rainbow
Are you
I don't
even a
even-
cat person?
I don't know anymore.
All right. Well,
Fired.
there's our map quiz. So when you're going around the maps, pay some attention to what's around you. You never know when you might
To
be asked.
cat posters, Doa?
Yeah, you gotta be observant. That's
Is
all part
that
of the
why
game.
you're a silver?
All part of the game. No, I'm not even ranked.
That's
Let's
problematic.
go on to today's schedule and see what we've got to look forward to as far as matches go. Of course, we have XSET versus Spacestation Gaming. That's actually going to be a pretty sick one. Oxygen versus DarkZero, suddenly more interesting after Oxygen's win yesterday. Soniqs versus Astralis. I mean, all of these games, I feel like, got more interesting because of yesterday.
Yeah, basically all of these games are going to be kind of top 4 teams against teams that are currently kind of down below in the standings. And if they can win those matches, if they can lock it in, their major odds go way, way up. I believe match 2, the only game where we don't have any top 4 teams currently in that matchup. So, hey, we could absolutely see some results here.
Yeah, and when you look at match 2 as well, this was a match that I looked at going into this weekend of, hey, Oxygen is going to have a comeback. I thought they were going to be dang close against Soniqs, but then pull it off against DZ. Now they actually beat Soniqs, that match 2 slot gets a lot more interesting in my eyes.
Yeah, that's exciting.
I'm waiting for the very, very end of the day to see if Mirage would actually lock in their major spot, and I have to be tortured with 4 other matches until we get to this one and see if Beastcoast can do literally anything considering they've yet to win a round this week.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how the games shake out. And of course, we also want to shout out our partner AimLab for providing us with some very interesting stats, again, that we had the players do before the stage, see how their accuracy, their hit percentage, their all that kind of stuff was. Interesting to see. You know, we did those too. We got to get that info.
We did. They're not telling us what they are.
We'll get to that. We don't want to embarrass the pros too much, you know, but there you go. There's shuttle stats. Now, before we close out the pre-show, we have one last little segment. Now, Rainbow Six is obviously a game of 3-dimensional adaptability, dexterity, mental acuity. It takes a lot of different physical and mental things together to make the best Rainbow Six programmers. So when I was in Vegas interviewing all the players before the stage began, I thought it would be fun if we tested it in the physical realm. So I challenged them to take this generic non-branded robot, cover the brand there, and see if they could transform it from robot to vehicle without seeing the directions as a test of their 3-dimensional intelligence, dexterity, and I would time them. Let's see how they did.
Give you 10 minutes.
No.
Yeah.
10 minutes? I'm supposed to wait 10 minutes to...
Exactly. Now,
9 minutes?
50 seconds.
9 minutes.
Right.
Is this shit a Rubik's Cube?
That's ridiculous.
If Bolo's struggling, we'll see.
Minute 4K.
I don't think anyone.
I don't think I'm beating this.
Yeah.
What?
Are you ready?
Sure, let's go for it.
Okay, all right.
Start with the arms. That makes absolutely no sense.
That's not. I get a lot of snapping this time.
Is it not? Oh no.
Dude, I just don't know how to get his thighs out of here.
I just took his head off.
Because like I have the front and then the back is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. They don't really. It's up and down. I don't.
These arms make absolutely no sense.
Can they go down, please? Like it's like bending, but like where do I tuck it?
Yeah, then you do it. Yeah.
Untuckable. How did I put this like then? What do you mean the opposite? I'm just moving things around. I have no idea what I'm doing. What the fuck?
Oh, there it is.
Or like put it inside. Yeah. Back of the car, no?
That's the top.
Oh! Wait, that makes a lot more sense.
I can see how he ripped this head off.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, there we go. There we go. I got something. The head is like bobbling around, so I feel like I'm making progress.
Oh.
Oh, because I gotta put the head inside. That makes so much more sense. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. I think we're getting somewhere.
Oh. I just don't know if like there's like parts that I'm supposed to like break off. Like it looks like they're.
Like it's the car is here, you know. I have the car on me. I can see that I'm close, and I'm just like. I got you with the limo. Extra space.
Because I see how it's supposed to go. It's a matter of just getting it to that position. Because we did it, boys. We got it.
Let me see it. I'd say that's close enough. Yeah, we'll call it done. 9:30. So close.
A little
so
bit.
far. All right, that's gone. Oh, that's good. 9:30. Damn. All right, so you got it done though. Show your work to the camera.
It was
Close.
It was close. You know.
I call that done.
Better than Bolo's.
It was better than, yeah, Bolo couldn't even do it, so you beat him there. A minute slower than Slash Hug, but yeah, no, you finished it, yeah. Yeah, 8:40.
It works, you know, it works.
Bolo's driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Pretty good. 7:40. I think you got it. Camera.
Look what I did.
Nice, let's go.
That counts?
I think that counts, yeah, 17 questions.
It rolls. It rolls. It rolls.
Show the camera your work.
There you go.
This thing is you can snap it back on. So close. Oh my gosh. Let me see it. I call that done. That's good.
Holy crap.
142? Are you kidding me?
That's as good as I'm gonna get. It's literally like clicked in.
That's solid. Like, I mean, if you look at the picture, like, that's it. That's one. Yeah.
Like, is it good that I'm good with toys? Like, I feel like that might be like.
Yeah.
Do you know how to do Rubik's Cube?
No. I don't.
You should have brought it.
It just, that's what I'm saying. Smartest man in the NAL, baby.
Yeah. The only thing that. Oh, there you go. Foxay, the smartest man in the NAL. Let's see the scores. Here, scoot over a little bit. There.
I was just struggling with this thing.
Yeah, you were trying. It's a little bit tougher than it looks, isn't it? Well, there you go. I mean, Foxay just basically destroyed everybody. And of course, sadly, Bolo, Benji, and Grixer did not finish in time. Otherwise, the average was around, you know, like, I feel like high 7s to like low 9s. That you can see it's pretty average.
I think the worst 4 performers, the 3 DNFs and Yeti with the worst time, are current top 4 in the league, right?
That's a little awkward, yeah.
So I don't know if Fox being so fast on the transforming is exactly what he should have been focusing
I also
on. I don't know.
love like the smug look of like, hey, I got it from both Benji and Grixer, just for that X to immediately cross him off. That was good.
It was tough. Kino was right. How do I tuck it? It was the crux of that. The waist was really tough. But maybe we'll stick to Rainbow Six. Maybe we'll stick to Aim Lab as well for the skill checks. But either way, it was fun testing our pro gamers. Hope you enjoyed it too. That's it for the pre-show. We're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, the Rainbow Six match day begins. It's going to be XSET versus Spacestation Gaming in just a few here on R6 NAL.
Been on it, jump on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. If I get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging in darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycoon and I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit shit from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She been curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. Hey, ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Just for sure, get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Bring around the rosy, pockets full like OD. I can move just how I move, cause don't nobody know me. Low key, still do more numbers than your fate. You can hate, but you can't say that I've been missing any place. Any fool, what it do? Moving quick, bustin' moves, steps ahead, cause I'm not working while you tryna catch a snooze. Keep it smooth. Not concerned with other dudes or what they do. Keep it true, I kick the truth. I'm not in so I can lose. Yeah. How'd you like it back? Tell the bank, tell her on us. Put in overtime so I do what I wanna. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Okay, okay. Hey. Alright, yeah. Okay, okay. Hey. Yeah. Full court press, none stress when I'm working. Full court press, none less than a honor. Full court press, straight flex, close the curtain. Full court press to the top from the surface. Yeah, and I stay humble. Hit me for a feature, don't you come with no petty numbers. Talking about some leverage, but you been had plenty from us. Fed you for the low so I could double when the any coming. You can't take a penny from us. Full court press, Bobby Knight with my attitude. You wouldn't understand, so I can't be mad at you. You ever had to roll coins to get to the next week? Working for the 10, had to rush to the 10 and 2. What you know about that? And that made me a better man. Now it's backstage business to shake your hands. I don't do this for Instagram.
And Beastcoast put another one up.
An easy closeout for Astralis.
Flawless. Round 4 goes their way. DarkZero in full control. Raps one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory from Spacestation.
XSET.
They play it out perfectly.
And the challenge now, quite simply, is just survive.
Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
Welcome to another beautiful day of the Rainbow Six North American League. I am your host, Doa. With me, as usual, are our two analysts, Caliber Jacob and Jesse J. Chick, and we have special guest analyst, C-Daps, here with us at the desk. It's going to be a great day of games, of course, and a lot on the line. I mean, first of all, we got to talk major probabilities, right? I mean, we got to talk about what teams are more likely to hit that major, which we just found out is in Jönköping in Sweden. Let's check out the stats breakdown.
So TSM and Soniqs, it's all in their hands. They can make it happen today. They just need a regulation win. For Mirage and SSG, their games alone cannot qualify them. However, their games mixed with other games today may qualify them today. So we could have all 4 of those teams locked in if they pull through. And then you can see there's still a few number of teams that can pull it back if they win today, win next week. I think XSET, DarkZero, and Astralis, that major is absolutely still a realistic possibility, and they need to be gunning for that.
You see, here's the thing. We usually look at this and we're like, okay, we have a current top 4, but it may take another day for them to get locked in, if only because usually not every single expected result on an NAL Playday is going to happen anyway. There's going to be someone who upsets the flow, someone who goes against our own prediction idea. So even though TSM, Soniqs, Mirage, and Spacestation retain those top 4 spots for the moment, I think we might see 1 or maybe 2 teams get locked in. I highly doubt that we are going to get all 4 of them locked in today, but stranger things have happened.
I mean, NAL's kind of been traditional where we have to wait to the last day to really find out who from the region's going to the majors. So we'll see. We'll see how much tension we have left for the final play day. But let's talk about our first matchup of the day. It's going to be XSET versus Spacestation Gaming. XSET coming off of that somewhat surprising loss versus Astralis yesterday, and Spacestation rather coming off of a dominating 7-0 over Beastcoast. They're coming in hot. Does XSET have what it takes to get the win, get back on track?
XSET could. I mean, this is a team that's been bouncing around a lot this stage. They've been pretty inconsistent. We kind of know them as that team that did really well at the Berlin Major. They look like the best team coming into Stage 3. And then, you know, they've had some stumbles. They had a win and a loss week 1. They had a win and a loss week 2. They had a win and, well, 2 wins in week 3. But now they're looking to maybe have another win and a loss. So I'm worried for XSET. If they can't figure out some of these inconsistencies, then it might be a struggle in such a close stage.
I mean, the thing they've managed to keep up is their attacking consistency. They are the 3rd best team on attack. Spacestation are still the #1 team on defense, and getting 6 rounds straight yesterday against Beastcoast only makes that number look even better to most people. But it's mostly a defensive deficiency from XSET that's tanked their standings for a lot of people domestically, which is a weird thing to see from them.
Well, let's focus in on XSET a little bit and talk a little bit more about that. CDAPS, in your opinion, what is it about XSET that's causing them to struggle a little bit? Where are those inefficiencies? Where are those inconsistencies coming in for the team, in your opinion?
I think a lot of the heavy entry fragging from players like Spirits, who you would expect to be the one taking a lot of the initiative, is lacking a little bit behind with that inconsistencies that we're already talking about. Spirits is a phenomenal player. I've loved watching him all the way back in the Challenger League era. But since he's moved to XSET, he's really had those hot and cold games to a certain extent, and a lot of the overall entry capabilities have fallen onto the shoulders of that man that we're seeing in the center of the screen. Before it left, it was Yaga. He's actually been the one stepping up.
Right.
XSET currently looking to lock in the 6th Invitational today. A regulation win will do that for them. Currently, we have 0 teams who have qualified for SI, again, despite multiple opportunities. So that means that Spacestation will at least make this overtime game because we can't have anything fun. XSET have been a team that have also been struggling in the plants department. This is something I've noticed from them. They currently have only 4 plants through 7 games. That's the lowest number of plants out of any team in the league, and they have a ton of plants against them. You can see 3 plants just yesterday in Playday 7 against Soniqs as well. Multiple plants going down, and this is something that I've kind of been critical of on XSET, is that they really haven't been prioritizing that objective play, either on the attack or the defense. And I think it's fine if on attack you want to be focusing more on frags, you want to be going for those kills. I think that's a valid play style, but you cannot ignore that aspect of the game on defense, because a lot of the times the attackers are going to be going for stuff like that. And we saw yesterday when the enemy team wanted to just go in through Archive. They were playing on border multiple times, just getting in through there, getting that kit down, and it's something that they did against Parabellum as well, really struggling in that aspect. So I really want to see a little bit more focus from that from XSET, holding down those defensive bomb sites and not letting the kit go down.
We'll see if they can improve on that today against a team that has come in red hot so far this week. Spacestation Gaming, of course, and we caught up with some of the members of Spacestation to talk about how the stage has been going, their expectations for how to close it out. Let's see what they had to say.
This year has been kind of weird for us. We're a team that's used to being top 4 almost every stage, and these last 2 stages, it's pretty much come down to the last game of the season, which decides if we go to the major or not, and we've lost both of them. When you have a season like this, it kind of fuels the fire even more, because we know what we're capable of. I think we have more motivation than ever right now.
We don't take anybody lightly. We take everyone very serious, and to be honest, SSG has some crazy luck with teams that are not playing well, and then when they play us, they play their very best. So that's why we also don't sleep on people.
I mean, obviously everyone knows Yeti for being super energetic, super, just keeping up the vibes, and that's kind of what we've been lacking on the team.
In terms of like self-evolution, I really don't look at myself too much. I care more about the team's performance. Like I said, for me, it's like they're in a bad spot for SI. We have to have a really good stage 3, top 4 minimum. Obviously, qualify for the major, make it out of groups of the major, get into top 6, top 4 at the major. That should get us enough SI points to actually barely get into SI. To me, it's like I come into this team, SI. That's all I care about. I don't care about my own performance. I don't care about any of their individual performances. I just want us as a team to come out on top of this mountain that's in front of us.
I have high expectations this stage. I've kind of gotten off my entry role, which is what I've played pretty much my whole career these last couple stages, and I played more of a flex, like lurk role. And I think I was good at it, but I don't think it's what I'm best at. And so now in stage 3, you'll see me back on the entry, and I think this is gonna be my best stage in a while.
Well, it's been a strong stage for Spacestation Gaming so far. 5 wins, 2 losses overall. 2 of those wins, of course, in overtime. But there's a lot to unpack in terms of what Yeti was talking about. Coming into this team pretty fresh, thinking about the major.
I mean, the thing about it is he said he didn't care about his own performance or the way that he was evolving or changing or what he was specifically doing for this stage. The nice thing is he's the highest rated player on the team so far through 7 games. He's playing fantastically by StegeGG's metrics, by the EPS metric. Everything about Yeti's performance is glowing right now. He's one of the top 15 players in the league, 69 frags to his name, nice, and an entry rating that is one of the best among people that we didn't expect to be playing in like an entry-esque capacity. That's something that you would definitely expect Fultz to be doing more, Rampy to be doing more. Yeti has one of the better ratios for that in his stat line. It is what is definitely propelling this team towards getting back into major contention. He's 100% right about the amount of points Space Station have gotten over these past 2 stages, but major qualification is now on the horizon, and that's something we've only been tentatively saying about this team over the past year.
Yeah, for me, Yeti's one of my favorite players in the entire league, and I will go on the record, I will say I've always been a huge Yeti fan. And you were talking about his entry performances, flawless on attacking, 6-0. On defense, he's still getting involved in the roam game, 8-3, doing well with both of the conversion rates where he's getting impactful kills. But the biggest thing would be kind of drawing a parallel to what we saw in stage 1 and stage 2 of SSG with how hot and cold used to play. That's almost the exact role that Yeti has filled. He has the trust, he has the kind of capabilities with the rest of the team to see a hole and go get that play. He has the green light, and it's been working wonders for this SSG roster.
Well, we'll see if the wonders continue to be worked on our map for this match. It has been decided. Let's see how the vetoes worked out.
Again, both teams already have revealed a lot for the course of this stage. Like, Space Station are still more prone to have permabans, but XSET definitely also still have them in the works. Curious if we end up going to Sky. Both teams seem to have at least an interest in it so far. It gets all the way to the very end of the ban phase. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, Oregon, Bank, and Sky are our final 3 maps. I really don't want to see another Oregon. Every team in the NAL seems to love this map.
Please, dear God.
I could see SSG banning it, and there it is. They're currently on a 3-game losing streak there, so that does make sense. And then Sky or Bank. Bank is definitely more comfortable for both of these teams, but SSG, I think, looked pretty shaky on Skyscraper when they first played it against Soniqs in this stage. So it's really up to XSET where they want to go with this. I don't think there's a bad choice. They go Bank, they keep it comfy.
Yeah, and looking at that earlier ban, that XSET border ban, that's something that they might have changed going into this week with how comfortable they've seemed to be on the map, but then back-to-back results just really floundering on the defensive side, not being able to get anything going. That means you got to change things up, and going to Bank is something that we've seen with XSET has also been very, very kind of all in on their roam game. If they're successful on that roam game, they do well, but they're going up against SSG, who have looked absolutely phenomenal on their attacks just last week against Astralis.
Exactly. So, as usual, lots to think about as we make our predictions going into this series. I feel like this is another one that's going to be a little bit tricky to kind of call, but first we're going to have to ask our casters what they think is going to be Blue and Stokes starting out the day. How are you doing, gentlemen, and what do you think about XSET versus Space Station?
Doing pretty good, and I kind of agree with you when I say that this match is a little bit of a trickier one to predict. However, with that said, we saw some issues with XSET yesterday, so I feel like Space Station is going to be topping out this one. They've got a lot to prove. Once again, they need a spot at the major, so I feel like they're going to be all hands on deck for this one, and they'll be able to take it.
All right, one for Space Station. Stokes, what do you think?
SSG's had a rough year, Doa. But I will say this, they've picked up Yeti and they've been able to capture his ability and, really show off just how capable he is in the game of Rainbow Six. Past that, Bosco's actually already tied his plants from the last stage. They only had 13 plants last stage. Yes, it was the best in the league, but we're on the second to last play day now. So the shirt's a little bit of a representation of what we're rocking today. It's going to be Space Station here as we're seeing if the boys can try and make it to another major.
All right, we'll find out. 2 votes for Space Station and a bit of style to go with it. Thanks, Blue. Stokes. We'll check back into the guys once the map is about ready to begin. Now, what do my analysts think? Obviously Space Station coming off a 7-0. They're feeling pretty good. XSET, though, very different from Beastcoast in terms of the challenge they're going to represent.
I think the casters may be a little blinded by bias there. I think the XSET are a very strong team, and while SSG are going for the major, XSET are going for SI. Of course, regulation win, they can qualify. I also really liked XSET on bank back in Berlin when they played against the Berlin champions. Rogue a couple times, really did have good games there. So as long as they ban the Ying, I think XSET look pretty good in this matchup, and I'm willing to pick them.
Okay, XSET from Jesse, and looks like you're ready to go to the major with that sweater.
I'm so cozy. I'm ready to go.
It does look very cozy.
We're in Los Angeles. How are you not burning right now?
We actually
It's cold in the
blast
studio.
the AC in here, yeah.
Yeah, a little behind-the-scenes secret. It's freezing in studios. Anyway, Jacob, what do you got for your prediction?
So I do agree on the XSET bank tendency, and there's a few other factors at play. This is the 3rd best attacking team in the league so far. It's a map that requires you to take the initiative, get very aggressive, take a whole bunch of very early control, which is something XSET has historically been very good at for the past couple of months, and they start on the attacking side first. So if they ban the Ying and they get out to a really nice lead, maybe 4-2, maybe even like if it's like straight down the middle and we see a 3-3, I still think there's a chance XSET walks away with this one because it's bank.
Yeah, and with bank, for me personally, going in with XSET, I said it earlier, XSET's tendencies on this map is to fully sell out onto this roam, and I don't like the matchup against SSG with how clinical they've been. Very methodical, but really efficient, I would say, with how they've been taking map control.
So which way are you swinging on this?
I'm going SSG. I think that XSET aren't going to really be able to get anything going in the early round on the defensive side. SSG is just going to be able to take their lunch money and go towards an execute phase that they're a little bit stronger on.
All right, our guest analyst and current reigning map quiz champion decides to go against the other analysts and put his vote towards Space Station Gaming. Let's see what the coin has to say. It's going to be heads. XSET, it's going to be tails. Space Station. Oh, the coin says heads. The coin believes in XSET, our current reigning best performing North American team. Let's see what the fans have to say. Out on Twitter, it seems like 64% of you said Space Station was going to win it. So, I mean, there you go. A lot of votes for Space Station, a couple for XSET. Pretty much split about as 50-50 as it can be, but we'll see what the actual players have to say on the map with their in-game esports skills. Let's see what the community poll is before game number 1. The question is, who will have a higher KD, Spirits or Faults?
That's interesting. Spirits a little inconsistent sometimes.
Faults.
The auto pop off.
Also, it's on bank that he's usually the most inconsistent. Because
Yeah,
this is
he's
a
not
spot.
a bank player,
He's not a roamer. He typically plays the power positions and really struggles on this map.
Well, there you go. Something to think about as we take a quick break before we get into our first map of the day. When we come back, XSET versus Space Station. We'll see who takes it right after this.
Spacestation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NAL. Possibly good morning, or maybe good night, depending on where you're watching us from.
That's
as
true.
Well, it is time to get ready for our first matchup of the day. Bound to be a good one, as once again, this is kind of the running story for Stage 3. Both of these teams with a lot to prove. SSG trying to get themselves on their berth into the major, but as you heard Jesse remark on, XSET trying to birth their way into SI 2023. Stokes, think they're going to be able to do it here today, or is SSG looking too strong?
Well, no matter what time of the day it is, John, we're happy that everybody's awake to see such a matchup like this. XSET's been hot to trot this entire year, but SSG have had a rekindling since picking up Yeti, who is on par to be, well, in the best form we've seen him in any stage he's ever produced. So, pretty interesting stuff and a lot of action still to be had here on a map like Bank. Spacestation across the board has had a pretty stellar stage. Yes, we haven't seen such a, showing from hot and cold this stage, but there's been a lot of mix-up, given the fact that they do have Yeti in and he has been performing so highly, especially with his entry stat, plus 11 at this current moment. 1.18 overall for his rating. I do believe that places him at, yes, indeed, the 4th player currently in the NAL. So pretty exciting stuff.
There's that Ying ban, so we did get that. XSET more than likely going to be in a bit of a safer pasture as a result of that. The Buck ban to accompany it from SSG. The second XSET ban coming out now as we started Defender bans, of course, and Mira is going to be eliminated there. So we're going according to plans so far. I've been seeing quite a few Buck bans ever since the changes came in. Of course, has been increasing quite a bit there from previously never being banned out. So
you ever been harassed through a floor before? It only takes one time.
Personally, no. But
yeah, usually I only have to worry...
Usually it's through a Discord call.
Yeah, I was going to say, usually I only have to worry about my enemies harassing me on one axis, so... Usually okay with that. So we're going to finish out the bans here, and, it's Bank, so these are going to be making quite a bit of sense. The Ying obviously being the big highlight here, the one that we wanted to see banned out. So the Azami following through as well as the Mira, but as we all know, that's mostly for things like this basement setup that we're going to be going for, as well as open area somewhere along the lines that'll make it a little bit more difficult for SSG to hold on to that. And speaking of holding things, it looks like SSG might want to extend things out just a little bit. We're going to have hot and cold on the castle barricades. So let's see how SSG wants to go about this.
Away from that, not going to see any huge surprises showing up here to the SSG defense. Warden has continued to increase in his own pick rate as well here over these past few weeks. Teams have been finding more and more use out of him, especially with the kind of dissipation of the nade meta to an extent. We're seeing more flashes come into play, a lot more smokes as well, and that's obviously increased the effectiveness potentially that you could get out of Warden, since they're going to be relying on that utility, the attackers, that is, of course. That Warden can directly counter out quite a bit more, so we'll start to see him more and more, especially on these sites where you can kind of bunker in, just kind of hold yourself into a corner like we see inside of Oregon basement as well. Yesterday we were seeing a lot of Warden play there, so it makes perfect sense that we get pretty much the same thing on the basement of this map.
Yeah, if you're going to be in an area that's going to take a lot of heat from the offense, Warden is usually your guy, especially if you can back it up with something like a deployable shield, some ADSs, or just give him some semblance of recovery from his teammates. The ability for them to help him or bail him out of a situation is fantastic news for Warden, just based off of how you want to play him with that utility. So, speaking of utility, XSET will begin clearing out this top floor. They've got some other characters around, one inside of ATM at the current moment. It doesn't look like the Habana of DS wants to move too far forward yet. He's going to get held in place here for just a moment from the EE1D. He's been found out by DS. Although, unbeknownst to him, looks like he's got multiple targets all around. Frag grenade ready, and what the hell just happened here? Oh, XSET, this is not the way we should have started my morning or yours. It's going to be a 3K right out the gate from SSG. They wiped the floor of Bank with XSET.
Very confusing in terms of what turns out from XSET rather right there. As you see,
not confusing from SSG.
Yeah. No, SSG plays that.
Lethal.
SSG plays that perfectly. But for XSET, obviously a pretty huge blunder showing up for them. Seemed like they had perfect ping onto the player from SSG creeping around there and would have been able to execute them, but apparently not. The hop over, even with the nade in hand, is a little weird too. Is kind of wondering like what the lead up was supposed to be.
The breakdown in communication there was very apparent from XSET. That should not have happened. But either way, they still have an opportunity here and plenty of time in order to try and accomplish this. The bad news is that SSG still have so many bodies just walking around the map, like Rampy here in open areas. Spirits isn't going to be able to do too much about this. He can eventually beat the door down, but obviously that's a call sign to Rampy. Anything that happens there more than likely takes that fight, but instead he's just going to back off and go back downstairs. They have such a harsh man advantage that if there's any mistake made by any XSET member, they basically automatically win the round, which is exactly why we see their positioning here in the last minute. Keno's going to get boxed out of server smoke grenades, and he has some smokes of his own, but I doubt that really helps him in a situation like this.
Unfortunately, XSET have actually lost map control from the 2v4 that this started out at, unfortunately, and Bosco with a dirty little peek there finishes off very quickly. Solid first round coming up onto the board from SSG. Obviously a bit of a blunder from XSET. I don't want to judge them too harshly just yet here. We'll have to wait and see what future rounds bring out, but it seems like that play unfortunately sealed the deal for this round before it ever really got started.
Yeah. You know, I think the craziest thing is that Yeti isn't even going to know how dire that situation was for him until he goes back and watches this VOD.
Oh, yeah.
He probably didn't even know that drone was there.
He should have been dead, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like
he was like, I don't know why you're jumping over this balcony. This is so weird. Pretty funny stuff, but I mean, past that, XSET, we're really looking at this round to see how they're going to handle their offenses here on Bank, because they had everything they could have possibly have wanted to deal with the situation in lobby. It was just a critical blunder, and SSG take full advantage of the situation. They're going to send us upstairs, defend CEO, see if they can get another successful defense here, start stringing these along.
No reason to delay as far as SSG is concerned, and indeed they'll move into that secondary hold. Interesting on the attacker repick side of things from XSET, specifically looking at Keno there, as the Cali is potentially going to be swapped out. That will leave only a single hard breach operator in play over on Diaz, but very curious to see what they can use for this Cali. We've obviously seen her snuck in from time to time when you do have trouble accessing utility on the other side.
It's mostly been Canadian on Clubhouse, and for some reason, Master Balcony. And it's worked a little bit. He's gotten some kills with it, but past that, we haven't seen it all that much.
We're likely going to be positioned pretty heavily on the rappel side of things for this site, I would generally imagine, but we'll wait and see how exactly that's going to line up, as he's actually, exactly where we expected him to be, on the rappel, keeping Overwatch towards square at the moment. So aside from that, you can see members of SSG just kind of casually maintaining their own extended positions, as there's been very little pressure from XSET on the inside of the building just as of yet. That's going to start to change here, though, over the next few minutes, as we can, of course, see them beginning their conquest from the ATM entrance.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
So plenty of time here for XSET. It's mostly dedicated to setting up info and trying to get some crosses set up. Obviously, we're going to have Kino constantly dedicated to the square side. He's trying to just manage the janitor door there. Frag grenade goes out. Rampy gets extremely lucky with that shrapnel. It does so little damage to him, surprisingly enough. Yaga going to be able to land one onto hot and cold, though, and that's going to be one set of nades gone. Gomez still having 2 in his pocket. XSET doing their best to try and get these big picks early on here into the round with these frag grenades, working out the situation without even having to take a gunfight.
Little bits of chip damage showing up on almost every single remaining member of SSG. Bosco, the only one that hasn't succumbed to that as of yet here. So he's probably going to be the more adventurous member remaining on this squad. And you can see the other 3 have really peeled back. Rampy on the inner banana at the moment here. The other 2 holding out over by Stock Hallway, not really wanting to contend against this repelled angle. So XSET's early build-up here has worked quite proficiently. And you can see once again there, Rampy trying to get aggressive, takes a little bit of heat. Unfortunately, Rampy himself not able to return a whole lot of it. Gomez just taking a single bullet worth of damage, dropping him to about 90.
This has been a full repel round from XSET, attempting to punish all the mistakes that SSG make. So many long angles for them to manage and very minimal guns capable of taking those long distance gunfights in a extremely successful manner. It's always going to be a risk whenever you peek out from some of these defensive standpoints. Yaga,
nice.
Oh my, what a shot onto Yeti. Bosco will finally fight back though. He's going to assist Rampy in taking down the player here on Banana. Some nice shots onto Spirits, but it won't land in the way that he wants it to. He got so much to do now. It's a 1 versus 4. The Alda can't get it done, and Spirits will pistol whip him. XSET get their first round on the top floor.
Indeed. So it appears as though the very first round, of course, definitely looking like a little bit of a fluke from XSET. Definitely not wanting to judge them too harshly. For that, as misplays do tend to happen, they recover beautifully here on round 2 and absolutely shut down the SSG defense. Never even really give it a chance to shine ultimately because the angles from Repel are so harsh and so consistent across the entirety of the site. Any move that SSG was going to make would have been immediately countered out, as we saw from that one peak, I think it was from Fultz, where he lost about half of his HP from it. So SSG had no choice, had to back up, had to pay massive respect, and that let XSET execute in the beautiful way we saw in those final few seconds.
Yeah, until Yaga enters the building, there is 4 people playing the Repel on the north side of this map, which is just such a harsh thing for SSG on a defensive setup like that. They have a decent amount of angles that are playing out towards CEO, obviously, as well, to try and shut down any window swings or anything of the sort. So it just makes it a lot easier for XSET even past that to set some things up. And they obviously are still bringing soft destruction, you know, at range, like Zofia and stuff like that. So you even have to worry about them creating their own angles or breaking open some castle barricades that could be key to your positioning. So always a worry when you are playing this top floor. But SSG will be playing the top floor again, just not for the bomb site. Rampy's going to be dedicating some castles up here, and that's all because it's going to be open area, John. There is a lot of importance on this top floor when it comes to this site setup. Look at the entire floor of Ticket there. It's entirely wood. You can break all of that up, stare right down into open area. Also, there's some other angles you can create here inside of, like, you know, paper where Fultz is currently to try and deal with the small office. But obviously what SSG's plan is to slowly work their way back to site off of this top floor, mitigating the time that XSET have, as well as trying to soak up some of their utility.
Just one final anecdote on the previous round. That's actually a really great example as well as to why a lot of teams are actually avoiding the upstairs site entirely now, is because executes like that are so hard to counter. So XSET beautifully done there. May make SSG think twice about going back to their second floor hold throughout the rest of this half.
Yeah, you have to ask for so much there. Really, you're asking for some influence, whether it be some pickup from like a random window peek that you get from the defense, or somehow making it to lobby alive against the professional team, which should never, ever happen.
So see that slow build up on Repel again from XSET. This time though, yep, it's Rampy to strike first from SSG. Another one from Fultz as well, and Rampy's still in a bit of a hot position here. Could frag out again if the Repel players from XSET want to try to challenge him. Not just Repel either, but of course Kino here having the soft breach going into the upstairs site. He's going to be trying to play that angle as well, but this is going to be dangerous. The more he creeps forward, the more he steps into the Lion's Den. Yaga does have the counter for the down on Kino, but still a 1-to-1 trade when you were already down to 3v5 is not going to get you much back in this round, as XSET once again are staring down the barrel of a 2v4, just like round 1.
This is something that we've always noted about XSET, their ability to mess with the pacing. They're very fluid about getting into buildings and taking, gunfights, but Hasn't worked out inside of this round. XSET quickly dispatched on their first 2 entries. Luckily enough, they have a Yaga, and he's got some nice shots, so he'll take down Foltz, but that's going to be very minimal wear to SSG. They've got very, very much utility still to their name, and XSET going to have to try and cut through all of that to the bottom floor here. A drop in, and they'll be able to take out Rampy, deal some serious damage, though, and they know that both of these members are in the area. As long as they play their crosses proper, Diaz should not be able to get out of this. Working his way in from the back cubicle. He'll take out one. Has to worry about the top floor presence, though. Does still have stun grenades as well. So many ways that he can manage this. Hot ping, hot and cold will be hot in this situation. He'll take him down, and SSG get away with another round.
Another round, unfortunately, where XSET dropped their possibility to realistically win that round from the very beginning due to their entry attempts that have been made onto the second floor. Far too many players being lost inside of that skirmish due to the kind of hard counter from the previous round. Now it's SSG with a very solid trade setup that XSET just realistically could not work their way past. And although they make a good attempt inside of the 2v4, bringing a little bit closer than we might have expected it to be, SSG was ultimately in control of the situation once they brought it down to that last member of XSET.
Yeah, I mean, even in that situation, SSG, I think throughout was still in full control, even past that kill. I mean, I don't really think there's any way that XSET works out that situation based off of SSG's positioning. You're asking for quite a bit there, but either way, for XSET, a very confident clear or attempt to clear of the top floor would probably be a better way to put it. SSG immediately delivering, though. They know where the entry points are from XSET. They take the gunfights very, very quickly, and then past that, XSET just kind of goes chasing. They go hunting, trying to find an advantage on that top floor. We could see that the Thermite was like, well, I guess I got to try and help out in this situation. I'll try and get the entry in from square, but SSG had a beautiful setup for that. Yeti playing the elevator hallway. They also have the smoke inside of Janitor, and they shut him down, but obviously the smoke gets traded out. But given the situation for SSG, it's just so very easy for them to play out that latter half, given the circumstances of the man count.
More so than anything, I think XSET executing in that previous round with way less drone intel than they had back on the actual second floor attack on round 2, and that kind of gave them a little bit of a sense of false confidence, maybe that they could have cleared it out without needing as much. Obviously came back to bite them towards the end of the round. Gomez?
Gomez.
I think a little bit late for this, unfortunately. There were players from SSG scrambling around here a few seconds prior, but Gomez has arrived just a little bit too late to actually catch any of them.
I don't know why, but his body language for a split second was telling me he was just bailing in the window. And I was like, no, we just visited this chapter. Why are we going back so fast? Oh, well, it's actually going to be SSG again with the lead-off pick here. They've been able to manage this for 3 out of the 4 rounds that we've witnessed thus far. XSET able to stumble into one, and seems they could potentially do that with a round after losing Yogg, who's had a pretty solid game so far.
SSG continues to maintain an advantage, and as well, a little bit of an aggressive stance, as you can see from at least one of their players, of course, out on the first floor. More than likely going to be calling themselves back down that hatch as soon as they see a bullet or two sent their way, just because of the fact that they had been revealed by that drone. But for the time being, we do still have Rampy up on top. Probably going to try to do a fadeaway shot. Never mind, though. Hit the 130 mark. That's his fallback point, so he is going to commit to it full and well right there. Bosco can take up the mantle of aggression right now. There is going to be pressure from XSET going down blue, of course, as he still maintains presence just outside of that staircase.
Okay, so XSET at least have one hatch open here. Or actually, no, they don't even have a hatch open. I was honestly considering the soft breach that we just saw on the castle barricade up top, but they still have quite a bit of work to do. DS will begin that. Kino more than likely going to get one hatch and then try and get the wall down low here inside of server. That seems to be the best means of attack for XSET at the current moment. Still got some solid drones to be able to figure out the site setup, at least at the current time, so that'll help them in clearing things out and avoiding things like this. Yeti prone with a nitro cell here. I don't know if they have the hatch open for small office upstairs just yet, but speaking of open hatches, Hot and Cold has quite the placement. He's going to get tagged up, and Gomez going to overswing into that situation, but fortunately enough, Spirits will take down Foltz, keeping them in the race, but they've been quartered right into the elevator, and there's no other way out of this, John. There's only one character in the whole game that can jump up hatches, but fortunately enough, they do still have smoke grenades.
Nice.
Gonna pop on through Hot and Cold to be able to clean up one. They'll drop down on top of him, and Yeti actually gonna take down his own teammate. It's all down to Diaz with this bearing 9 up against 2 with minimal time. He has to get this plant down. He'll get Spirits up, and he's gonna immediately plant, John. He's gonna hop in and hope that Spirits can hold this. You're damn right he can. Yeti's gonna hop in right behind, though, because, well, it's hard to hear sometimes in those critical moments, and he'll get the big pick. SSG stave off a plant and pick up another round.
Respect for going for the res in the minimal time scenario. There absolutely needed some form of support inside of the plant situation, though, so gotta respect that move coming out from XSET, but ultimately nowhere near enough control inside of the basement. Only really had that elevator lobby under their control, and even then, the second they stepped outside of it, SSG was ready to pinch it. Beautiful play from Hot and Cold. You're now seeing on the replay here as well. Had to constantly work against both the hatch angle as well as the pressure coming at him from elevator. Ultimately succumbed to the flank pressure coming down that hatch, of course, but was able to hold them back for a critical amount of time, and was the player that dropped the case, which was ultimately, at least for me, the final nail in the coffin that slowed down momentum too much from XSET for them to realistically recover on that execute.
Yeah, it always seemed like XSET was trying to get rope back rather than figure the situation out for themselves at an equal point of view. It was a very difficult round across the board, but I mean, going into the future, I'm just hoping that XSET can do a little bit more with this unadulterated aggression, because really what we're seeing right now is just the confidence of XSET. And I really like it when we see players with confidence, with some gusto, but right now it's not working out for them. There's some critical errors that are happening that are giving advantages over to SSG that just really shouldn't be there, like that hatch drop we see with Hot and Cold. You want a little bit more utility or some more pressure coming from somewhere else to draw his attention more, especially since, I mean, the majority of XSET's assault was coming from that direction. I mean, it's asking a lot for SSG to just have Hot and Cold manage an elevator and that hatch drop all at the same time. So obviously SSG is still going to have some other lines of sight playing into that situation. So I think it was a little bit of a misread there from XSET, just expecting SSG to make some missteps in that process. But I mean, they still have quite a few rounds here on the offensive side to right these wrongs and at least guarantee a 2-4 here going into their defensive side.
XSET is going to be happy about the sites that they're returning to specifically here for round 5, as we're going to be heading back up to the second floor again. This was where they were able to ultimately overwhelm SSG's defense without even ever really having to directly contest against it as well. Kind of just showed them a face on the rappel, as Stokes mentioned, 4 players committed to the overwatch up here. And as such, SSG had no choice but to really respect it. Were forced to back up and away from the positions that they were maintaining. And that allowed for far too much room, letting XSET into the building on those swings, and then a plant to follow it.
Very well done from Kino there. I believe he was cleaning up a evil eye, so no longer have any vision over those windows. It's easily accessible from the likes of Bosco or the rest of his team, but obviously Bosco the only one that's able to use lasers off of those evil eyes. And he is going to pre-place a nitro cell downstairs, and they'll be able to play this off audio up top. Repels are very, very easy to hear when they're swinging in. It's got a very distinct sound, so we'll see how this works out.
Nice
but Bosco's no longer there, so this might go really, really wrong. Nitro cell, nope, nobody home. Gomez is going to die, though, to Hot and Cold. The nitro cell does barely anything to Spirits, unless he got tagged by a bullet. So unfortunate circumstances befall SSG, but they've at least slowed down XSET's assault.
Spirits, of course, on the Nook. So a perfect operator to sneak in this situation here. Health presence activator as well is potentially going to help out XSET with the remaining portion of this clear, but Spirits needs the confidence to move past his current position. Finally going to find it here. Tries to go for the cross. Fultz has spotted it, though. Sneaks off even more damage onto Spirits himself, and finally Rampy catches Spirits just when he goes looking to knock out some utility. XSET have lost now, as far as I'm aware, the only player that actually got in on that rappel from the play previously. Houghton did just get down, however, the members of XSET are not necessarily going to be aware of that unless they were able to see him drop through the hole that was made into Jay. Hot and Cold more than likely can be recovered. Obviously at low HP, but we'll still leave it in a 4v3 advantage for SSG. Good timing on the swing from Fultz as well. They're down at least one more member of the squad. Never mind, doesn't actually get fully down, but Rampy moves in for the finishing blow. Takes out Kino. Another one for him as well, and Fultz to finally finish it off with a consistent hold from the back of Jay.
Gorgeous round there from Space Station. What a way to cap it off from Rampy there as well. Hops out the window, picks up the sniper wielder, backs off the angle, reapproaches as he knows XSET's going to be swinging through the windows and more than likely attempting to predict him in this position. He's going to love that. As you can see, just redoubles there, able to take down that last member. And now XSET, oh my, 3 rounds down to SSG. And not only that, John, you heard him on the analyst desk. This is one of our best attacking teams in the entirety of the NAL. And they're getting decimated on a map like Bank.
No pause either.
No pause, no timeout.
XSET still has confidence in their playstyle at this point. Can't blame them because the rounds have been like competitive at least for the most part.
I mean, they do exude confidence constantly as well. I mean, XSET for a very, very long time has always been that team that has called upon the name of playing as friends and being very friendly and just having that confidence as a squad, taking the losses as a squad. So there's no reason to not be confident, you'd think.
You can see there are major qualification standings as we are in the last few play days of the NAL at the moment here just today, and one more next week is all that remains, ladies and gentlemen. So we're getting very close to finding out who is going to be heading, of course, to the major in Jönköping. We're going to say that very slowly so everybody can get used to the pronunciation. I know it's very difficult.
Thank you. Thank you. for me to you. Thank you.
So yeah, the Jönköping major, as it was announced this morning, of course, we're going to be having lots of fun there in just a few weeks' time. But we need to figure out who is going there, of course. SSG, if they close out on this matchup with the way things are currently going in regulation, they will have a 97% chance to make it there, pending the result, of course, of their last match and the way the rest of the NAL's remaining matches play out.
Now, the first time I saw that name, the Irishman in me got so confused. I was lost. I was like, there's dots? Like, what's going on here?
It's that first J that really throws you off. You got to pronounce it as a Y for some reason.
Absolutely. Now, for XSET, one more attempt to be able to enter Bank and get something out of this stone. Barely been able to make it bleed so far. SSG has been a rock. Super, super difficult to try and crack thus far, and they're trying to continue this. They've got nitro cells abound on the mid floor that could be a huge detriment to this top floor clear of XSET. And let me guess, it's Yeti, isn't it? It is indeed. It is Yeti on the Thorn. He's going to be crept up under one of the ticket desks, seeing if XSET knows how to drone. Oh, they do.
So he's going to be found out. Dashing away, and he still manages to get Yogg on the cross. Yes! The fadeaway shot from Yeti to still claim a frag, even though he was caught red-handed under the table. Houghton also claims a second frag. Pretty sure that was him on the inside of Archives right there. This is where he's going to be able to find that one. Gomez, as well as his 2 remaining teammates now, having to try and make up for this as they just cannot seem to get ahead at the beginning of this round. Even the pickup from Spirits isn't for free as he takes a little bit of fire back from Houghton, who's still hot on the inside of Archives here, looking to fend off the rest of this assault.
XSET still with an opportunity. Felt like I've had to say that a lot this half. They've been playing from the downward position for the majority of this, always down in the man count. But as we know about XSET, they do not shy away from a gunfight, but they have to worry about these bold crosses from Space Station, like this rotation here that we just saw inside the office. Rampy still standing tall inside of open area. Spirits going hunting down the stairwell, but he can't find anything either. SSG is a ghost. They're punching at air right now. Gomez, he's creeping along. Nice shots from Hot and Cold will meet Gomez's demise as XSET, they're trying to creep in. Do they see the laser of Rampy? It's a shot, and oh, XSET, 2 huge kills. They've opened the floodgates. There's an opportunity here, but now it's down to a 1 versus 1. Hot and Cold with a beautiful nitro cell. He's got to rotate. Look at this timer as well. Where's the case? It's all the way upstairs. Oh, Spirits.
SSG know that, though.
Has to make the rotation. Hot and Cold will gun him down, and it was actually Spirits, the one downstairs. I thought it was Hot and Cold that dropped through the hatch there for a moment. But either way, Space Station Gaming getting away with gold there. 5-1 over XSET on their defensive side. And just look at this right here. Yeti stays inside of Ticket. He stays there the entire time, John. He's sipping tea in their hood. And he's like, hey, what's up, Buttercup? Takes him out, dips down to the mid floor. You'll love to see it.
It's like, oh, I've been revealed. Let me reveal someone's skull real quick on the way out of here. Nicely played by Yeti. And overall, nicely played by the SSG
you know
roster.
What the X stands for in MPX?
What?
Express Delivery.
Right. So SSG with pretty much nearly a perfect half for themselves. Obviously, the double 7-0 would have been great to see here, especially against XSET, bouncing off of their matchup yesterday, of course, but XSET is able to claim at least that 1 second floor round. SSG can still very much go for a shutdown here, as they are on the winning train right now. It does not seem like XSET has a lot of control over the break, so we'll have to see if switching over to the defensive side has potentially changed up that scope at all. Lots of delay, lots of very important utility coming out on XSET's operator lineup for their first baseman hold here. The most notable ones, of course, going to once again be that Warden trying to fight on the inside of Chaos here, especially if we see hot and cold smokes get deployed at a late point in the round. And of course, Yaga on the Goyo canisters to delay once SSG hopefully reach the basement.
Yep, next set more than likely flustered after that problematic offensive half, but now they have the chance to rage against the machine of SSG, taking it to them on their defensive side where they could probably feel a lot more at home. They get to set up the building, commit to their own roam game, and just try and play off of each other in a better light. So we'll see if it works out for them. But for Spacestation, as expected, we'll slow off rip, but finally we get some semblance of this push, at least from an entry point. It'll be Fultz at the top of square.
Very, very quiet first round from both SSG and XSET. Neither team wanting to make a mistake, but it's SSG in control of momentum at the moment with them on the attacking side. Twitch drone is going to be taken out as it sneaks down blue, but it does obviously reveal Spirit's intentions on the inside of here. If they caught it quickly enough, they'll know he's on the shotgun too and probably bring some extra caution when it comes to clearing that position out. Yaga's spot, of course, will now be revealed on top of the hatch, and they'll work on trying to flush him down pretty quickly here. As you can see, Houghton starting to work over towards that copy window to very much complete the task. And indeed, not even going to need to hop in to do that. Yaga's just going to give it up, I think, on timer here as we just hit the 140 mark.
Yeah, XSET not trying to hand over too many bodies on this mid-floor roam. It was mostly there just to delay SSG's clear and make sure that they had to deal with this execute at a low timer. Going to be getting rid of some drones over here inside of blue. We'll see if Spirits wants to stick around there. I think he does, just based off of what gun he's using. That's definitely a play out my life type of weapon rather than a, hey, I'm going to go try and play deep in sight and play some angles type of weapon. So we'll see how it works out with the shoddy Bugatti for the Jaeger. And, well, initially it's going to go Fultz's way and SSG's overall. Yeah, onto the smoke. That's exactly the opposite of what you want to happen. Kino goes down, and he has not been having a great game. 0-6-1 at the moment.
So that deletes the only active delay utility that XSET were bringing to the table here. The Goyo canister is obviously alive and well, as is the overall setup inside of blue. On top of that, of course, we haven't even talked about the Yokai drones that can come out here. Hot hold, though. Sniping out Spirits here, eliminating him from contention. That has cleared out most of the security hold that we were going to see. SSG really just have to contend against that utility setup that I mentioned at the beginning of the round, and that's really the only thing that can trip them up here. If they try to execute too low of a time, and they're not able to spot out things like the Yokai drone, yeah, they could run into problems here. Same with the aggressive setup that we currently have, but that's not going to be too much of a problem. Already made up for. Diaz also trades that back against Rampy. Plant going down regardless, though, from Bosco. Curious as to where specifically it's gone down at. Looks like we see it now, though, on the depths of the inside of CCTV. One of the two remaining players from XSET already going down as Gomez has been dropped, thankfully, in the gold bar vault. So Diaz will be able to recover his fallen teammate, but how exactly do they get out and retake the site now is the big question, as this is a very one-dimensional play for XSET at this point.
This has been one of the harshest thrashings of XSET I have seen since we have seen this representation of the roster. We're going to wake up a little bit here in the clutch. It is a 2 versus 2, but it's going to be so easily fought from Fultz. Fantastic positioning on the hatch here for Red Hallway. SSG up 6-1 against XSET. I mean, that's something you might hear me say in 2021, not 2022, John.
It always just seems like SSG really comes together towards the end of a year. You know what I'm saying? Like, they always just look really good at the end of an NAL season.
Lycan's got that dog in him, man. Lycan's got that dog in him.
Doesn't matter the roster.
Never failed. I'm telling you.
Doesn't matter the players. SSG always looks really solid as a squad in the last few playdays of the year. It's like it's been the last 3 to 4 years. They even go back to 2019, I think it was.
Yeah.
Right before they made the SI run to win with that when the Canadian first joined up. Like, they look great right after they made that change. I think if I remember correctly, they won or got second place at the USN LAN or something like that year as well. Just it's one of those time is a flat circle examples. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Time is a flat. I love that commercial so much. Where's your Lincoln, John?
I'll have to update you in a few weeks on that.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. It's going to be a tactical timeout here from XSET. You've been asking for this for some time, and to call it when SSG is moments away from not only beating you, but destroying you on Bank, a map that usually tends to lean to the offensive favor where XSET have been quite dominant. It's been an interesting event, to say the least.
All right, let's see if SSG can complete the set. Like we said, the perfect 7-0, 2 games in a row, not happening. Obviously, XSET dashed that dream pretty quickly, but still a 7-0 followed up by a 7-1 is certainly going to make any of SSG's remaining opponents, all one of them, very fearful about going up against them on our final Playday coming up next week.
Oh, we're going for it. I love everything about this from SSG. We've got the Gara hook here from Bosco. Now, John, I want to teleport you back to, I do believe, stage 1. Do you remember this guy named Yard Dog, Yardy, Drip, Boolin, DBK?
Sure.
I don't know what he goes by nowadays. He's got so many monikers, it's hard to wrap your head around. But there was this roster called Beastcoast, and they did this like Gara hook thing this one time where they like flew through a hatch and then planted an open area. It'd be really weird if that happened again, but this time around it was this guy named Bosco.
And he's coming in through the basement. So. However, yeah, as our observer is now pointing out, we do have 2 hatches sitting right over here inside a small office in the main office area. So if his teammates get into position, this could be a very quick plant attempt from Bosco.
Oh, he's made it.
We will have to wait and see, though, because like I said, this very much relies. There's no way he's just gonna do this on his own. Oh, hold on, we got his teammates coming down.
Rampy. No, Rampy has to kill somebody.
The timing.
If Rampy kills somebody, this is going. Oh, Bosco's already in.
He's already
They're
up.
gonna kill Bosco.
Oh no, he missed the kill.
Oh no, that's what they needed right there. But it's still a 3 versus 3. Rampy's got nades out. They know where 2 of them are based off of the EE1D. Yeti's gonna take one down. The case is now in Yeti's hands, and he's gonna start the plants. I have no idea, John, but we still have to cast it, don't we? Yeti, he's gonna get off the plant to try and assist with the gunfights instead. Gonna pop another EE1D, force them to stand still. They'll know at least where I do believe Gomez is, but slowing down now. Rampy and the rest of SSG have been able to box XSET out of their own sight, and I do believe Yeti dropped down the hatch. So now they have to actually try and regather themselves to attempt a plant.
I think this is where SSG may have overplayed their hand, though. I'm not sure if they have good intel as to Gomez's position. Oh, they've got to be careful to cross in archives. And yeah, as you said, he's allowed to route back around. The flank fails, but Yeti is somehow allowed past the cross setup that XSET had back into the site. Plant's going to go down, though. They've secured it, and the timer is officially ticking against XSET's favor. They've got to work themselves back into it. At the moment, playing it together, both from Beeper's side as well. So once again, could be a very one-dimensional play, but he'll be forced out because of the Nitro cell, but it won't matter. Rampy, as well as Yeti, shut it down, and it's a second nearly flawless game from SSG. After 7-0ing their opponent yesterday, they 7-1 XSET here today. Beautifully done by SSG. Hasn't fully punched their ticket to the major just yet, but they're nearly there with a 97% qualification chance after this win.
Oh my, Space Station Gaming. But I gotta tell you, I gotta give this up to Hot and Cold and Yeti. This was the best game that we saw from Hot and Cold the entire stage so far. 10 kills for him, but backed up with some amazing pressure across the board from Space Station. XSET were sent for a whirlwind of Bank. They could not find their footing and were decimated because of it.
Beautiful, beautiful play from start to finish from SSG. Barely a mistake made along the way. And once again, Yeti, as you mentioned, they're showing us a highlight reel throughout. It seems like he is really meshing well with this team, especially considering how quickly he joined up with this team under the circumstances. A really good pickup from SSG, and once again showing that SSG just always seems to end up with the better rosters.
Yeah, with that stat line there's a really big opportunity for Yeti to end today as a top 3 player in the NAL, which, again, that is amazing, especially for how long Xander has been in the league and how long he's been playing Rainbow Six Siege professionally. You know, if nobody else is going to say it, I'll say it. I'm very proud of you, Xander. That's absolutely amazing, man, to keep that grind going on. But, guys, that's going to be it for the first game of the day. We really hope you enjoyed SSG versus XSET. We're going to be back later on with another game, but don't go anywhere. We got some gorgeous bastards on an analyst desk to break this game down.
Well, hello again. We're back here much quicker than I think any of us expected. It was a blazing fast 7-1 victory for Spacestation Gaming, and we have Yeti standing by in Las Vegas to chat with us. Yeti, congrats on the win. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Great.
Just staying real quick.
Staying hydrated. That's always a good thing. So here you are, stage 3, Spacestation Gaming. It feels like things are going better than ever. Like. How are you feeling right now? How's it been making that transition from Soniqs to Spacestation? Things going so well. Tell me what's life like in the day of Yeti now?
Honestly, well, first to answer your first part of your question, I feel great. I mean, we just got 16 points. I don't think there's been a team that's had that many points and didn't make a major. So fingers crossed. Safe to say, we've just about done that. But the day of life, man, being honest with you, I love it. I have a lot of freedom. I think I kind of lost out on Soniqs a little bit. I kind of got stuck playing rigorous roles where I didn't have a lot of freedom anymore. Coming to SSG, they really valued my voice and my opinion and my take on things, and they let me really kind of flourish as a player. And we're flourishing as a team, so it's a beautiful thing to see and be a part of.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you brought that up, Yeti, because I did want to dive in a little bit to that freedom that SSG has kind of given you as a player. You're the type of guy that likes to go out, make plays, just try stuff on defense, and we saw that a lot in this game. Can you talk about kind of the philosophy behind how you play on defense, and then how your teammates enable you to play in such the way that you do?
Well, getting away with a lot of stuff I do definitely helps. The team definitely helps at that. And then a big part is I'm not playing Malusi 99% of the time. I can put myself in these situations, but I have better guns, so I win more of my engagements. Before it's I'm just stuck on Malusi in the Finka meta, and I just do chip damage to overstimmed LMGs, and it was just really hard to do. So it's just I don't think my stats from last stage really reflect me at all as a player. I don't think that I've plateaued as a player. I'm just getting started.
Alrighty, and so this game in particular was probably one of the best defensive performances in that early round for SSG. Was there something you guys read particularly, or maybe didn't expect 6 straight window entries over and over again from XSET?
We didn't really. We had prep, obviously, but in that instance, we just played our game on defense for the most part. We like to say that we are the D because we're the best defensive team in NAL, so we are the D.
So you had a mission coming into this, obviously. When it came to trying to save SSG's season, you came from one system that had already made a major into this one. When this stage started, it was obviously a big hole to try and dig yourselves out of. But barring a couple of results today and then maybe your TSM game tomorrow, you've kind of accomplished that first step. What's it been like in that team environment to change 2 stages of not making competition to basically breaking that glass ceiling now?
For me, I love being a part of the underdog, chip on your shoulder kind of mentality, and all these guys have that. This is a team with a legendary background. They've won Invite. They've one of the most winningest teams in all of Rainbow Six history, and the way people were talking about them and the way they were getting treated inside the league was just kind of a slap to the face. And that was kind of, and me coming into that, I was I had my own reputation that I wanted to uphold, and then on top of that, I wanted to lift the team up, and we all wanted to lift the team up. And right now we're on this Invite miracle run. That's the only thing that matters, is making Invite through qualification via majors, and then doing well at the major. That's all we want to do. That's repeated 1,000 times a day. It seems that's just the main focus, the only thing that matters, and that's what we're trying to do, and that's what we're going to do.
Well, you're certainly on track to make it happen. Congrats on the win. Good luck with the game next week, and thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you guys so much. Have a great day.
You too. Yeti from Spacestation Gaming, and now in the last 2 days, Spacestation has lost a total of 1 round. That is incredible. Yeah. This team is on fire in a way that we have not seen a team be on fire in a while.
Yeah, no, this match was an absolute disaster for XSET. SSG making them look like they still had MVK and Prod on the roster. Really nice rounds coming through from Spacestation. And I think Yeti really was a big reason why they were able to make so many of those plays, right? He was able to kind of get aggressive, start things off on defense. They may have been able to kind of find him on a couple of different rounds, but he really did struggle to actually lose those fights. They couldn't find him at all.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me was we spent so much time talking about how much better the attacks were in the sold-out about defenses on the roam for XSET, and we got probably about half as many SSG attacks as I thought we were going to get. Thought we were going to maybe get like 4, maybe 5, but we only got 2. You know, it was a little bit of a speed run, so...
Look, man, that's just the best team on defense in the league. And I did give credit where credit was due. I figured XSET being 3rd best on attack in the league was actually going to mean something in this contest. They ran over XSET in this game. There was no chance. It started out fast, it was a 1-1, and then it was landslide after landslide. It wasn't even punishing one-dimensional attacks necessarily either, because this is a map that XSET usually do pretty well on. They 7-1'd Rogue earlier this year in that semifinal, and we thought there was a chance it might happen again. Came close, but no cigar.
At the same vein, though, there were some one-dimensional attacks I thought XSET really were uncharacteristically bringing out. There was one CEO round where they had 5 players on the single couple of windows over by Banana. Maybe some more pressure through Square or through the lobby or coming in through Stock. Anything else would have been able to help there, but unfortunately XSET just couldn't seem to piece that together other than that one win that they got in round 2.
Dude, and they've kind of shot themselves in the foot in terms of their own major qualification prospects now. They're down here still tied with DarkZero at 11 points, but DC still have a chance to get points today. XSET's already lost that ability to do it. And who do they play next week for their last opportunity to get points? DarkZero. So they're right in there, and neither one of them are currently in top 4 spots right now.
Well, let's dive into things a little bit more with XSET right now with our replays, because we've got a couple replays kind of put together in combination that talk about, how XSET is struggling a little bit to turn information into meaningful picks.
Absolutely, and I thought the droning was pretty strong from XSET to start things off. DS was doing a great job of finding players out. Watch Yeti on the roam, okay? He's down here inside of lobby. They're gonna have a drone on him with a drone from DS. They've got intel. Up above, there's the sledge, okay? Yaga should know exactly where he's at. Throws Guts and nade in hand, vaults over, and then just loses him, doesn't know where he went, and then Yeti gets not just 1, but 2 players after being on a drone for that whole time. It's ridiculous how much they struggled to pin him down, despite the fact that they knew where he was, they had that full information, and Yeti gets away with that not just once, but at least 2 separate occasions. This was round number 1, we see round 6 as well. Now he's ratting up inside of Stock. They will drone him once again. See the drone coming in from either Kino or Diaz, hard to say, but they catch him out in Stock. He manages to crawl out from the side of the table. Teammate opens the hatch, pre-fires the angle, and kills Yaga before jumping down. It's unfortunate that we saw the same kind of dance play out multiple times between Yaga and Yeti. Yaga never really able to pin him down.
There you go. Well, XSET certainly struggling a little bit, and we'll see if they can maybe pick it up against DarkZero. We saw Vivas getting a little bit heated during that attack time out there, no doubt. It's going to be an interesting ride back to the team house for that squad. They're all friends. They all like to work together. They've all got that talent. Can they put it together to maybe make the major last week? It's going to be tricky, but we have to move on. Our second map of the day is coming up. It's going to be Oxygen, coming off of a big win for them versus a tough opponent in DarkZero. We'll see who takes it here on NAL right after this.
Some dumb Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the pam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not the piece. You think king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm 7'15", kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin, I'm back in kitchens with the tray.
Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high to aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through dripping Aquafina. I'm 715, kept a weapon on me. Flow make bitches, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win in my I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't. It can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go. I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot. In the yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting with the old well, need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
We are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Doa, Jesse, Jacob, and CDAPS with you. Desk is usually not a hard word to say, but you know what? I'm just still recovering from Spacestation's epic run over the last couple of days. You know, again, 14 round won, 1 round loss. Pretty amazing stuff. We're moving on to a team that is 2-0 in the last 2 games versus a team that is 0-2 in their last 2 games. I'll give you a chance to guess which teams they are. Well, it might be harder than you expect to pick.
Well, Doa, Auction are currently in 9th, so surely they lost their last 2 games.
You would think that, but no. Oxygen come into this as the 2-0 team in their last 2 matches. DZ 0-2, losing both to Mirage and TSM. So this is going to be an interesting one. Oxygen on a little bit of a hot streak themselves.
I mean, we definitely had DZ painted as early favorites to re-emerge back into international competition, but given how they've played over the last couple of weeks, it's definitely slowed. They had their early start with Hyper, they had the early momentum when Skies came in and filled that position, and then teams suddenly started figuring them out more and more. And then OXG now suddenly have defeated a Soniqs squad that was almost a shoo-in to make the major, and it looks like DarkZero's chances also could be in a bit more danger than we thought.
Yeah, and with DZ as a whole, sure, we can say that, yeah, honeymoon phase with Skies, it might be over. However, they were playing against 2 top 4 teams. Mirage, they look dang good. TSM almost looks infallible. So you don't necessarily want to knock DZ that much for losing these games, but momentum is a very important aspect.
Definitely.
And DZ today not just playing to kind of keep their major hopes alive, but also SI on the line for them. They win.
This is the third time in a row you've said this about them.
And it's always wrong, but DZ, if they win this game, they make it to SI. If they win in regulation, they go to SI alongside XSET, who will also qualify.
Oh, all right. Well, a little pick-me-up for XSET after that stomping last game.
Okay, but
it's awkward, isn't it?
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
It's really awkward because XSET and DarkZero have the same amount of points in the standings right now, and they play each other next week.
Yeah.
So XSET technically don't want DarkZero to win this game because they want to go to the major, but even if they do win, they go to the invitationals, so pick your poison.
It's short-term, long-term.
6-1, half a dozen the other. But let's talk about Oxygen a little bit. This is another team that's, you know, they have a chance to get to SI. They have a good amount of points because of making both majors and all that. But, and of course, doing fairly well in stages 1 and 2. But I don't know, they can't make the major this time around. How much do you think they can salvage as far as at least coming away from stage 3 with a couple SI points?
I mean, I definitely think the potential for salvage is there now that we've seen them get 2 wins. There seems to be some kind of life where something is working because they got 2 straight Oregon dubs, and one of them was over a team that has been top 2 for basically this whole stage. But they still sit at 99% for SI. In spite of getting 6 points over the past 2 games, they're still in 9th place. They're still in a position where there are no SI points rewarded if that's where you finish. So the pressure is on them to not have to concern themselves with what teams place where at the major, or do they have enough points and have to worry about the qualifiers. They just need a little bit more to get to the biggest dance of the year, which is something that they've been touting as the thing they've been focusing over their own major dreams or whatever it might be. They're just trying to figure this team out enough to make sure that they've got that land on the horizon, even if it means they can't go to Sweden overall. But again, tall task, it's DarkZero.
Yeah, it almost feels like a godsend with how strong of a first start Oxygen had, that they have this nice buffer. They had the ability to make mistakes, kind of go through a revolutionary period, and right now we might be seeing them come out of the cocoon as beautiful butterflies in the last couple of weeks, but going forward as just continuing to try to pull momentum, you were saying that maybe they aren't going to be in the position that they have to be really rooting for other regions at the other major, and once again, being able to still be in control of their own destiny is a gigantic luxury for this team because the pressure isn't necessarily there from external sources. It's all internal with pride, and sometimes that can be the best motivator.
Yeah, they're not out of the woods yet. I mean, they've had some good games, right? Sweater's starting to find some impact on his role. Newer's looking very, very good. Right. They've had some bad kind of strides there too, right? They've only played 1 map, and it's Oregon, which is kind of a very known quantity, and I feel like there's almost 0 chance that DarkZero let it go back to Oregon here. So they're not out of the woods. OXG still have a lot to prove. They want to showcase that they are that team that they used to be in previous stages.
Exactly, and the team they'll have to do that against is, of course, DarkZero. Now, we caught up again with these players to get their feelings on sort of the stage, of course, but also kind of where things are going. It's things are on a knife's edge right now, so let's hear what they had to say.
I think we came into the stage a little cold, not working probably as hard as we should have, just not fully in it, not as motivated, all that. And then I think another thing that affected us a bit was map pool. We struggle a bit more with the best of 1 map pool.
We usually have slow starts, which did happen, but it's typically a comm issue.
Always been a bit slower starters. I think it's something that we've been trying to address as well and trying to fix that problem. So we've done some work on it, so if we can show that we'll come into our first map a bit hotter.
Skies, he fit in perfectly. Like, he's been playing even longer than Paul. He knows how the game works. He's played the role before, and it's pretty simple. He's been a great teammate. He actually has pretty good energy considering like we brought him out of retirement out of nowhere. It's been great. Seems like he wants it.
We're trying to do the best as we can with Alex. He's done really well. We're playing really good. Practice has just been refreshing. We're having a more like lighthearted outlook on the stage.
I'd say we have all the other roles set. Like, everyone's really good at their job. We have like good enough calling. We're clearly doing pretty good.
I think all we're missing is more time together. We're still off of like less than a week of practice pretty much. We have like maybe 6 days total of scrims. So the more reps we keep getting, I think we're just gonna keep getting better.
We're just gonna keep doing what we're doing. Like, we gotta make sure that we don't have any slow starts and really ready to go for these best of 1s.
I think we still have a legitimate shot at making the major and playing very well at the major. So I'd say that's our focus for now.
Well, high hopes, big expectations, but mixed results a little bit for DarkZero on the front of, doing well, making it to the major, getting to SI. Still a team that can absolutely do that, but they need a little bit more than what they've been able to show recently, at least.
Yeah, DarkZero, I mean, they are a team that I think have been had ups and downs throughout the stage. Currently a 43% attacking win rate. That's not going to cut it if you want to make the major. They're perhaps the slowest team in North America. Yesterday on Oregon, they really wanted to force these kind of dining side pushes, and even if they would technically win the roam clear, they'd waste so much time getting it done that they'd have to scramble and end up faltering in the late round. That kind of stallingness was really taking advantage of MRG as well, who just started swinging on them. DZ could not find an answer to all that aggression. And in the SSG game, they also showed signs of slowing down, not having the time when they got to that execute. So I want to see DZ maybe picking up the pace a little bit more here against a team like Oxygen. It'll be interesting to see how they play their defenses. They haven't really been getting aggressive and trying to make plays happen. So for DarkZero, maybe they can take that into account and move a little bit faster, but it really is on them to kind of bring up the pace in this match.
Yeah, the speed and tempo of DZ is very reliant on one singular man. It's the IGL Canadian, and it's not with how he's telling people to work. It's mainly been with his playmaking capabilities. He's the kind of guy that leads in front of everybody. He doesn't go and delegate and be like, hey, you do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this. He's gonna be the one just sprinting in. You better follow him up, leading by example. And when he isn't able to find those openings, find those gaps, and exploit weaknesses in defenses, that's where we really see DZ falter on their problem-solving capabilities.
Yeah, I don't want them to get too micromanagerial to a point where we ask, is DZ syndrome a thing again? Because that was always been their kryptonite. When we talk about slow teams, you usually historically think of DarkZero as being that kind of thing. But don't fall back on that same formula. They very clearly had something different in spite of having Skies come in to fill a different gap. Like Panbazoo said, it's a role he's played before. He's good with the team. He does seem as though he wants it. They still do have major contention options here, but they can't let a really out-of-nowhere wild-card obstacle like OXG slow them down.
Yep, that's right. A lot of it dependent on what map we're going to. We know DZ has been working at that. It's been a point of focus. So let's see what map we're going to for this match as the vetoes are in.
And I'm glad to see Oregon banned out. Again, this is what Oxygen won their last 2 games on. It's a very kind of known quantity of a map. It can be very simple, and I think it did allow them to kind of get away with some more, basic pushes and holds. So DZ want to make this a little bit more complicated. Villa also being taken out. It's a bad map for DZ, and when they lost to Oxygen just last stage, 7-3. Chalet then coming out as the next ban, or the final ban from OXG. We saw it for them against TSM, and it was a big map for DarkZero back in Charlotte. So we're left with 3.
Yeah, and one of the biggest ones you got to look at is that skyscraper that both of these teams haven't really been prone to banning. So it is a potential for a hook map on this ban phase of kind of a game of chicken is who's going to ban it and allow the other team to take control of the map phase. But it's still up right now. It's left to the 50-50. DZ definitely the team that has banned this map more, but in recent trends for Oxygen, they've really stepped back and put all the newer maps onto kind of back burners. I expected looking at this
You're
game.
kidding me.
I expected to see like a clubhouse or something with how these teams lined up, but DZ took that out, and the game of chicken kind of led to both teams butting foreheads, and we're going to skyscraper.
I don't really know what to say about this. DarkZero have permabanned Skyscraper this entire year. OXG have played it twice and their results haven't been that great. But DarkZero is going for a map that they haven't played, and they're not saving it for international competition. They're bringing it out in a game against a team that is not going to the major, and they have international aspirations on the line. They had to spend so many of those bans taking things off the board that OXG were probably better at, and then left one of their permabans up that I question if they've even prepped for it. In a 9-map pool, you gotta take some of these things off the board and just not worry about some maps if you're not focused on being a 9-map pool team. But are DarkZero actually able to do as well? I think the fact that they let Skyscraper get that deep is a huge mistake for them.
Well, it's either a huge flub, right? Or it's something that's calculated, something maybe that we don't know about. We'll have to wait and see, but certainly something to think about as we go towards our predictions. First, we have to ask Blue and Stokes, of course. The Skyscraper map coming through, kind of a shock, but does it affect your choices?
Probably not at the end of the day. I definitely think it's going to be a mess because of the map choice ultimately this game. I feel like both teams are going to be a little bit unprepared. Oxygen probably a little bit more prepared, but given the state that their team is in, I don't have confidence that they can take a win against a team that's usually as well rehearsed as DarkZero on a map that's as complicated as this. So with that in mind, I'm going to be going with DZ. However, keeping in mind the fact that OXG are still on that little bit of a rebound considering their victory versus the Soniqs yesterday. So I don't think that their chances are 0 in this case.
Stokes.
I'm down for a good Hell in a Cell, Doa. You know me. We're going to throw it to Oxygen because, well, it's going to be a monkey pit, and I'm happy to just be a part of it.
All right, one for Oxygen, one for DZ. You know, I think valid reasons on both sides, but only one can be correct. We'll see which caster made the better choice when the map begins. Let's catch up with you two in a moment. And now, our analysts. Well, I mean, Oxygen, obviously, coming into this one looking pretty hot. They've got nothing to lose. That makes them dangerous. Is it enough for any of you to pick Oxygen?
Yeah.
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 Really?
That's enough. I feel like there's enough slipping confidence in DarkZero right now that obviously is going to sway some people's opinions on it. I think if you cannot continuously prepare for this many maps at the exact same level time and time again. And I feel like in spite of incorporating Skies in very quickly, maybe that's something that they haven't had enough time to really continue to hone in on. I think OXG have enough of a bounce back factor. They looked good in both of those games in spite of one of them being against Beastcoast. I don't know, dude. Like, I think this is such a big, like a massive mistake from DarkZero. I don't have confidence right now.
I don't necessarily want to say that it's a mistake from DarkZero, but going through on this map phase, like you can split maps into two aspects. I'm going to quote my good friend Cookies R6 on this one. You've got the maps that are all nice and proper. He calls them fork and knife, you know, very proper. But Skyscraper is one of those maps that can definitely devolve. And I think with you kind of comparing Oxygen to Animals and saying that they're backed up in a corner, they've got nothing to lose, you almost can take that one step further and say, guess what? They also have everything to prove, and they're trying to prove to themselves. And as they're bouncing back, they've looked a lot better than this DZ team that has started to kind of rescind back. They have no pressure, and Oxygen can really almost solidify their 99%. They can make it like 99.62 chance to get to SI. And I think this is a massive opportunity for them.
Am I the only one here who trusts Mint? What's going on? This is DarkZero. They don't just go to maps because they feel like, or because they're getting outplayed in the map ban phase. Listen, DarkZero know what they're doing. They took a look at Oxygen, who the last two games have played on a very simple map and played kind of basic pushes and holds. They're going to a map that's far more complicated than that. It's an important game. They're bringing out a brand new map because it's such high stakes on this matchup. DZ know what they're doing. Skyscraper's going to be fine. I think they got this one.
I'm a little bit surprised that we do have two of our analysts and one of our casters going for Oxygen, just given what we've seen, right? I mean, but well, never mind. Forget my opinion. I only do majors finals calls myself. Let's see what the coin has to say. It's going to be Oxygen head. It's going to be Tails DZ. Oh, the coin says Tails. The coin goes with recent results as far as like, well, overall results, maybe not recent results. DZ either way is what the coin is going to pick. Now, what do the fans have to say? The fan vote over on Twitter is DarkZero with 69%.
They didn't know what the map was.
Leave. Sure.
Just saying.
Matters, it's not everything.
Just saying.
Maybe not. Let's see what our Twitter poll is as far as what other question we'll have to ponder going into this map. The question is, who can support his teammates better, Dream or Eclipse? All right. I mean, Dream is he's a fragging support.
He should have been
lately,
MVP
which I
NBA,
like.
man.
You know,
Like, that was
he's been
great.
more aggressive. I appreciate that. That'd be my guess. But either way, Eclipse solid too. That's going to do it for the pre-show here. Do not go anywhere. When we return, Skyscraper will be the map between Oxygen and DarkZero. We'll see who takes it in just a few.
I feel a black power.
Dollars coming, let me see it. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Ask for it, you receive. Stay up, counting all the way up. Count blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up, on track, now we going way up. Now we going way up, now we going on track, now we going way up. Now we going way up, now we going. Like glue,
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the NAL. It is time to get ready for our second matchup of the day. Already proven itself to be full of surprises, mainly in the form of the map pick. DarkZero going to what up until this point was a permaban, and also just overall not a great map given the record from OXG. So we don't really know what to expect out of this matchup, to be honest. That's probably why the predictions were so awry from what you folks at home may have picked for this one, just off of a blind pick. But we're going to have to wait and see, as indeed it is going to be on Skyscraper. Stokes, let's start breaking this one down.
I mean, you can't give us crap, man. They slapped a percentage next to our name and then told us to start picking things. Sometimes you have to throw it at the wall and hope that it sticks. And, well, that's what Oxygen's game plan has been for most of this stage, trying to see if they could slot Sweater into Laxing's positions and see if it would fly. But this bird definitely did not. And it's more like a clay pigeon. Immediately struck ground. But they've been able to build it back up in some semblance of the word and figure things out. Sweater looking pretty stellar yesterday in their matchup. So we're seeing if Oxygen can have a 2-0 week here in Stage 3.
Absolutely the case. We'll have to wait and see how that's all going to pan out, of course, for DarkZero, looking to try and prove themselves here. At the same time, there is a very important major qualification
there is.
on the line.
You want to reference my, talk about my shirt again over here?
So it applies to Spacestation.
Oh, you don't say.
Oh, I do say. Oh. As we said in game number 1, with Spacestation winning that match, they had a 97% chance of qualifying. The rest of that chance relies on the results from DarkZero coming out of this one. If they do not win this game in regulation, SSG qualifies.
Yes, indeed. See, that's why, John, I chose today to wear the Esports merch. I don't normally wear Esports merch, but when I do, I choose winners. And it just so happens to be Space Station. As you said, have a very good chance of going to the major, although it's all resting on the shoulders of Oxygen and claiming the win here over DarkZero. And honestly, it doesn't even have to be that. If they force DarkZero to overtime, the same situation happens. So we'll see how they go about it. The first band's through. Of course. And Monty is out the window.
Chat's getting crazy already. As we go through the rest of the bands here, Ace is going to be our secondary band as well. OXG's having some fun today in the chat as well.
Bro, Newers just started his credit journey. That guy is 18 years old.
Is he really?
Yeah. They probably gave him a credit card. They were like, this is $350, Newers.
I'll check in with you in 6 months.
Oh, man. I remember the first time I went to go buy a computer, and I got my first credit card, and they're like, yeah, this is going to be $500. And I was like,
I think that's what mine was, too.
Yeah, I was like, look, I need another $1,000 on top of that. Can we make this happen?
They were like, come back when you pay it off.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Shout out Nebraska Furniture Mart. But past that, though, we're through our band phase here, making quite a bit of sense, but we'll run through it anyways. Monty, very influential when it comes to Skyscraper, just because of the entry points via doors you have on these balconies.
Specifically for this take as well.
Yeah, for T especially here. Past that, Valkyrie, obviously, just info. She's always a fantastic pick. You have Nitro or Impacts as their secondary. She's just always very, very solid. Ace is a huge component of this map as well. You have ranged hard breach, and you're also making it to where your hard breacher has more firepower with that AK-12. And then lastly, but surely not least, we have Kaid. He's just really solid at locking up walls and really getting anything done that you need to in a very annoying manner as well. There's some definitely some slots around this map that you can patch things up from an unorthodox position and make it very difficult for DZ or whoever is trying to open the wall at that time and trying to get rid of that electro clock.
All right, so with all that out of the way, we got a few repicks. Actually, 4 out of 5 of the DarkZero members are going to end up repicking their operator here, so we end up with actually quite an interesting layout of them. The Sledge as well as the Zofia and Capital would be somewhat expected here, but then Canadian and Panba throwing the curveball in with the Ying being added, as well as that Gara hook on Panba. We'll have to wait and see how DarkZero tries to use this. Plenty of windows, plenty of outside access where we can see that Gara hook come into play, but it's all going to fall down to Panba in terms of how they decide to use it.
Well, I'm happy that we already made our Hell in a Cell reference for today, because this is definitely going to be high flying with the lineup that we have here. The Candelas, the Gara hook, and the Capital all tell you that they want to try and break everything down, bust up on those lines of sight, try and get this for us here. And we're seeing the adjustment here from Oxygen. Red alert for the defense. seemingly aware that there could be the potential for DarkZero to try and burst their way in through Geisha. Oh, that Nitro cell perfectly placed from Newers. It takes out Eclipse and hampers NJR.
Pamba just waiting for the signal now. He's had that Gara hook primed and ready to go for at least a minute straight now. There's second guesses on it, though, as Oxygen has come up with the hard counter pretty much immediately. Explosives going directly into the execute point. Pamba as well, second guessing on his entry. Once he finally activates the hook, it works out, but he's caught on an off flank by Dream. NJR tries to make up for it, but DarkZero losing far too many players too quickly inside of this play. NJR now the only one still standing in a 1v3. He's going to try to make a play towards the staircase, has the pre-fire angle, and Dream shoots it out too early. So NJR will strike true in its first battle, but he's got to win at least 2 more here to still close out the round. The good news is all this play from DarkZero was forced very early in the round, so NJR has virtually an infinite amount of time to play this out. As we can see, though, he's not necessarily going to take that liberty fully as he tries to proceed forward. Now moving in past the T room. Doesn't have good intel, as you can see here, just guessing on the angles, and ultimately doesn't expect the swing from Foxay to shut it down in the favor of OXG.
Well, already a pretty awkward round, I'd say, for DarkZero as everybody attempts to work their way in through Geisha double, and they get exploded for it. Nitro Cell immediately takes out one, seriously damages NJR. DarkZero try and retaliate by having an entry in through, I believe, the karaoke window with the Gara hook, but that even goes pretty awry. Pambazoo actually not finishing the Jaeger, took the initial gunfight, but didn't hit that last bullet, so he actually had to revisit the same angle to take him down, but that gave Oxygen enough time to finally move a player up inside of Drum to capture that cross and take him down. So it just made it toward DarkZero. Although they made such a grandiose play for Geisha, it didn't seriously work out for them in the end. They lost so many people on that entry, and it made it such an easy thing for Oxygen to break down at the end of the day.
So, taking a look at what Oxygen's going to deploy towards here in round number 2. Still keeping themselves nice and nicely positioned here on the second floor, but we obviously are going to see quite a few operator change-ups, a lot more utility mitigation coming into the fold this time. Fox are going to be sticking with the Bandit as well. We saw it on the previous round too, so it's going to be carried forward into this second one. Obviously, DarkZero will add some pretty dramatic change-ups to their own lineup as the Gambit play off the Gara hook utility just does not work, so they have to go to a much more normal lineup here. NJR falling back now onto the Dokkaebi, of course, to play into the Intel Skies. Still going to be using the Candelas for entry support, of course, and aside from that, the usual expectation of utility for any general attacking lineup on this map.
I love the initial look that we're getting here from Oxygen's defensive setup. They've pressured things over to the west end to make it to where DarkZero does clear from here later on. It's going to take them some time, and they have to deal with some bogeys in the space, so DarkZero will have to make sure to get a read on that before stepping too far forward. But as to be expected, they are occupying the eastern balcony of Skyscraper at the current moment, attempting to figure out what their next move is going to be. There is no secondary EMPs on this team, at least oh, there it is on NJR.
Yeah,
I was just saying, I was like, I just looked over this thing, but either way, NJR still has one more in his pocket. It was a little confusing there, especially for DarkZero. I was like, this is not something they would ever overlook, but either way, first one's going to go awry, and that means that they're going to lose one of Eclipse's exothermic charges. The good news is, though, is that one of these panels is soft, and that's going to allow Zofia to pop the left-hand side of the office.
And they do still have the opening into one of the 2 sites now, but obviously the mirror window being a direct counter against that is going to make it difficult for DarkZero to try and justify a play through that angle. We'll need a secondary point of entry for these guys to be able to really feel confident in moving forward past that point. So we'll see a bit of delay as they try to work towards that.
Well, a little bit of a false prophet there for DarkZero as they think that they get an easy entry point, but the cake was a lie. Canadian is able to move in down low, some frag grenades up top, but obviously not able to find too much yet. Another one, and this could deliver, but it's actually going to be onto the stairwell there, and obviously a hard wall up top will prevent anything happening to Eclipse. Canadian was trying to prevent anybody from bandit tricking that single panel there. He would have gotten a free kill for that and prevented it all in one foul swoop. DarkZero finally gotten a single panel open here, but DarkZero have so much to do here, John. Oxygen are breaking up so many different angles here. This is going to allow the back line, if that's what you want to call wall kind of towards the middle of the building there for Oxygen to be able to assist and shutting down this clear from DZ. It's Candela's in. Sky's going to get the first one and the second one as well. A beautiful entry here from the front office. Sweater will finally retaliate and take down Skies. Canadian's got some serious injuries, but he's still propelling himself forward. It'll be Newers to strike next. Somehow a 2 versus 3, make it a 1 versus 3 in favor of DZ. As they work their way in from their entry points, Sweater going to be the last remaining soul for Oxygen. He's inside of Dragon trying to adopt these angles, but DarkZero have done a bang-up job of shutting down a lot of these doors. Canadian will lie in wait, pick up the first round for DZ.
So DarkZero definitely having to work, especially to get that wall towards the top of the staircase open, but once they are able to swing that angle open, it seems like they're able to execute without too much of an issue. Just troublesome working past the pesky utility setup more than anything that Oxygen had set up, but once they had cleared that, the actual frags seemed to come their way pretty naturally, so DZ is able to exchange that first lost round out, bring us up to a 1-1 scoreline. We are going to go into the same defense as well from Oxygen, so DarkZero will get another chance to find success in the same avenue potentially.
You really have to give the backbone of that play over to Skies, because without him on that entry there, you really don't have anything to go off of. It was exemplary. He gets the first one there off the Candela strike and able to follow up with another big kill onto the side. That opens up so much area for DarkZero to work with. A lot of room to breathe. Not really a claustrophobic thing for them past that moment, because you have to worry about not only Skies, who's barreling in through that front desk, but also you have to worry about everybody else coming in through, the other breach on the other end, hopping in through, the back hallway over here to the eastern side. There's just so many different entry points for DZ at that moment and not enough Oxygen bodies to manage them all at once. So that's where that tide or, more of that tsunami-esque style of play can really work its way in, in those key moments. So for DZ, looking to see if they can pull ahead for the very first time here after they tied up in round 2. They're not going to shift around too much. Canadian still stuck to the nook, so seeing if he can sneak around and get some free frags.
Newer's going to see if there's any run-out opportunity to be presented inside of this first 30-second period as well. More than likely won't be met with a whole lot, though. As you can see, DarkZero, for the most part, has avoided that portion of the map in their spawn pick. They're going to work their way up into pretty much the same position as the last round to try and quickly open things up on the top of the main stairs here. Be able to get that pivotal access point into the site. You can already see as well, going for the explosive underneath, so we can't have the same shenanigans going on with the bandit tricking the Fox it was deploying towards in the previous round. He'll still keep Overwatch on that, of course, and even aside from that, too, still has a little bit of room to potentially sneak the batteries down, especially if DZ does not have a player position directly underneath of that spot.
Yes, indeed. And the more things change, Blue, the more they stay the same. That's what they say, and that's what's going to happen here with Oxygen's setup. So the soft panel on the western side of this office wall. They'll end up popping that again, just like the last round. And just like last round, we have the mirror in the same exact place to try and counter out that exact play. DarkZero going to push in, you guessed it, Canadian downstairs to try and get these frag grenades delivered to Oxygen and prevent them from countering out these walls. Canadian's going to take some heat. It looks like they've got some nice angles up top to try and slow down his progression. Oh, that was it right there. Vertical, get it up with the follow shot. Finally, Canadian will go down, and this is going to be where DarkZero run into a lot of issues after losing Canadian.
Panba patiently waiting for the next swing to come out from that shotgun player around the corner. Vertical still positioned on that staircase. Still going to be a massive slowdown to any of the plans from DZ here. So we'll continue to wait for that opportunity to show, and Panba apparently finds it very quickly, continues to find opportunities as well. A second kill is now picked up against Sweater, turning around the disadvantage the DarkZero was facing just a few moments prior and turning it into their own instead. Now with the +1 player advantage in DarkZero's court at a 4v3. Sky's also working on a crunch from the other side of the building too, so Oxygen may have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew in trying to go for the second defensive attempt on this site. It seems like once again DarkZero is slowly figuring out their setup and looking for the counters, but the double nitro over the top of the drum from Dream sinks it perfectly to take out both the clips as well as one additional member, Panba, falling down to once again flip the advantage, this time back in Oxygen's hands.
I'm so interested on how Pambazu got that advantage and then DZ flips it completely to the other side of the map. This is just such an unfortunate circumstance for them, John. They get that entire advantage, but they don't do anything with it. Basically, what we just saw is that DarkZero gets those big 2 kills, right? And then they reset the situation. That's what just happened. Yep. They move back across and make it to where Oxygen can just deal with them on a different front instead. They basically pressured the eastern front and were like, nah, we can't take the city. We must win on the western front.
This is actually a pretty big mistake from Oxygen too. And now that we're seeing these kills on replay, these were all through the floorboard that had been open next to that wall that was holding up.
That might have been it, because that's what I was waiting for, is a little bit of you know, some more info coming our way to see exactly how that happened. That's probably why DarkZero didn't have anybody in place to actually take advantage of that situation, and they were more than likely already going to pressure that side of the building. That was probably the call.
The Skies was already in position.
Yeah, exactly. So they just followed through instead. You can't try and have everybody immediately rotate back when they're already committed to that portion of the map. So, like I was saying, that's just super unfortunate for DarkZero that doesn't work out.
Yep. Definitely thought for sure that Pam had gotten the kills actually progressing against Vertical's position on the staircase. I think we both thought that actually.
I thought he was playing the single panel and they just decided to peek him. Yep. I was like, all right, Oxygen.
Thought he'd been able to work his way all the way into the site and they had a lot more control, but obviously Siege can be that very complicated game from time to time. It's not always as it appears in the kill feed, so we got a little bit flustered there. All good though, as Oxygen still hold up a good defense, even with that disadvantage considered. They're able to bring things back after that nice double Nitro Cell play and control the round.
Funny enough, they actually did a study recently on what the smartest gamers were, John, and what games they played. Do you want to know what games they played?
Oh, please don't say it.
I
know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen this same study.
Minecraft, first of all.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wait.
Minecraft was one of them.
Weren't Siege players in the top 2 or top 3 though?
Yeah, in the top 3. I believe it was the second or the first.
I thought that was the point you were leaning into. It was like Siege players are so smart.
Yeah, Siege. Siege players are very smart, John.
You've inflated some egos.
At Stokes on Twitter. Follow me. I'll inflate your ego as much as you want.
Well, let's see how Oxygen can try to inflate the round count a little bit here as we are going back to a site that they have previously controlled. It's back in a T room. Obviously, it was a pretty close affair. DarkZero trying to go for a bit of an interesting strategy on that first attempt to take control. This one's looking like it's going to fall much more in the realm of normality, just looking at the operator count. But even then, we're going to see them struggle to make first impact here. Noor is able to strike, taking out the sledge played by Canadian, giving Oxygen the opening advantage on this site yet again.
I'm not too worried for DarkZero, even looking at the situation that we're being presented right now. Not on a round-to-round basis, but just on a game basis overall. They're on the offensive side of Skyscraper. This has always been hard-fought for every team that's had to visit this. The only team that I can never really think about when it comes to good offenses for Astralis, or for, rather, Skyscraper is Astralis. But Vertical going to be able to take down another one there in the meantime. And so far, it's been easy pickings for the Oxygen squad. Guys, was that a flip side charm? I don't know if that was a flip side charm or not. He's got a green charm on there.
Wait till he zooms out.
Pretty sick if it was.
Catch up with it.
Pretty cool if you did. Newer's going to take down Skies. This has just been, oh my god.
Yeah, this is over, unfortunately.
DarkZero cannot buy a kill, man. Oh, I thought Eclipse was dead to the world there, too. I thought Oxygen was just going to swing to the high heavens.
Unless we see something absolutely crazy from Eclipse here, this round is pretty much done and dusted. Should expect a 3-1 lead on the scoreboard in just a moment to show up for the Oxygen roster. We'll wait and see, of course, what Eclipse can potentially give us. But once more, DarkZero just losing far too much in the early round roam clear. Not even really going to have a hope of making a legitimate contest attempt on the site here. So Eclipse just hoping for the best inside of a 1v5 clutch. Not a single point of damage done to any of the members of Oxygen as well here. Really just padding for time more than anything here as he's holding the angle, hopefully giving Canadian a little bit of time to correct some of the problems he may have noticed in this round and the ones prior.
Well, lots of pre-firing, but it's not going to prompt Sweater to do a dang thing. He has not moved from this exact positioning inside of T for probably 40 seconds. Eclipse now at the top of the stairwell, but it'd be Newers to finally shut him down. A flawless one for Oxygen.
So with Oxygen now in seemingly full control of this matchup, what do we see from DarkZero? Do they call the pause here? Do they take a step back, try to figure out what's going wrong? Do they move forward?
See a TO?
Oh, there we go. Yeah. See,
Yeah.
we're good like that. So we're going to see DarkZero call for a timeout. It is time for the coach to give some input here, especially now that we've gone fully around back to the same site we started off on as well and seen similar issues transpiring for DarkZero that was present on the other site also. So there's definitely something that's seen that needs to be corrected. It needs to be corrected quickly as Oxygen is running away with this game right now at a 3-1 scoreline.
Past anything statistic or strategical for DarkZero, I think the number one thing I'm noticing right now is Mint's mustache and just how fantastic it looks. I mean, he looks like he's supposed to be a head coach, right? Does he not look like he's supposed to be walking around with a clipboard just being like, yeah, you did your stuff. Good job, boy.
Get him a bar for some suits from Joe Bro.
Hey, he does. Yeah, he definitely needs to take on the style. I do love the hoodie, though, for sure. I've especially loved DarkZero's pink and black colorway for this October, so.
Absolutely the case. Well, we are going to hop out of that pause and back into the game where once again we are going to test the mettle of Oxygen. They will finally have to extend beyond the bounds of the second floor as well, because of course we've seen them lock down both the other side of the second floor and the tea room as we just saw in the previous rounds. And now we've got to head downstairs just below the tea room here in the barbecue. We're going to try to hold on to a tertiary site before being able to unlock office on the other side of the second floor on the next round.
Oh, right
a 50-50 poll.
But, you know, it might be a 50-50 poll, but one of these things is not like the other. I'll let you figure that one out. Yeah, Club's not having too hot of a game right now, but obviously his fate can change. Still a lot of game left. And also, if you guys didn't know the probabilities that we're going on currently, DZ with a regulation win has a 42% chance to still go to the major, but some interesting factoids about this matchup as well if you didn't know and are just joining us. If Oxygen ends up winning this match or taking it to overtime, SSG are going to Sweden.
Basically, if Oxygen wins 3 more rounds, that's it.
Yep. Yeah, actually, legitimately. That's it. It's only going to take 3 rounds. And 3 rounds might seem like a pretty short time in Siege, but it's probably going to seem like a lifetime for DarkZero.
Yeah, definitely expecting DarkZero to bounce back at some point here. Be very unlike them to just kind of bow down over this next series of rounds. And maybe we see something out of them in the second half. But we'll have to wait and see, of course. Coming off the attack pause, expecting quite a bit to change for DZ. Even on the operator lineup side, we have seen a few things dispatched from normality. Still keeping the Ying in play. That's been a consistent thing pretty much since the beginning of the game. But now we're going to see Canadian bring out a bold choice. And so will Panba, as we're going to go with the Ashe and Twitch combo for those 2 players.
Yeah, we are taking the sneaky chains off of this entire beast. They have went full-on gunfight mode with this lineup. Twitch, Ashe, Ying, Zofia, and Sledge. Those are all amazing rifles in their own right. So, looks like DZ are ready for war. We'll see if Oxygen can set up a solid line of defense as DarkZero will be gracing the battlefield from the eastern front and working their way across. There's not too much going on when it comes to the drum and, not statuary, but we haven't played this in a little bit. So it's the dragon statue and then it's a little thingy up here. Yeah. But there's no shield here, and there usually is on this sign for the shrine. That's what it's called, John, a shrine. So not having that shield, DZ are going to be able to push themselves even farther forward. That's usually what we end up seeing on a defense around this area, but obviously Oxygen aren't on this top floor. They're downstairs instead, so it makes a lot more sense to draw back a lot of your resources and try and play it a little bit closer to the chest.
Dream taking up a pivotal position right next to the bulk of DarkZero's push here. Very much in a make-or-break play spot now. He is supported as well, both on a top and bottom perspective. You can obviously see the alibi being played out down below Sweater. Has his bottom flank covered, and at least one teammate is going to be watching things up on top too. So good setup here coming in from Oxygen, and it pays off. Newers obviously going to be able to strike first here, taking down Skies. Will actually prompt the complete fallback from Dream, just leaving that wall kind of pre-plastered. Oh, Panba though, sneaking down, hearing the shotgun. Sweater just caught in the open, but Dream ready for the exchange, trades him back out. And Foxay also grabbing a clip, leaving just Canadian in the fight now. But 2 players down all of a sudden. NJR, excuse me, is also still in this for DZ as well. So it'll be evened out into a 2v2 as DarkZero gets some control back after a chaotic start to the fight.
Vertical's going to jump down black stairs and try and reassess the situation with Newers. Canadians discovered one of the players, though, and that's going to be solid info to continue on. And it'll be able to get rid of some cover here and create a new hole inside of Kitchen. An easy cross for him here. Plan's going to be up to NJR. With minimal time, NJR has got to get here. Back into the hole now, but oh, the top cover here from Vertical. Do they know he's upstairs? He's gotten the kill. Oh,
so
he sneaks
sneaky
away with this. That was gorgeous from Vertical. If you guys remember, he actually jumped down the black stairs earlier on there to try and come back and help Newers on that lower floor. So for him to rotate back upstairs and play that from the Vertical position, that's a much, much better position for him to just be playing in general, given these circumstances. It starts to get really, really low time. He's that last little red button that Oxygen has to smack and stop DarkZero from gathering that round, and it goes off successfully. Not a single person on DZ aware of Vertical's positioning. He's able to pick up a round because of it.
DarkZero about to replicate the success we saw from Space Station in their most recent matchup just 1 game ago, with a potential 5-1.5 about to be shown on the scoreboard here against DarkZero of all teams. The revenge tour for Oxygen is well and alive as we started it yesterday, taking down the Soniqs, already the #1 #1 team in the league. Now DarkZero potentially about to fall to them as well if they don't change up their attitude over these next few rounds.
And my friend, they have 0 timeouts. There is no way to slow down this catapulting race car from Oxygen, which in the strangest manner of all time, Oxygen go from looking like they don't know how to walk to just fully sprinting. It's like somebody learned how to speedrun QWOP in one day. It's the craziest thing ever. So I'm very, very happy for them, though. But you have to be feeling for DarkZero in this situation, especially for Skies. I mean, Skies has done so much this stage for them, coming in at the latter half and showing just how great a player he is for what could potentially be his last go-around.
To be fair as well, on Oxygen's side of things, we did expect them to turn things around at some point. I just don't think we expected it to happen so quickly, almost like overnight. We just went from one play week to another, and all of a sudden they had really woken up on us here. As we knew that the roles were potentially part of that problem, and maybe just the comfortability of players in those roles. It seems like that may have very well been the case, as Oxygen seeming much more confident this week alone, and that's been a trend even coming off of last week's games also, when they finally picked up their first victory last Wednesday, if memory serves me correctly.
Yep, Laxian was the heartbeat of Oxygen, so to not have him, they had to create an entirely different monster with Sweater and the rest of the team trying to figure out exactly what could be done, and it seems like they've struck gold, at least for right now. Obviously, it's still going to take some time and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get them prepared for SI, but as of right now, they are at least looking like a serviceable squad, and that's something to start with. So for Oxygen, trying to claim this half in 5-1 fashion. DarkZero been able to break up some of the flooring here, or rather Oxygen, in order to support some angles downstairs. Speaking of angles, Vertical will be able to take down Canadian, who's gotten picked apart twice in a row now by Vert.
DarkZero continuing to struggle here at the outset of the final round of their attacking side. At least they'll have a little bit of relief in being able to switch back over to that defensive side and maybe control a little bit more of the game pace and game state overall when they move to that side. Newers with a big chance to show his stuff right here because he has the breach in front of him and the mirror window to support it, but he is going to have to watch both sides of this approach, obviously with the barricade still being behind him. DarkZero could decide to pressure both at once and overwhelm him, as it does not necessarily have a whole lot of trade support inside of that specific position. DarkZero, though, once again, seem like they're a little bit unsure about how to proceed with this one, trying to figure out the best option, and more importantly, trying to open up another flank from down below. Vertical, ready for that engagement against Panda, though it takes him down and continues to show the struggles that DarkZero have had on their entry, specifically for Panda there.
Yeah, this is the Vertical that we expect to see. You give him a position, and he'll take a country mile away from your opponents. A triple kill for Vertical, and DarkZero cannot hold a candle to Oxygen. They've snuffed out the offense. Skies, the lone member of DZ, will finally be dusted, and Oxygen have a 5-1 half on Skyscraper.
It's DarkZero, all teams as well. This continues to surprise, even with the results from yesterday versus the Soniqs as well. It just doesn't feel real as of yet, but Oxygen, it really seems like they are back, and back with a vengeance. Cannot change up their fate for the major, but they can certainly play spoiler, and that's what they're about to do. With one more round, they will send SSG to the major.
Man, truly incredible stuff. I did not see this coming, honestly.
I thought it was going to be close.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be close. I feel like you and I keep just reading through the same script. I thought it was going to be this. I thought it was going to be that. But no, it's always different. This entire year of 2022 has been like the biggest curveball for Rainbow Six Siege that I have ever experienced. You know, I think past that, a lot of these teams, like even I was talking to Kino earlier today, to be successful for a super long period of time in Rainbow Six Siege is almost damn near impossible. It is so hard given how much Siege you have to play, and not only that, but the determination it takes in order to accomplish just playing that amount of time, let alone going out and defeating your opponent every single opportunity that you get. So for a lot of these teams, the burnout is real, and towards the tail end of the year, we're really starting to see it gather up a pretty big storm for some of these teams that have had some pretty successful results earlier on.
So let's see here if Oxygen can get it done. One more round standing between them and potential, well, for SSG at least, qualification going into the major, and for DarkZero as well, their chances continuing to shrink by potentially losing what could have been a regulation victory on this map. If not, it needs to be 6 rounds in a row. This entire half needs to be perfect from DarkZero to still close it out and keep very good odds that they as well make it to the major. As you can see at the top there, they're currently number 6 in the league with a 4-2 record, not including this game, of course.
Frag grenade out, Geisha wall now open. It'll be Dream on a lone mission on the south balcony, occupying that breach for the moment. Oxygen won't be pushing too far ahead, though, past that. They've already got some control on the downward floor, so looks like they'll be mostly focusing on seeing where they can try and find themselves a pick. So many bodies down low. Really want to see how Oxygen's going to go about this. Are we going to go through this via the stairwells? Are we going to try and reassess and go out towards the balconies? So many different ways that they can go about this, but the big interesting part of this is the fact that Vertical is on Osa, so you really expect to be occupying a window or something along those lines. Yeah, Sweater even gets tagged up there. Pambazu actually having the advantageous position, but Pamba still losing it.
So once again, the struggles on first duels for DarkZero continues. Pamba drop another first fight there, giving it over to Sweater at very low HP. Skies making up a big difference, though, with a sudden peek over by the balcony doorway just outside of the site. That drops the case from Vertical as well, and is on top of that, eliminates the OSA, which was a critical piece of execute utility that Oxygen was planning on using to get into this site.
So many angles created through the flooring upstairs. NJR will take down Dream, who is trying to sneak into Geisha and influence Canadian, but it's ill-advised, and he'll go down because of it. Foxay will get tagged up literally from the smoke grenade as it smacks him in the face, but it'll only be minimal damage at the end of the day. He's gotten control of the case. It is a 3 versus 4, but Oxygen have got to have a solid entry in order to find a home for this case.
Unsure if it was the Gemini or not that moved forward, but I thought we saw Nurs head into T-Room just a second ago. More than likely it could have ended up being the Gemini, though, but yeah, it looks like it was indeed the case. We don't see that silhouette on the inside anymore. Foxay continuing to try and justify this swing. There is an opponent around the corner, but smart moves from Foxay to back away from this one. There's a shotgun on the other end of that duel, and even under pressure, Eclipse still able to pick it up, but pretty medium range for that shotgun also. Foxay falls, and another snipe out from Eclipse as well. There's a little bit of chip damage basically to finish that last player off, but still nicely played here as DZ on the rebound, at least to start the second half off. That'll bring the scoreline to 2-5. Still a long way to go, though, for DZ to really bring this back.
Into the shotguns, Jamaican, baby. Buckshot, 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 as he takes them all down at range. Eclipse, some nice shots there. DarkZero able to get something going on defense so far. It's going to be hard fought. As you said, if they make any errors on this half, everything goes out the window for them for the most part, and SSG already has one of the slots for North America, which means that their chances of going are even more slim.
Time for DarkZero to show us what they have on a new site, of course, as we'll send them just to the other end. We're going with the same rotation that Oxygen went with. That is how most teams are proceeding on this map, at least in North America at this point. We do still tend to see plays on this map be pretty rare inside of NA. We don't get to see it all that often. When we do, this is generally the way that things are proceeding. And of course, because we have the mirror left in, that's also going to be quite a quintessential piece of utility for holding on to this site. Eclipse will immediately be picking that up. We'll also see the same bandit play that Foxay primarily was deploying towards when Oxygen was on the defense in the previous half.
We have Skyscraper being played a singular time in the entirety of Stage 3 minus this matchup, and it was defender-sided at a 58% defensive win rate. Now, the funny thing about this is that not a single person won offense exhibition. Nobody did. So that's a new stat, actually, here, as Oxygen was able to win that, I do believe, once or twice. I do believe it was once. So we at least got some new statistics there for Skyscraper. But as I was saying, the defensive end, usually the favorable side. Nitrocell out for Canadian, but yes, very far. Ended up flying out into the yard. Got a good arm on him, let me tell you. Eclipse is going to end up taking a little bit of damage, but he's able to get back to one of the Kona stations and heal right back up.
Obviously, this is going to be the benefit of those Kona stations. Gives your roaming team a lot more aggressive potential here, just because if things go wrong, they take a little bit of chip damage that knocks about a third of their HP. They can just go and get it right back and reactivate those very same aggressive tendencies. OXG definitely being wary of this, really more so because the utility for this operator, aside from the Claymores, is not going to be that great. We will see Sweater placing a few of those down on the outskirts of the usual hop-out windows. Aside from that, we'll group up with the rest of the team. Nurs, though, just executing Eclipse just when he felt the confidence to go for a little bit of a swing as well. Thankfully, Canadian restores the balance for DZ by also knocking out Sweater on the Zoph.
very impressed with how much headway Oxygen have made. We've seen a lot of teams really struggle to get past the halfway mark of the map.
That's unfortunate.
Oxygen have been breaking this down so easily. Able to get quite a few kills in the process as well. They're not even forcing DZ back to the site. They're killing them, John. It's a calling for anyone in pink and black in this current moment. This guy's going to be trying to do his damnedest to play around this dragon statue, but for Oxygen, looks like we're going to be reaching a dull moment just for some time. They want to try and re-drone, reassess, and see where their attempted entry point will be. Some exothermics will go down to create a larger hole for them to try and traverse through. Pambazoo's going to take some fodder here in from the statue side. The Skies is still covering. Are they going to be aware that he's around here? Oh, some crucial shots to wide,
pressure.
and he's going to go down. Dream wins it out against Pambazoo, and John, that's it right there. Space Station Gaming, a squad that was just on the cusp of success for the entirety of 2022, is finally going to a major.
First team to be locked in for the major. A big congratulations to Space Station. Obviously, Astralis and that we'll have full confirmation on that from a relevant admin at a little bit of a later point in the day, but I don't imagine there'll be too much of a delay on that. Big congrats once again going over towards Space Station, as they should indeed now be the first team to be qualified for the major.
And they
on the day we announced it, too, as well. So, like, hey, that works out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the coolest thing about that as well is that, you know, it's also in... It's also in a pretty good light as well because of, you know, Oxygen obviously having a pretty rough stage, able to bounce back and find a really big game up against DarkZero. If you guys remember, our good friend Jesse J. Chick on the desk actually had some really good insight on this game, and he said that DarkZero know exactly what they're doing. They're going to take them to this map, and they're going to win. So, you know, I think that Jesse's right. Totally, I'm not even joking. I definitely do think that DarkZero do know what they're doing when it comes to their map bans and everything. They have some immense talent across the board, not even on the roster, also in their coaching staff that are, I mean, just siege royalty. So, you know, pretty unfortunate circumstances, I think, have befallen DarkZero. I don't think that they thought that Oxygen were in such amazing spot for a map like this.
Yeah, I definitely think a lot of teams were kind of under-reading Oxygen a little bit this week.
What if this was just like their first map that they invested any time into as a team, and they're like, oh yeah, totally, we'll go to Skyscraper.
They're just pocketing it until now.
All for this one crucial moment to dash DarkZero's hopes.
Just to ruin DarkZero's day. Well, we'll see if they can recover it at all here. Like we said, it is a dire straight moment for DZ now. They need 4 rounds in a row. That doesn't necessarily guarantee them anything huge out of this matchup. That just gets them the 1 point from the overtime loss at least. If they want anything real to try and push themselves a bit closer towards major contention, they will want to bring themselves fully back, try to win it in OT. But even then, that's only going to be 2 points out of this matchup here. Oxygen just needs to win 1 of the next 4 rounds, and they will get the full 3 instead. So wait and see, of course, but looking strong for Oxygen to potentially close this one down and surprise the folks at home yet again.
DarkZero are seriously hoping that Oxygen are a little more bullheadish. Trying to hold those aggressive angles initially, but Skies will be forced back. We'll add some more kunai to the situation as well. That Oxygen will be forced to clear. Luckily enough, they have quite a bit of utility that can accomplish that quite handedly. So NJR going to continue to add Wamai discs to try and defend his deployable shield as DarkZero attempt to slow down Oxygen's entry. Pambazoo going to be playing on Terrace as well. Oxygen been slowly walking them back. The first big engagement does go NJR's way, but it's quickly refragged by Newers.
Newers seems to be always there for the refrags. He's been really on top of his game in that, specifically for this half and the 2 to 3 rounds we've played out there so far. Beautifully done. Just wanted to give him a little bit of a commendation really quickly there, but away from that, things are going to go quiet after that first volley of frags between both teams. Canadian as well, gonna get caught. Saw Newers on the outside, so another accolade going Newers' way here as he's able to hunt down a second player. Good possibility for a third, and there it is! As we saw the silhouette sitting on top of him. Must have had some great intel off of that drone cam we went here too, as it works out to strike a third time here. Skies finally responding for DZ as he takes down Vertical. So the round not done just yet. DZ can absolutely win this in a 2v3.
Oh, Eclipse, some crucial shots not landing, and Dream takes him down. Dream with the opportunity for 2, but it's Newers with a quad kill. 15 kills, I do believe, and 4 deaths for Newers. I just like to remind you guys, Oxygen have had a rough stage, and this man was smoking some pack when it came to this matchup. And not only that, John, he's still inside of the top 10 for players in the entirety of the NAL. Past this, he's probably in the top 5 now. And again, that's with the track record that Oxygen have had this stage. An amazing game for him. It's actually 14-4, folks. Also, Sweater with a little bit of smack talk there at the end of the game. Troy Comedian said in the chat. Oh, John, do you find that quite comical?
Oh, it's funny. It's funny. They're talking loud now after they've had a good week, but they still have one more game to go. Oxygen, like we have mentioned multiple times, unfortunate as we're seeing this rebound far too late into the season. They are not going to be able to qualify for the major no matter what they do and no matter how good these games are, but they are showing us the potential that this team is going to have now heading into the postseason and heading into potentially 2023's SIs. OXG still more than likely locked in for that as of this point.
Yeah, I mean, some incredible stuff happening in this stage. I think a lot of it not really known at the very beginning. This is one that was quite unpredictable in a year that seemed unpredictable. Walking into this last stage, a lot of us putting quite a bit of merit in the likes of Astralis, XSET, a lot of these younger guns, and it seems like, well, it's finally a reckoning that's happening here in NA. TSM and SSG on top, and wait a minute, is that Soniqs also in tow? Some crazy stuff happening here in the NAL.
Absolutely the case. There's still been new showings as well from teams like Mirage having a fantastic performance so far at this stage, looking to improve on that. But this match, ladies and gentlemen, has come to a close. So we're going to throw it to a quick break. When we do come back, we're going to have your analysis team ready to break this game down and get you ready for the rest of the action here today at the NAL.
And just like that, as you can see, Spacestation Gaming has qualified for the major after that Oxygen win that made the standings as such that they are our first team from North America qualified to the major in Jönköping. I was getting ready to say the Swedish city name and it messed up everything else.
It's a hard
It
name.
doesn't matter, thanks. We're back here. The hosts who shall remain nameless, Jesse, Jacob, and none other than CDAPS.
Decaps.
At the desk, Decaps, of course. Otherwise known as Decaps. And over in Vegas, we have Newers waiting to chat with us a little bit about that Oxygen win over their opponents. And guess what, Newers? How you doing?
What up? I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. So tell me about kind of the vibe on the team after being disqualified from being able to make the major, obviously looking ahead to SI. Did that unlock anything? Did that take away any pressure and kind of help Oxygen find this sort of like new groove that you seem to have fallen into as a team?
Not really, because we're still playing for like NAL finals, which we still need to win out so we can go. But regardless, I feel like the problem still would have been the same even with the old roster. So I feel like it just took what we did in Berlin. We had a bunch of negative, just like bad habits, and then we translated it to the beginning of the stage, and then we really our coaches really put a foot down and just locked us in, and then we had to role change everything, and now we've been good. We're playing really well.
Newers, you had two really tough opponents this week. You had Soniqs yesterday, obviously, DarkZero today. You beat them both. What percentage of the practice this week was focused in on like understanding your opponents, getting ready for what they're going to do, versus kind of reforming the lineup, the role changes, making sure that you guys were kind of all in sync on that front?
Yeah, that's a good question. We really didn't care how other teams would play because we knew we already had our own problems. Like, we would play scrims in practice and just walk around and kill everybody, and then when we translated to game day, we have no team play, no adaptability in that sense. And we had like a mental note of what we could do. We just walked around and killed people. So it took us like 2 weeks of a good practice and just being very consistent. And yeah, it's been paying off.
Alrighty, as some people may or may not know, you did play with Sweater at the same time in the T3 Journeys. What sort of improvements have we seen with your duo-ship now that we see the roles lining up as both of you guys are really kind of in your homecoming period?
Oh, that's my boy. I can't lie. I love Sweater, but I'm glad we're both on the entry. It's been doing very well, and I feel like Vert plays the Lurk role way better than Sweater would have. Not dissing Sweater, but he's a really good entry, and that's where he deserves to be played.
Okay, so you know it's DarkZero. You're already aware of what their ban tendencies look like. What was your reaction to them letting Skyscraper get so far in the pool that you had the option to play it? How the heck did that even happen?
Honestly, they thought that we would take them theme park 100%. I would not put a doubt in my mind because we first banned Sky almost every time we play. So hold on. When they left those two maps up, we have nothing to lose at this point. Literally nothing to lose. And we're like, we've been practicing Sky recently, and we're like, we're going Sky. That's it. We just felt very confident. And I knew they're a very Counter-Strike heavy team, and that they would watch our 80 theme park VODs and just try to pinpoint what we do. But Sky, they have nothing. We changed everything since Charlotte. So.
Well, there you go. All right. Well, you got the win today. Another starting that's 3 in a row for Oxygen now. That has to feel good as you get ready for the SI prep theoretically down the road. But thanks for taking time today to chat with us a little bit about that match. And good luck with the final game next week.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
All right, Newers from Team Oxygen getting the win. Like I just mentioned, that's 3 wins in a row now for Oxygen. Whatever issues they had been having seem to have been ironed out a lot. But how much do you think it's that versus how much do you think it is just DarkZero not being ready for that map pick?
I mean, I think this really did kind of prove to me that OXG, are really back into it. Because the last 2 maps, the fact they were playing on Oregon, it did feel like, well, maybe this is just kind of a one-map trick type of thing, right? They're comfortable on one map. Can they convert that to other, to other battlegrounds? And even though DarkZero didn't look fully prepared for this matchup, it was impressive the way the Oxygen were playing. We saw some really strong positions on defense from Vertical. Thought he had a really great first half there. And then Newers really cleaning up on that second half. 14-4, bounced up heavily throughout those last couple of rounds, playing on the Yana, getting a ton of kills late in that game. So really impressive stuff from Oxygen. I wasn't 100% convinced coming into today that they were kind of that team that we've known them to be in the past, but I'm sold now. I think OXG will be just fine.
Yeah, and it really makes sense to see Newers pop off as soon as we got to the attacking side. With how entry dependent we can see Skyscraper go. And even with Sweater being bottom of the scoreboard, almost all of those deaths, especially on the attacking side, were just immediately traded with him and Newers walking hand in hand, being a duo. That was kind of Sweater putting his body on the line for the team. This is team over matter, and it definitely worked out today.
God, DarkZero, what were you thinking? That is the story of this game for me. As well as we can talk about OXG playing this game, this is woefully underprepared for a team that very clearly, even if they've been saving stuff behind the scenes for Skyscraper by banning it this whole year, was not prepared to face an OXG team that still maybe had one or two wildcard factors by them needing to figure some things out. So even if you're trying to counter-strat a team like OXG, they're still in their rebuilding phase. They're still looking for their own identity. And if you combine that with a map that you don't have any experience on this entire year, you've never played it in live competition in spite of 3 straight NAL stages and going to a major, I think it's a massive oversight that you allowed this to get that deep. And I think Newers hit the nail on the head. They don't have anything to lose. They're like, screw it, let's give it a shot. We have some practice on it. It is the easiest thing in the world to take your opponent to a map that they may not be all that prepped for. I'm sorry, DarkZero, I didn't have confidence in you going into that map, and I now don't have any confidence you're actually going to make Sweden.
That is the kind of the crazy potential conclusion of this, is that DarkZero put themselves in a very difficult spot to make it to the major. It'd be wild if they didn't. But let's take a look at some of the replays that kind of help create that scenario. We're going to look specifically at the contributions that Vertical made in this series. We talked about Newers a lot, but Vert was there doing some work as well.
Yeah, 3 times we saw Auction defending on the exhibition bomb site, and I thought Vertical was an incredibly important player for them on every single round. He just played these office stairs so well, and Canadian was always on the receiving end of it. You see with the shotgun there, and there were a couple of trade backs that we saw from him. This is a different site, of course, playing up above in the clutch. Also a great movement. But what I really loved was how consistently he was able to stop Canadian from having an impact down below there. Either getting the kill onto him, or at least, you know, maybe getting the kill, getting traded. Sometimes 2 if Pambazoo also fell after him. This is him in the corner. Once again, top right, there he is. Always managing to find these frags, so consistent. And this is such an important position. This is, you know, being down there is how you get that single panel open. It's how you get into the office. It's how you actually make a pinch play work on this bomb site. So the impact Vertical was having in that position was incredibly powerful from Auction. I think he deserves a lot of credit for why they were so successful in that first half.
Yep, that's right. Vertical and the rest of Oxygen putting it together. I still can't believe it. 3 in a row now, actually. That's going to be interesting to see what they can do with their last game of the stage next week. But for now, we're going to take a bit of a break and get ready for our 3rd series of the day. It should be a good one as well. It's going to be Soniqs taking on Astralis. Soniqs, of course, trying to bounce back. Astralis trying to prove that they are still a team to be reckoned with here in NAL. We'll see if they can prove that in just a few.
can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I might rent the Lambo and go drive it like it's stolen. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me a notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I was sipping more for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubble still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bad face. Now he's got a LB on the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I bow to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you.
We have returned here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doey, here with Jesse, Jacob, CDAPS, and guess what? We're going into our third match of the day. It's going to be Soniqs versus Astralis, and this is going to be an interesting one for a lot of reasons. Obviously, there's lots of major implications on the line, all that kind of stuff. We'll get into that at some point, but Soniqs coming off of a loss versus Oxygen, one of the recent Oxygen rebound victims, and Astralis the opposite, coming off of a big win, 7-3 over XSET. Teams perhaps in awkward trajectories, opposite trajectories. I'm curious who's going to win this one.
It'll be tough. I think for Soniqs, obviously, they've looked like the better team recently, but Astralis have a 2-0 heads-to-head record over SQ, and they've been looking a lot better over the last couple of matches. So there's definitely potential for a bit of an upset here. You take a look at the major probabilities and odds and such.
Right.
And it's going to be a lot of potentials here. There's a lot of different scenarios. So I'll break them down now. Yep. You've got your odds, and the simple ones here are Soniqs very likely qualified in the major. They just need to not lose in regulation, and they will be locked in with any overtime or win from them. If Astralis win in regulation, we have nobody else or nobody qualifying at all. And actually, we can have TSM qualify as well if Soniqs win anyway. If Soniqs win in regulation or in overtime, Soniqs or TSM will be confirmed for the major as well. We will also be locking Astralis out of the major if Astralis gets 0 points in this match. So if it's the regulation win, we've got 3 different results. If it's overtime win for Soniqs, 2 results. Overtime loss for Soniqs, 1 result. And if it's regulation loss, we've found 0 information out.
You got all that? There's going to be a test at the end, so make sure you're taking notes.
If you are a TSM fan, you're actually Soniqs' biggest fan right now,
Yes.
because before they even play any games today, if Soniqs get a win, regulation or overtime, that also guarantees that they make it all the way. Because what that does is it creates an impossible separation, and there's no way that TSM can get knocked out of the top 4, which would mean Soniqs, TSM, Spacestation all go to the next major, and that 4th spot is the one currently being held by Mirage.
All I know is that, I mean, you talked so much about all these possibilities, but one thing stuck in my mind is if we hit 6 points today for Soniqs, even if the game's not over, we're going to hear like a bunch of champagne bottles just popping in multiple different areas. Because that's the kind of chaos. That's the fun way that multiple teams can come in, even in theory in an overtime loss.
Well, let's talk about Soniqs and the way they have sort of done the opposite and controlled the chaos that was coming into Stage 3 as an organization that had kind of underperformed compared to what we saw Soniqs do last year. They made some roster changes. Things have been going well, and now they just have to get over that last stretch, and they got to bounce back from that awkward loss yesterday.
Yeah, I think you take a look at those games that they played before this, right? They've played back-to-back-to-back on Oregon. Played a lot of Oregon so far this stage. And I think you take a look at the difference between kind of those first two, which they won pretty easily, and then yesterday's match, which they did end up losing. It felt like, honestly, Rexon and Grixer just had a bit of a better time in those earlier games, right? They were playing against Beastcoast and Parabellum, and those two players are just not going to lose to anybody on those squads, right? Like, I love Eska, but he's not beating Grixer in a gunfight. Sweater did. And that's kind of the difference that we saw from Soniqs when you play on a map like Oregon. It really does come down to the simple gunfights. It comes down to kind of repetitive results that you typically see from the attacking teams. So it comes down to those little moments, and it just wasn't as easy for Soniqs to consistently win those when they played a more frag-heavy opponent like OXG.
Yeah, I think OXG did a real number on Grixer specifically. I think he was the one that had the worst performance yesterday, and we looked at, like, I think maybe like round 8 or something, and we were like, man, Grixer is having a really tough time getting started. It's because he got counterbanned. He got Nook and Azami taken off the board, and those are the things that he would primarily use to move around a map as seamlessly as possible. Not an option in that game from yesterday, which means that might be the trap card, so to speak, if it turns out that Astralis want to do something similar with it. But it's also very map dependent. I think you have 3 straight maps like that, and you're not going to win all of them consecutively. We saw Parabellum try doing that 3 straight times on Border, lost the last one. Same thing with Soniqs on Oregon, so you can mix up your pool a little bit more here because all you need is one dub, no matter how you get it 2 points, and you've made it to Sweden again.
Yeah, and probably the strongest aspect of this new Soniqs roster has been those fraggers with their consistency. But surprisingly, yesterday it seems like they both had an off game at the very same time. And if you want to go off of more of a safe bet, you'll say, yeah, no, they're probably not going to choke once again, and it'll be the Soniqs comeback, especially with all that extra pressure on their shoulders. That's really going to try to make them shine.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, we got Astralis, a team that were able to get the win yesterday over XSET. Kind of shocking, but then, you know, seeing XSET get kind of bodied today, too, maybe that's just the trend. We'll see if Astralis can repeat the performance against another strong squad like the Soniqs. Iconic even getting the MVP yesterday.
It was very impressive from Iconic. I mean, Astralis have had kind of 3 struggling players so far this stage, and then there's been Iconic and Forest, and those two have really been kind of the stars that have pulled them through a lot of their wins. And they didn't beat XSET yesterday by letting one of their sleeping players go crazy. We still saw kind of mid results from those players. Iconic and Forest were the only positive players against for Astralis yesterday. But Iconic was comfortable. The rest of the team was playing fine. They were enabling him. He was getting him into those power positions. And if that's the structure that works for Astralis, I think that's fine. You can have Iconic popping off and then Forrest being there to have his big games as well. As long as they are comfortable, as long as they're consistent, that can work. It's just a matter of Astralis nailing that down consistently for them to actually be that top team that we expect from them.
Yeah, the rest of Astralis was actually going for kind of the unsung hero aspect of the game. They were the teammates getting the bomb down and getting those strong post-plant positions for Astralis that really let people like Forrest and Iconic thrive, as well as on the defensive side, the utility game and all of the kind of misdirection here and there was all set up to just kind of roll out a red carpet for Iconic and Forest, where they just really popped off. Once again, popping off is that beautiful cloak from Forest.
Yeah.
He is the Emperor.
Mwah.
Special powers, according to Iconic yesterday, the magic cloak grants you. Today it's Forest trying to imbue himself with
he looks cozy.
The arcane strength that comes with it.
What, you think Palpatine didn't have a cozy cloak if he's wearing it all the time? I certainly think it looks like that.
I can't argue with that.
Sure, maybe he was hiding his deformities, but
something like that. I mean, hey, I do think Astralis can definitely unleash Force Lightning in this game. It's one of those things where they've actually had an interesting relationship with this stage. 2 games lost, 2 games won, 2 games lost. Now they've won their first game of this week, so it stands to reason that they're actually going to come out and take the dub in this one. The only thing is the quality of opponents that they've faced and the teams that they've struggled against is all over the place. They've had, you know, bad games against some teams, they've decimated others, and then you come into a situation where the Soniqs are one of those squads that have done so good over the course of this year, but Astralis' record against teams that are within the top 4 still isn't as high as they would like it to be, and it's not maybe enough to tilt a lot of people's confidence. I'm curious if Twitter ends up thinking that maybe they don't actually have the edge in this game. It's just a weird place for Astralis to be put into. They're not out of major contention just yet, but even if they got a full 3 points today, they don't crack into top 4, so it's going to be a long, hard road, and they just need to focus on themselves.
If Forrest wears that cloak for the entire match, I'm going to be like his biggest fan. I'm just saying that right now.
I mean, he's warming up in it.
Win or lose, if he wears it for the entire time, it's pretty baller.
Somehow, I wonder if it's against the rules, but I also kind of...
How could that be against the rules?
So shot.
Something about like there's a cloak, there's like a hidden headphone or something. You don't want to like mess with the technicalities of it, but still, cloak is...
Larch has already patted him down. It's okay.
I started going through security.
Well, we're going to go find out what map we're going to now and see if the cloak is any help there. We can surmise that, I guess, as we check out how the vetoes shake down.
Yes, a wise man once said there's 3 things that are kind of constant in life. You've got death, taxes, and a Soniqs banning Cafe first, but it seems like the third point is not correct because right now Cafe is still up on the board and it's going a lot deeper into the ban phase than you would expect. The Villa and theme park bans from Soniqs once again make sense and everything's just kind of going according to plan. There's slight overlap, one map in particular that we would kind of expect this game to go towards.
Yeah, the fact that it's still in basically gives Astralis all the control here. They can count on Soniqs banning that. It's been their perma ban since they merged with United February 25th, 2021. They will not be playing this map here, and we're actually going to see Astralis give up that control, ban the Cafe themselves, saying to SQ, we don't want any curveballs, we want you to be predictable. You can take us to either of the maps here, Border and Sky, and we will be happy with that. That's a bold statement to come in from Astralis, but it does keep it kind of safe.
Wow.
We go back to Skyscraper instead. Unfortunately, they can't play on Border. I think if Astralis weren't banning Cafe, Border would have been where they wanted to go because they just beat XSET. They've been very good at that map, undefeated domestically at the very least. But it's Skyscraper instead, which we saw a really great game on from Soniqs just in the first week of the stage against SSG.
Yeah, that SSG game obviously gives a bit of recency bias to Soniqs playing it, but when Astralis and Soniqs played this back in stage 1, if you remember that game, it was a slaughter. That was back when when SQ didn't understand the way that the new maps are supposed to work plus attacker repick, but they are far more accustomed to exactly how that works these days. For them, they still have not played it nearly that much this stage, only twice, and Astralis have played it 4 times and they've won it 3 of those times. So looks like it favors Astralis a little bit on paper, but you just got to remember the team that Soniqs have turned into this stage.
It's a different era for sure. That's right. And something to think about as we figure out what our predictions are going to be coming into our third map of the day. First, we're going to ask our casters. It's Pengu and Intero waiting to let us know what they think. How's it going, gentlemen? Who do you think is going to win this one?
Good morning. I don't know who to go with on this one.
It's still morning.
It's morning somewhere.
Did you Parker, did you just wake up?
Yeah, it's Esports morning.
Morning for Parker.
Esports morning goes to like 3 p.m. You're fine. You're fine.
I had my hair all done nicely, and then I went to put the headset on, and then like this part just like caught it. So this is what we look like today.
Oh boy.
I look like a peacock. You gotta let me fly.
It's like Chewbacca wants his wig back, man.
You look like you just got shocked, like static.
All right.
Okay. Leave the poor man alone. All right.
I mean, you see the results of today. I am shocked.
True.
True. I think we all are. Do you think we're gonna see anything shocking in this one?
Personally, I think that given the way that Soniqs played yesterday, this one of 2 things is going to happen. Number one, that it's going to be a further slide for them, or they're going to come back with a vengeance and absolutely demolish Astralis. And frankly, I don't really know where to go, so I'm actually going to go with whatever the coin goes with today.
Really? All right.
Let the coin decide for me.
I mean, well, let me flip it right now then. We'll shake
I was
things
going to
up
say,
again.
I'll take whatever the coin doesn't take in that case.
Okay, we'll flip the coin first then.
All right.
Do it up first.
You're both.
We'll get the camera back on me for a second. We'll get it back to our casters in a moment. It's going to be heads, Soniqs. It's going to be tails, Astralis. We've never done this before.
Which one do I get?
Coin says heads. Coin says Soniqs. There you go.
I go Soniqs.
So I go Astralis.
Go Astralis.
Just like that. Okay.
That's how it is.
All right. Well,
So easy.
the coin essentially deciding 3 picks, I suppose, this time. And it's got to be right with one of them anyway. It's only 2 choices. But thanks to our casters for not really choosing. All right. Well, we'll get back to you guys in a moment.
Not choosing is a choice.
Thanks.
Why can't I have their job? Why can't it be as easy for us?
Well, because they call the games. We just have to, we analyze, or we don't. I don't do it. You do it. So analyze away. What's your pick? Unrelated to the coin result.
I hate that freaking coin. I mean, Soniqs still present, I think, the greater challenge overall. I think Astralis, for their own part, had a really good game yesterday that definitely ups the confidence department a little bit, but The map also wasn't really enough to sway it in their favor. I think it was like Soniqs really did kind of have the last word about where they wanted to go to. And if they essentially picked Sky and they played it so well against a Spacestation team that is now major bound, I think I'll still take Soniqs here.
Yeah, I'm going to agree. I'm going to go Soniqs as well, but for a slightly different reason. What we saw out of the strengths of Astralis yesterday came off the back of their attacks and getting those momentum against an XSET team that we've seen struggling on the defensive side. But as last time we saw on Skyscraper from Soniqs, they are actually a lot stronger on their defensive side. That I think is just not a good matchup overall and is going to lead to a Soniqs victory.
I don't know. I think the way that we've seen the games go out has been historically that the team that has something on the line will consistently fail to qualify.
You're not kidding.
I'm going Astralis. I think that
Wow.
AST, they pull out the upset here against Soniqs. Soniqs have everything on the line. They can qualify for the majors today. They can even lock TSM in, so they probably won't.
I mean, you know how it works, though. As soon as you flip sides, as soon as
This
you
is where
start
they're
to
gonna
think
get
that
me.
way, yeah, exactly. That's when Soniqs win it. Well, let's see what the fan vote says. I would imagine it's probably going the Soniqs direction.
Probably.
And it did, indeed. All right, well, there you go. That's all our votes. No coin to flip. We already flipped it. So 5 for Soniqs, 2 for Astralis. We will see who takes it. We also will see what our fan poll is here. It is, who's more capable of winning 1vX clutches, Geo or Forrest?
I can answer that.
Use a clutch god.
Statistics.
We don't care about statistics. This is opinion.
1vX.
This is feelings here that we're asking you to consider, to dig deep down and think about when you go at R6 Esports NA on Twitter and vote for it.
Hold on.
Still don't have it?
Still
Just trying
scrolling.
to give you time.
Geo has not won any clutches.
Oh, well, there you go.
So far, Forrest has more.
Maybe today is the day. Who knows? We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be Soniqs versus Astralis here on the Rainbow Six NAL. Should be a ton of fun. See you in a few.
This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we could tell.
Bring around the rosy, pockets full like OD. I can move just how I move, cause don't nobody know me. Low key, still do more numbers than your fate. You can hate, but you can't say that I've been missing any place. Any fool, what it do? Moving quick, bust it move, steps ahead, cause I'm out working while you trying to catch a snooze. Keep it smooth. Not concerned with other dudes or what they do. Keep it true, I kick the truth. I'm not here so I could lose. Yeah. How'd you like it back? Tell the bank, tell her on us. Put in overtime so I do what I wanna. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Okay, okay. Hey. Alright, yeah. Okay, okay. Hey. Yeah. Full court press, none stress when I'm working. Full court press, none less than 100. Full court press, straight flex, close the curtain. Full court press to the top from the surface. Yeah, and I stay humble. Hit me for a feature, don't you come with no petty numbers. Talking about some leverage, but you been had plenty from us. Fed you for the low so I could double when the any coming. You can't take a penny from us. Full court press, Bobby Knight with my attitude. You wouldn't understand, so I can't be mad at you. You ever had to roll coins to get to the next week? Working for the 10, had to rush to the 10 and 2. What you know about that? And that made me a better man. Now it's backstage business to shake your hands. I don't do this for Instagram. This is real life for real. My real life for real. For real. So I do what yeah. Alright. Yeah. Okay, okay. Hey. Alright. Yeah. Okay, okay. Hey. Yeah. Full court press, none stress when I'm working. Full court press, none less than 100. Full court press, straight flex, close the curtain. Full court press to the top from the surface.
Too
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for our third matchup of the day. It's been a brisk day so far. Very, very quick. We've been flying through these matches just as we flew through them yesterday. Will today's match of Soniqs versus Astralis be as quick? Yes or no?
Yes.
There you go. Thank you.
Yes. I think so.
He's a two-time world champion. Back-to-back world champion. He's never wrong.
Oh, don't say
This
that.
will be a fast match. Actually, you're quite often wrong. Let's just, can we bring up his percentages of how often he gets the
I don't think they have them ready.
correct
They're not ready. I don't think they have them.
Is it not ready?
No, they don't have them.
Hold on a second. I'm getting, they said they're not ready.
Thank God. Yeah, I think I'm sub 50% at this point.
You're 49%, I think.
Yeah, and you're above. You're like 51, 53, I think. Oh, actually, it's worse.
46.
It's worse.
They shouldn't have shown it.
I'm not the worst person, though.
I can't believe they did this.
That's the thing.
Just to dunk on
Jesse's still worse than
Just to dunk on you.
me. Way worse. There's a whole, like, 8% between us.
We are all being beaten by Jacob.
Well, I mean...
It's physically hurt to say that.
We're also being beat by the fan vote. They know more than we do.
Yeah, well, the
They're not
fans
even
are
paid to do it. They do it for free. Does that make us replaceable?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep. It's just like just like those really horrific AI generated images.
Wait, they're
One
not
day-
horrible always?
They're always awful.
No, there's some... I saw a good
They're
one.
Always awful.
I'm going to show you a good one I saw.
Yeah, they're always awful. How about this? Pay real artists. There we go. There's a thought. But anyway, eventually there will be AI casting, and it's gonna be. Have you ever seen those things where they like train a robot?
Yeah.
They like make a robot read like 1,000 pages of like a manuscript or something like that, and then like have them write a play.
Yeah.
And it's always like close enough to reality, but also just incomprehensible. They're gonna do that with our job, and it's gonna be just like this AI broadcaster who sounds like Joe Buck, but he's not gonna speak properly, so it's just gonna be like weird broken sentences.
Okay.
As it's AI generated casting.
That honestly might be the future. I mean...
We're all just going to be eventually replaced by robots.
I guess we are. Damn. I mean,
think about it. You, with the cheating epidemic that is in every single game, we're already being replaced by robots.
I mean,
you play any video game on the
Even chess has that
yeah,
issue
even
right
chess.
now.
You play any video game on the planet right now, and you're getting beat by robots already. So that's fun. We're going to Skyscraper, by the way, for our third matchup of the day. The Susquehanna Soniqs. No longer Susquehanna, just the Soniqs. Soniqs Esports, as they call themselves now. Going up against Astralis. No longer Disrupt Gaming. So things change.
Things do change.
Things change.
We also haven't seen Skyscraper almost at all in stage 3 of any NAL until now, basically. So things do indeed change towards the later half.
That was such a non-answer. You're like, we almost haven't seen it.
Okay, I was gonna say we
almost now.
haven't, but then I was like, I feel like we've seen it once.
Played once.
Yeah. Okay.
Played one time, and I'm 99% certain that we casted it. By the way,
we did cast it. We did cast it.
Yeah. Now I'm looking.
See that's why I was gonna say we haven't seen it, but then
Day
I was
one.
like,
and guess who played it? Soniqs did.
Really?
They beat Spacestation 7-5. Played it number one. Played it number one.
Oh, you're right.
Yes, we
No, you're right.
You know what we did?
What did we do?
We casted that one.
Yeah, I know we did that.
we
Yeah.
we casted that.
I know we cast that one.
Operator bans are in. Ying and Osa not available as the two attackers. That means that Nook is free and clear to be used, which is a bit odd.
And so is Monty, which Geo off the bat will just hover over. And Monty's an operator that was banned in that previous matchup of DarkZero and OXG, who just played Skyscraper as well. And Monty's really brought for just a single bomb set attack, which is that karaoke defense, because it makes the bomb set a little bit more easier to attack, if you will. Osa, similar fashion, you can get that cover with those talent shields. Ying is an operator that most teams they can bring for that cheese factor, the smokes, the candelas, etc., the flashbangs. One operator that does get brought out a fair bit on Skyscraper but isn't banned as often is Mira, which Forrest has chosen to bring as well. And this Mira right here can oversee the entirety of the bomb set and the outside exterior wall and that balcony there. So that's going to apply a little bit more pressure once you get close to the building on the initial entry points, as the attack inside of Soniqs will have to do.
If we look at the statistics of that single play day of Skyscraper, stats, graphs, percentages.
Yes.
It is a defender-sided map based on the single time it's been played here in the North American League. The defense won 58% of the rounds. Tea and Karaoke was played 5 times. The defense won it 3 of those 5 times.
Okay.
Kitchen Barbecue was played 5 times. The defense won it 4 of those 5 times. Office Exhibition was played twice. The defense won it 0% of the time. The master bedroom bomb site was not played at all. Will that change? First bit of action, we'll see some active bandit tricking, and they are not able to contain J90 in this position. One of the things that have allowed bandits across the globe to trick better is that now you can attach multiple batteries to the wall. It used to be before that you'd either have to shoot the battery or pick it up and put it back down. Now you can just put 2 on the same wall.
Yeah, another small addition to that is that you have less grenades on the attack and lineup. Only 2 right now from the side of Soniqs. Last time we saw Skyscraper being played, there was much more grenades available.
No! This was exactly what we saw yesterday, by the way, in that matchup of Beastcoast versus Spacestation that you and I actually casted. And who was it that said it? I was either in an exit interview or was seen on Twitter, or it might have even been you or somebody on the desk said it. Basically, at a pro level, you should not be able to successfully bandit trick. Period.
I said that, yeah.
Did you say that?
I said that, yeah,
take
on the
credit for it.
cast.
Take
I
credit
take
for
credit
it.
for
Take
it.
credit for it.
And I stand by it, because again, if you just EMP the wall like Soniqs just did and you don't even check for the bandit trick, you will get bandit tricked. And when I say it shouldn't happen at this level of play, it's because you should be checking for those things, throwing out grenades, doing verticality. You have Rexen on Sophia, you have 2 grenades on Kansen, yet you get bandit tricked twice on the same wall. Not good enough.
Now there have to be another plan in for the Soniqs as they've been taken out by a bit of utility. First kill goes to Astralis, answered back very quickly, effectively a trade. Astralis waiting, softening up the Yana now. DP Fire still in drum, holding court, lined up. Down goes Gunner. Astralis is stopping this SQ team in its tracks. DP Fire still has the angle. Grixer is no match for him. That leaves what little was left of Kansen and what little is left of Geo to deal with this bomb site of Office Exhibition, which again had not been won in the only time we've seen it so far by the defenders right now. In a 4v2 with 35 seconds left. Utility still perfectly set up by Astralis.
Yep.
Looks extremely unlikely for the Soniqs to put this one into the winners column for them on attack.
Well, there's a single point of HP for both members as well, and a Mariner staring down their hallway. There's just no real way in for Geo or Kansen in this round, and you can drone all you want, but there is no way you have any foothold here to gain.
There's a flash that'll go through, eating ADSs, shuttle pops up. Kansen only had a tiny bit of HP. Geo will fall the same to a bullet or 2. Just prolonging the inevitable at this point. 5 seconds left to go. Does he decide to stay alive? Do it for the stats. Woo! And he does indeed. Do it for the stats. Astralis wins the round as time runs out and Geo is not able to put anything together.
It's still weird for me to see Geo on Soniqs. I'm always thinking, oh, we're watching TSM because Geo's here. But no. This is actually Soniqs that we're watching instead, because changes happen during between stages. They scramble it up, you know. Skies is back on DarkZero. Wow, crazy things happening right now.
Yeah, I wonder who else could have been on DarkZero.
You wonder, huh?
I wonder who else could have potentially been brought in. I wonder who it could be.
I mean, Laxing said he was offered a spot.
I mean,
so I guess Laxing's the other person.
I heard that the criteria was a world champion, so they got one.
Oh, yeah. It almost happened, you know? It almost happened.
Well, they did get a world champion. Skies won the. Skies is a world champion. Okay. I'd like to remind all of you here that there's only one, because I don't know what's happened with the actual world championships, but they are probably not going to be this year. We haven't heard anything about them. I know they were. So I mean, I was like, part of me is actually like, what happens when there's a world championship and then SI is also the world champions? Because
yeah.
Who's going to say what? Like, we already have enough players winning majors calling themselves world champions, and it's like, no, that's not correct. But anyway.
So you have World Cup champions.
World Cup champions.
Which sounds
I think you'd have to say.
Yeah.
But you want to say like world champions. Either way, you are only a world champion if you have won the 6th Invitational. It is that simple. You win anything else, that's a hell of an accomplishment. Congratulations, you're still not a world champ. And because Skies and Laxing were on that team, along with Bosco, at the 6th Invitational that won Elevate.
Yep.
On console.
Yep.
Doesn't matter if it's on console
on
or not.
Xbox.
They are still world champions. You can't take that away. Sky's a world champion.
That's a good point.
Thank you. I try to make good points.
I would vote for you, Parker. I'm just going to tell you that.
Thank you.
Your statements are very great and very accurate.
I will be commissioner.
You'll be commissioner.
Of Rainbow Six.
Okay.
There we go. And I will, if you tweet that you're a world champion after winning a major, then I ban you for a year. That's how it works. And I take your championship away from you. Either way. First round was good for Astralis. Don't let the thing at the top tell you that it's a 5v4. It is not. It is 5v5. Everybody's still upright. The main issue for the Soniqs last time around was coordination. They could not get rid of the bandit batteries on the wall.
Okay.
Well, they can get rid of J90. Rexon literally gets droned in, goes in, and with a great amount of precision takes him down. But DP Fire has the answer back. There's another player from Soniqs not too far off. Rexon was not all on his own. DP Fire sees the ace. Where's he going to go, though? So many angles, so many targets, so little time.
Arguably the hardest thing right now on Skyscraper is to get that initial entry foothold on the attacking side. We just saw DarkZero struggle with that exact same thing, and this repel right now from Gio, it does do some work. It finds Shuttle in the feet and the toes. It's a free kill for him. But again, map presence is very vague for the attacking side, and they still have to make their way into the windows and these doors.
Forest down below, all well spread out. It's barbecue kitchen defense. Teams right now just holding steady. That's a nice pick for Kansan as DP Fire was looking for information, playing to die upstairs over by Karaoke. Down goes Forest as well, and Kansan from the same position. Slaughter's iconic. Soniqs win the round.
Yeah, and it really is a matter of how much does Astralis want to fight for this space right now, because they could have fallen off that upstairs hold and, you know, either gone downstairs or gone to the office side of things, but they chose to stay base and die for that spot or fight for it at least, and they just happen to lose the gunfights. Decent trade there from DP Fire, but after that, no trades were had. It was one by one, and that is not going to get you anywhere. So Astralis had to either play more together or sacrifice the ground and fight elsewhere on the map. Soniqs, decent pace in these rounds here, and of course finding those openings that they need. Karaoke bomb site is where the Monty would come out if anything. Gio has hovered it so far, could stick it of course. This is a very stable, common thing to do on this bomb site attack.
Attacker repick still in. We've only seen one change so far. Rexon liked the buck on the previous bomb site, but now instead sees that the Zofia might be a better option. So I'll go with that.
You can get some self-destruction, clear out those shields, Ash as well, similar story.
Okay, I like this.
We want utility, right? Because if anything's going to stop the Monty, it's going to be that shield on the rotate to the Karaoke bomb side on that north part of the map right here by the staircase. So you want to clear out what you can. We do see Soniqs mostly spawning on the west-hand side, which does indicate a Karaoke Monty attack with that back stairs and outside balcony, perhaps. Gio has opted for the EMP grenades, not the smoke canisters as you'd normally see from him, so it could actually be used in a different approach here towards the Geisha side, which that's what Gio is. For that wall right there. Yep.
I will say this. When I play the game, I do not like shields. When I watch the game, I am a shield enjoyer.
That makes sense.
If you want to bring out a clash, I am hyped as hell to be able to put my words to it. If you want to bring out a blitz, or God forbid you decide to throw the round and play Fuse Shield, go right ahead. I am here for it. I'm fully on board. And the way that a Monty can effectively take this bomb site upstairs, you can walk up downstairs, you can go through the back door, as long as there aren't lines of sight that could possibly get some damage done to you from either side, then you'll be good, you'll be safe.
That's correct. Forest position on the back stairs is the most crucial player for the side of Astralis. Of course, he's got the toxic canister to slow down Gio on the Monty, but his position on the staircase is holding this entire bomb set together. The moment he falls, life gets a lot more difficult for the defenders, so that's where Soniqs' focus will be in the beginning here. Of course, Astralis, they try and support Iconic downstairs with that hole in the bottom part of the floor. He has a line of sight to assist Forest if Kansan pushes up too far.
This is a slow round so far. The last round was quite slow too. They're taking their time to work through this. As you said, the Monty will be that main focal point, taking some damage. And they round from below, but Iconic, a great read onto Kansan. Gunners down 2. Soniqs have lost 2 players, and now Gio under fire, puts the shield away. Grixer to the rescue, but it might be too little too late. DP Fire falls also. Suddenly the Soniqs have got themselves a way in here. But they have a lot of time to work with, so they can continue to get this ball rolling. Rexon on a rampage. He's now downed. Let's put Grixer in a 1v2. What can Grixer accomplish? A lot, but oh, Shuttle reads it so well through the wall. Astralis takes the lead back.
That right there is a huge round for Astralis, because normally when you're faced up against the Monty, what we see in the past on Skyscraper is that the attackers have such a high win percentage because there's so few ways to counterplay it. Came to that iconic wallbang, really opened things up, and then Forest ended up finding Geo with the Toxic Babe, and of course Geo went for the aggressive play, having lost 2 of his team members, and that right there sealed the deal for them. And that is huge for Astralis. Skyscraper tends to be a defender favorite across the board. What we saw earlier between OXG and DarkZero was very, very similar, where the attackers just could not find a solid footing anywhere. We're starting to see a similar pattern right now, especially when it comes to the opening kill side. If you lose the opening kill trade as an attacker, it is just so difficult to find a way back into the round because the map is so big. There's a lot of different avenues to take and approach. There are so many crossfires being established by the defending team, and we saw that from Astralis last round. Bulletproof camera oversaw the entire hallway and both the staircases. The moment you walk past the door point, you're gonna get red pinged by Bulletproof camera, and 2 members of Astralis will just hold you down. You somehow gotta win both of those gunfights back to back. It's no easy task. Mira being brought again as we are making our way back to that office bomb set where the game started off, and Astralis winning that round pretty convincingly.
Did you hear the back and forth shotguns? Boom, 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 boom. Oh, it was nice. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail your point, but just when stuff like that happens, similar to when people are reinforcing at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm just like, you know what? No point is too important that we can't stop talking about it to reference this.
You're all right. See, this is how you clear Bandit Trick, by the way. You throw the grenade perfectly cooked with the exothermic charge. If Bandit was there...
I was going to say, but there's only one problem.
Yeah, there's no Bandit.
There's no Bandit.
But it's like, that's what should have happened the first time, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, whenever I reference that you can't Bandit Trick at this level of play, that's because that's what should happen every single time. But if you get lazy or sloppy with it, well, then you will get Bandit Tricked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you beat a Bandit Trick? They don't have a Bandit. Done. Look at that. Great job,
Just
everybody.
like that.
We did it. We accomplished it.
Great job.
No Bandit that we need to worry about. 1 minute off the board. These rounds are taking forever. I don't know what it is. It was like, when we casted yesterday, we'd be talking, then we'd look up and we'd be like, oh my God, there's 40 seconds left in the round. Now it's like we're talking. We're like, there's still 3 minutes left.
To be fair, the pacing of Skyscraper, especially with Mirror on the board, is a little bit slower paced than most other maps, especially because the approach for Soniqs is very calculated right now. But even though they are trying to calculate their every single move, Astralis, they're there fighting every single time, and once again gets the opening kill to trade back with that grenade from Kansen. But that's the last nade available to the attacking side because Rexon got shut down earlier. So little utility left now for the attackers. And Astralis, they can just hold on and wait for their move.
Been so many trades here in this game where teams really have not been able to have that upper hand very early on. It keeps them on a very, very even level. Soniqs have the upper hand right now, though. Astralis from the back, waiting for a walk-in towards office. DP Fire manages to get past Gunner. Gunner will hop right into the frost mat. Baited. J90 now holding his own court. Soniqs have a 3v2, but the thing with Soniqs that one of them's in a frost mat and Gunner cannot be retrieved. Iconic, do you not see him? There you go. Get the free kill. You're not the one that was instrumental in that. It was Shuttle, but Iconic gets it either way. 30 seconds left. J90 still here. That's the real deal, baby. Can't light up Kansen enough. Kansen actually doesn't take a single point of damage. Will now hop through the window. He's in. J90, a different angle. Sees the thermite go by, but he's just a little bit too fast. He knows exactly where he is, giving the calls to Iconic. They can work together to do this, and Shio's been downed. Now it's Kansen in an act of desperation, but he's been spotted as well. Astralis have this information. They just need to waste time too, but it's Iconic to come in. Kansen, the unfortunate team kill, and J90 seals the deal as Astralis go up 3-1.
A tough spot to be in. I mean, you're on the bomb side, sure, but the yellow ping information coming out and 2 mirror windows effectively against you. And you have no actual cover, you just cannot plant, you cannot get anything done, and therefore you will fall on the side itself. And Soniqs, once again, struggling in that first minute and 30 seconds into the round. It was Forest who got that opening kill. The frost trap bait was just beautiful. I know it wasn't intentional. You know, Alibi just sprinted past the window and went for his own gunfight. And then you're like, it's a freebie if I jump in this window. And then, a little bit too fast. Didn't really check my feet below, or below my feet rather. And a frost trap. A pockmat, if you will, might just find you. It's a very frustrating thing to deal with in professional play because you feel like it's such an embarrassment to die to a frost trap because you, in theory, should never die to one. You jump in the window, you should always check below you. It's just like a technicality, you have to do it. But sometimes you're in a rush. It's also why playing down the clock is such a useful piece of utility in Rainbow Six Siege, because if you're forcing the enemy to be a little bit more rushy than usual, you know, be sloppy, skip a corner, miss a step, like for example, checking below a window, you might just get a lot of value back in return. Shuttle, of course, bringing that same operator, the Frost again. Skyscraper has a lot of windows, so tons of different ways to utilize the gadget. We are on the bomb side that did not go in the defender's favor. We are in Kitchen again. Kitchen Barbecue. Soniqs is cleared top floor. They found their kills, and the Astralis fell rather quickly. And that led to every single member from Astralis dying on the roam.
30 seconds off of the board. Early moments of the second final defense here for Astralis. Again, going off of the Skyscraper play that we've seen. One earlier today. Did not work out so well for DZ. And then obviously the SQ match even before that, we're suddenly seeing Skyscraper pop up more than ever before. So exciting. I do like it. I do like when we go to maps that see seldom play. I mean, you look at Bank, it had the second lowest play rate coming into today as well. And so you see maps that all of a sudden get brought out. Though I do always get a bit fascinated when a map that you don't usually play or we don't see all that often gets used by a team when there is a high amount of stakes.
Yeah. It's a matter of, you know, you risk the biscuit, if you will. Because, of course, when you're in this position in Pro League, you're always thinking, okay, we might play Skyscraper, sure, but does our enemy play Skyscraper comfortably? Well, we think we are more comfortable than they are. We can take this risk, maybe get a freebie, and that might just put us to the major.
Ooh, Kansan has been so efficient on these opening picks of his. And he gets another as well. Goodness, he's just feeling it. The pitter-patter goes. That's put Astralis in such a bad spot right now. 4v2 with the Soniqs, looking to keep things close in terms of numbers on the round. J9O will need to clutch out with a tiny bit of HP. This is not looking good. He's going to be watched from all sorts of angles. If he drops here, he makes a sound, and it's Grixer holding way far away. Easily done. Soniqs looked mighty fine on that round. They just walked in and slaughtered Astralis, who didn't even seem to fight back. Lead is still in the hands of Astralis, but the Soniqs will fight to tie the first half in the final round.
Yeah, the bad news with Soniqs is that they're only finding attacking success on that kitchen bomb side. We're not going to see that again from Astralis unless they, for some odd reason, want to go there again, despite losing it both times. And they're probably not going to do that because they do have Karaoke opened up for them instead, where they have found success instead. And they are indeed choosing for the more successful bomb side. Last time we saw this, of course, it was that Monty round where things just went really well for Astralis. Iconic had that wallbang downstairs in Kitchen Barbecue. We had Forrest hold the brown stairs successfully against the Monty, and that really was all that happened. Then was crossfires established. And Soniqs, they were fighting. Rexon and Kansan did a good job at getting a couple of kills between them, but it wasn't enough to get the round. Dio is seemingly going to stick the Monty right now. So a similar approach, perhaps, hoping for a different outcome from the side of Soniqs.
5 seconds to go.
Of course, Lesion on Skyscraper, very phenomenal operator to bring. You have a lot of staircases, you have a lot of roam capabilities, and of course, especially if Monty is a viable operator on this map, you can also help counterplay that specific operator. With Gio having those secondary EMP grenades again, I think it's going to be a similar fashion where you go on the Geisha Repel first, you open up that breach, then you rotate back to that main staircase, just like last time. Try and get max value and max pressure on the map, instead of just walking in from a single doorway or a single hallway.
Selma's going off, opening up that way into Geisha that we see. Teams like to use so readily. Again, just as we saw in the Skyscraper matchup that Soniqs played in all the way back in Playday #1, there has been no play on that master side of the map. But now Soniqs will go to defense. They could, realistically, they could go there. They played all 12 rounds, though, and we didn't see it back then. Something new could always emerge, as unlikely as it may be.
That's correct. It is a bomb set that is very region dependent.
It is a bomb site. That is actually.
It is a bomb site.
It is a bomb site.
Yep. Might not get played a lot, but it is one. Just like this is a round. And so far in this round, we're taking it slow and calculated once again. First, Toxic Babe goes out from Forest. Of course, that's the most important piece of utility. Gio on this doorway to the hallway can start applying pressure upon Iconic, who's trying to assist Forest on his position.
The sounds are going off. That's a laser gate that's actually taken by somebody. Forest droned out on these brown stairs. First kill goes to Soniqs. Will it be answered back by Astralis? They've done a mighty fine job of equalizing, but does not seem to be the case. Forest gunned down as Kansan again just walks up, and the killing begins. J9O in an even trickier spot. The Monty breathing down his neck. He and Shuttle are trapped inside of this room, and they've got 3 other players from Soniqs that are unaccounted for right now. That's going to be mighty tough. Gio dropping the diffuser. Grenades from Kansan will go out. The rest of the Soniqs being called in to assist. As a good opportunity for J9O. Falls by. The Monty in the midst of the site now. This is going to be a big problem. J9O getting punished for it. It's a 3rd kill for Gunner. Now it's Shuttle all alone in a 1v5. He's got information by the stairs, but Soniqs do it flawlessly. First half in the books. All teams tied up 3-3.
Yep. Once you deal with Forest in that position, the round is basically over. Forced out early Toxic Babes. No real trading game coming out from Astralis that time around, and Soniqs did a good job at counter-playing what their previous issues were, not finding that initial foothold downstairs. Much more aggressive from Soniqs once they took the time to get into the right positions. And now we see a 3-3 side swap. Typically, if you defend, that is not what you want to get. You want to get 4 rounds minimum. That is your goal. So this is still anyone's game, of course. Soniqs are surprisingly enough going to start on the least successful bomb side in this particular matchup so far. It has a 0% win rate, played twice by Astralis. Soniqs, different approach. They got a more aggressive lineup. Capcan, Vigil, and the Mirror, while still bringing that utility in the Frost Traps and of course the Magnets from Geo as well to help fortify positions that otherwise could be naded out. And Astralis also so far bringing a slightly different attacking lineup. The Finger is being seen right now. That's going to give you that overheal, going to give you more comfortability in gunfights. If you get injured, although not in the frostbite, if you get injured in a gunfight or by anything else like a C4, you can get revived across the map. And then bring in DP Fire on the Doka AB to help apply some of that pressure or information game throughout the round. While also, of course, bringing those secondary EMPs to help breach any walls. Double Heart Breach is a peculiar choice for both Forest and Iconic because you're not going to be missing utility elsewhere. You only have 1 set of grenades. You have a lot of members on your team that is, you can't really risk losing them. If you lose the Sledge, nade's gone. If you lose Dokkaebi, gadget gone. If you lose any of either Forest or Iconic on Heart Breach, well, you lose half your Heart Breach, and sure, you got the other one as a spare, but the only real injured player right now is going to be J9O, who also has an active use gadget on those Adrenaline Surges from the Finger. So very valuable members here.
I like that you pinpoint it as an active use gadget because we do have those passive gadgets that get mentioned from time to time. If an Azami dies after the Kiba barriers have been put up, it's a passive gadget at that point, but obviously she's a generating gadget as well. Same with Legion, those gadgets will persist. ADSs will stick around, but if you're somebody like an Echo, like you're still going to have the Yokais, but you don't get the concussive blast out of them. If you're a smoke, you die. You lose, obviously, the toxic canisters. Those don't stick around. It's a good distinction to be made for people because oftentimes I find there's an issue with the player base not understanding the value that you have in staying alive on an operator like Azami, like Legion, like Wamai, versus an operator that, like an Alibi or a Jaeger, and that's why we do tend to see them roam, because their gadgets already go down, they persist, even if they die.
You're absolutely correct. It's the reason why Smoke is normally an anchor player as well, because the lower the time on the round, well, the more value your Toxic Babes will have because the value just goes up. That might be a freebie because the phone was ringing.
And Rexin was caught off guard. Absolute chaos at the moment on this barbecue karaoke defense downstairs. Everybody heading for the hills. We're seeing a breakneck pace from Astralis. It differs wildly from Soniqs. Soniqs were very patient getting into the building, very precise about how they wanted to attack. It didn't always work, but it was a tempo that they maintained for all 6 rounds. Astralis has already broken that mold by getting into the building, causing pandemonium so quickly. Astralis in particular, though, boy, oh boy, they are just meeting the Soniqs head on and are poised with 40 seconds left to take the lead again. The Soniqs have trailed or tied this entire match, always fighting from behind, always trying to play catch up, and they're in the same position right now with Astralis in a 4v2. 30 seconds to go. Janino sustaining damage. Doesn't he have an adrenal surge to get himself back up? The answer is yes. That leaves Gunnar as the last one alive as he watches Grixer die next to him. And it's a 3-man hatch drop from Astralis right after they get the final pick. AST wins their very first round on attack.
Looked pretty good to me right there. And I mean, again, the confidence from Astralis, that's when they're the strongest version of themselves. So I'm really happy to see, for their side at least, opening up their attack with that explosiveness that they're known for. I thought you were going to say something with that.
Yeah, I was. I called it barbecue karaoke. It's a barbecue kitchen because I was looking at my notes. And the bomb site rotation for round 5 was barbecue and number 6 was karaoke. So I just read them and I was like, barbecue karaoke. And I was like, wait a minute. I was like, that's not how it is.
That's not how it goes. To be fair, the way Astralis was defending the bomb site, it almost looked like a karaoke defense because there are like 4 members upstairs all dying there. So I don't even blame you for it. I'm sure some people are going to have the question, like, why aren't teams bringing Lion to this map as much as other maps, for example? And I think the simple answer is that you don't do a whole lot of moving on Skyscraper. I mean, look at how the defenders are playing. You're choosing what area of map that you care about, then you find a nice, comfortable corner, and you sit there for a very long time. It's not like when you're extending out on a clubhouse basement, you're running out the map, dropping hatches, playing on different floors. Normally on Skyscraper, you're choosing a square, a 4x4 room if you will, and you just play in that room throughout the entirety of the round, the majority of it at least. So you want to have gadgets that don't have to be relied on mobility. That's why, for example, the Dokkaebi gives you more value than the Lion in this specific case. It's also why the Munti is so strong, to help force people out of those comfortable corners or comfortable positions on the map. Also why the Ossa is banned from Astralis, because again, similar fashion, it gives the attackers a way to clear those areas more comfortably. Could be a dangerous position here. DMR fires down the door. Gunnar swings, sees Jones, runs away instead, keeps himself alive. All the way back he goes.
Finka being brought yet again. Something that you and I actually talked about yesterday on the way to the studio was how EU still favors the LMG quite a lot, even with the recoil changes and Finka being more of a staple over there than over here. Her prevalency in North America, very, very low, and her presence as an operator is not where it used to be. That's for sure.
Another thing I saw on Twitter, actually, from Des, the EUL caster, is that Thunderbird is not really being played almost at all anymore. And my theory is that, I mean, it's being played right now by Grixer, so like that's the timing of that. But when Finka isn't being brought from the attackers, no healing's being had from that side. So defenders just seem to not want to match that either. But when Finka was in the meta, so was Thunderbird, right? So if one team is bringing healing, it's almost like the other team also wants to bring it to kind of match that chip damage that you might lose. Like a tiny bit of health from a wallbang from a teammate.
Yeah. It's always well characterized as well as chip damage because that's essentially what it is, right? It's, you see lots of little skirmishes where you'll have a final execute come in and 4 players of the 10 still alive are sitting at about 70% of their HP because they get dealt a bullet or 2 through the wall, some bullet pen happens, etc. All the while that we've been talking, it's left us with the final minute here in round number 8. Astralis has the lead. Soniqs want to equalize. It's been a fairly dominant half when things go well, but Astralis are just going to march right in. Forrest the first kill, taking control. He's looking for more. We talk about chip damage. Your eyes should move to the right side of your screen. Astralis suffering from some devastating blows, none of which fatal until Geo gets in on it, traded out by Forrest. Astralis still having that advantage. They got 30 seconds to get in. J90 and Iconic making their guns just absolutely rain bullets. But there's Rexon suddenly with 2, and Iconic has been downed as well. It's Forrest in a 1v2. Things look mighty good for the Soniqs. He'll creep up. He knows exactly where he is, and Forrest wins. Oh, poor Rexon. He couldn't see the forest for the trees on that one. Too focused on getting Iconic. And Astralis stretches their lead. They're up 5-3.
You really can't call Forrest a support player, right? Because, I mean, just rewind. Look at that round. He blows open the Geisha wall. And what is he, just a thermite player? He runs straight through it, gets the opening kill for his team, jumps back up, trades his member inside of Geisha, goes to the bomb side and wins the 1 versus 1 as well. That is some aggression, it is confidence, and most importantly, it enables the entire team of Astralis to go for that execute together because he finds the opening. And Forrest is known for this, playing a hard support operator, but being in the midst of the bomb side before anybody else. And the Soniqs, they got to figure out what to do next because they're calling a tactical timeout as they're slowly staring down match point. If the Astralis gets one more on the board, it's 5-3 in round score. And of course, Astralis are still in the lead.
Well, I mean, a perfect time for a timeout.
Yeah.
Allow Goddess to try and get the team back into a level head. Soniqs are 1-0 on this map. Prior to today, Skyscraper had been played a single time. That was back in Playday number 1, where Spacestation, the first team to qualify for the major, no longer the Hanging Gardens of Babylon major, as I leaked yesterday on stream. They decided that after I said that they would move it to Sweden.
Oh, that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to move it.
They wanted to move it. They heard that I said the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, and they were so upset with me for leaking it that at the very final moment, they decided to go in Sweden. So if you are upset at the location of the major, you can blame me. I take full responsibility for it because I hear that the Hanging Gardens of Babylon are great this time of year. As you can see, this is the qualifying probability for the Soniqs. Basically, they need to make it to overtime, and then they qualify for the major. They will join Spacestation. Mirage is also in an excellent position to clinch today. They play up against Beastcoast, who have not looked like the sharpest team in the North America League. If Mirage are able to win that, which most predictors should feel confident in Mirage's choice, then, or in chances, then Mirage could go. It was discussed on the analyst desk that there is a possibility for all 4 teams in North America to be clinched today, which would set us up for a very wild final day of, I guess, just jostling, looking for SI points next week.
Yep. There's a ton of potential here for so many teams, really, and that's the beauty of it all, is that it's no longer and I say no longer, like, since this year, since stage 1, 2, and 3, it really has been a very close competition in the NAL, as well as the EUL, really, where you can't really predict with certainty who's going to be qualifying, who's going to be doing well. I mean, we look at TSM winning invitationals, then getting like 9th and 8th place back-to-back, but then in stage 3, they're also doing really good again. So we're seeing a lot of different teams representing the North American League on the international stage, which I love to see. Ibanax Cairo is getting great value here. 2 on each castle barricade to open those up, and of course the rest goes on that Geisha breach instead for an entry point for the attackers.
Everything's getting opened up, 1 minute off of the clock. We see any goods from Soniqs after this timeout? Well, the immediate answer is no. Shuttle just walks in, and the story of this match has been for these Buck players just mercilessly slaughtering their opponents, walking in and finding relative freebies. Rexon has had an even game, which for him is out of character. We're used to Rexon dropping double digits and doing so with a very healthy KD. The thing that has always benefited the Soniqs is that they have a ton of depth in the fragging capacity. Grixer, Kansan, and then you add Gunnar to it. And Gunnar just going 1-6 has been a story in and of itself that does not put them in an excellent spot. Geo, the support player who's not necessarily tasked with getting all of the kills, he's not going to get any so far because Astralis have got the first 2 picks and sit comfortably in a 5v3 that's just become a 5v2 with over a minute to go.
What are we going to do right now for your Soniqs? Yeah, Aggress, jump out, but Forest wins the gunfight again. Ridiculous.
This could be a flawless round. Moving to match points. Can the Soniqs with Grixer find a single kill? No, they can't. Our second flawless today. It came in round number 6, and now it is for the 6th round that Astralis has won. The Soniqs are still exceptionally favored to make it to the major, but their chances of going, if they lose in regulation, are still 87%. But, I mean, you have to worry. Look at G2 last stage. They had what? Like at one point they had like a 3% chance of making the major, and they still made it. So
anything's possible.
Anything's possible. Right now, TSM look all but certain to go. They are not locked in just yet, but they are in mighty good shape. They play Parabellum in the very next matchup. Mirage as well in very good shape. If they escape with 2 or 3 points against Beastcoast, I believe that's more than enough for them to qualify. But then Astralis will have the outside shot. If the Soniqs lose here in regulation and lose next week in regulation, with Astralis winning in regulation both times, and it's Astralis who goes, and the Soniqs, who have been dominating this league since the beginning, will find themselves not participating in the next major.
It's kind of wild.
It is.
I think it was like on Playday 4/5, everyone is like, Soniqs, they're going to make the major. They're looking so formidable. And they still are looking like a really good team. But, you know, now that teams have had time to figure them out, scrim them more, and of course see them play throughout the stage, we are seeing Soniqs' weaknesses being exposed a little bit more. But in this particular matchup, Astralis, they have so much fun every single round, and they're just firing on all cylinders. And we had the community vote between who's more clutch or whatever, or who's going to win more clutches. It was Forest and Geo. And Geo won the vote with like 66%, I believe. But it's like, come on, guys, look at Forest right now. Man has 10 kills, won the 1 versus 1 earlier, and he's putting up some great numbers. Geo, he played Monty on attack. He was just vibing around, sure. But Forest right now is like the player for Astralis on Skyscraper.
Forest has been the player for Astralis, Nick, all stage. And basically since he got picked up, Forest has really been the secret weapon of this roster. The secret sauce, if we want to call it. Both he and Callout getting onto this team. One as a coach, obviously, and Forest as an active player, completely changed the identity of Astralis. They finished first in Stage 1. They finished first in Stage 2. They were runner-ups at the Charlotte Major that happened in the spring. And yeah, they didn't have a very good result at Berlin, if memory serves me correctly. They were the first team to actually get eliminated. But you have stumbles. Every team does. We've seen teams win majors, then almost get relegated the very next stage.
It is true. Of course, Astralis, they got more work to be done. They need this final round or one of these next upcoming rounds to win this in regulation, which is what they want the most.
A lot of utility that was just used, by the way. And again, thanks to the ties spectating yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Got to catch a lot with the bandit tricking, and now we get to see the immense amount of value that these gadgets bring. The story of Rainbow Six is so often not about who gets the kills, but how you get them. And, oh no, facilitating your teammates is huge. Astralis decide that with everybody still up on the defense, it's time to go. Kansan's down. Shuttle's been traded out, but has not been retrieved just yet. There's Geo to do it, but J90 does not let him get much farther. Astralis can walk in and attempt the plant. Forest has diffuser in hand, and he wants to take the engagement instead of going for the diffuser. Maybe try to get the case down. There you go. But he does so in a way where he's completely exposed to Gunner. Not where you want to be. Iconic finds safer harbor and looks like he'll be able to get it done. So now it's incumbent upon Astralis with the match on the line to keep the Soniqs from getting back to the bomb site. Gunner and Rexon have some really heavy lifting to do here. They walked in with an excellent shot of clinching the major today, but the Soniqs find themselves on the wrong side of Astralis, who woke up and chose violence. Astralis outside of the map, waiting, tempting them to get on it. There's Gunner on the diffuser. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta shut him down. He's almost there. You get him just in time, and it's Rexon to die to J90. Soniqs seemingly had the answer very close, but Astralis, they recover right as they seem to stumble. They put Soniqs in the wastebasket, 7-3 today, and keep their dreams of going to the major alive.
That is way too close to comfort, by the way. I thought they had it for a moment there. I think it's sub 1 second, and he's very close to that. Beautiful explosiveness again from Astralis. They couldn't really find the execute angle at first. Then they said, they're just throwing that summer charge, jump in with it, flashbang comes through, and then you trade each other back to back to back with that man advantage. Well done, and a beautifully played Skyscraper for them with a 7-3 victory against Soniqs.
Well, you saw at the bottom the likelihood of Soniqs making it. Well, I don't know if they're able to clinch just yet, because Astralis is going to be breathing down their necks. It might be a huge week for two teams next Wednesday. Soniqs play Mirage. If Mirage loses to Beastcoast today, that is going to be such a pivotal matchup. As for Astralis, they play OXG. OXG is not really playing for anything outside of getting out of the basement of North America, because the likelihood of OXG making SI is exceptionally high. They have not made it to the major. They've already been eliminated. And well, yeah, that's obviously not the result they want. They could play gatekeeper as to who does make it to the major that'll happen in Sweden next month. All that said, we got 2 more matches before the day is done. Parabellum versus TSM. A victory for TSM clinches their spot at the major as we're getting down to the deadline here in NAL. Sit tight, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Lots of energy, lots of focus.
Don't give up on me, yeah.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. As you can see, nothing changed. That's it. That's the result of, as far as like major SI qualifications, nothing happened that round. It's actually just like Jesse predicted. He predicted Astralis purely on the basis that every team that has tried to like get the win they needed to qualify for this and that hasn't been able to do it. The only qualifying team we have for anything so far is Spacestation, who didn't qualify because of their match. They qualified because of a different one. So
it stands to reason that both Parabellum and Beastcoast are going to win their games today then, because both of those teams that they're playing are also going to need wins to qualify for anything. Nothing has gone the exact way we needed it to today, and somehow there still is the remote possibility we have to have 3 qualification games like next week.
Yeah, it would be pretty wild. But we do have our interviewee standing by over in Las Vegas. It's none other than Forrest from Team Astralis getting the win, looking very mysterious and powerful in the cloak. Tell me, does it grant you power like Iconic told us it did yesterday?
It gets the job done, you know. I'm incognito. I'm discreet. You know, the other team, they have no clue what's going on.
Apparently that's the case. So coming into this one, what do you think it was that kind of has helped Astralis sort of turn the corner, kind of like get in that groove that it seems like the squad's been trying to get into all stage?
I think people were just beating us, and we were just like messing up on game day. And so like we just kind of like knew our problems, and so we've just been working on like just getting better, because everyone's obviously like also gotten better, which means we need to get that much far ahead. So we really dialed in this week and brought back 6 points. So that's all that really matters. And like the effort we're doing is finally showing off.
Yeah, fair enough.
Forrest, it feels like kind of your role, how it works on attack, is you're going to get the wall open, you're going to get your job done, and then you're going to go and you're going to take fights, you're going to get some entry kills potentially. Can you talk a little bit about kind of how that role of yours kind of works in with the rest of your team and why you think it's been so successful for Astralis, both in this game today, but also in the past for you guys?
I mean, my role? I have no clue. I mean, I'll just keep it a buck. Like, I just play the game, bro. I just show up. I'm like, I'm just doing this because I feel like it. That's all. Like, I feel like doing stuff.
Cool.
That's the best way to put it.
Fair enough. It's completely understandable, but one thing you guys did do for sure today was the proper utilization of Mira on the defense. Would you say that having the inclusion of Mira onto your defensive strats was a big aspect of the success today, or was it something else entirely?
I think Mira and Strat Striper is really good. Like, there's no reason not to run her, unless you're doing something like specific. So like, we love Mira. I love Mira. We love Mira. We're gonna play Mira if she's up.
All right.
Simple as that.
Straight up.
You're really close still to major qualification. The odds may not be in your favor, but the chance still definitely exists for that to happen. You've got OXG coming up next week. They've had 3 straight wins. They've been the underdog the whole time. What are you thinking you're going to have to do in order to beat them and get the full 3 points that might be required for major qualification next week?
To be honest, I'm not even thinking about the major and like the outcome of the game. I'm just thinking that like we just gotta show up and have good practice for the week, and like, you know, as long as we do what we need to do, like as long as we can say like we did our best, I'll be happy with that.
All right. Well, sure you're happy with the result today. Again, congrats on the win. Good luck with the prep going into next week, and thanks for chatting with us. May the forest be with you.
Thank you.
That went over his head a little bit.
I couldn't help it. I think it might have. I think he was a little bit confused at the end there. The guy needs to watch some Star Wars. I don't know. What can you say? But here is the result. 7-3 over Soniqs for Astralis here, and obviously Forrest, the man on top of the stats. What can you say?
He doesn't know what he's doing. He shows up and plays the game, and he top frags the lobby. That's just how simple it is for Forrest. 10-7.
Mira. I don't know.
Fantastic, fantastic game from him. Even if he's not really sure how it happened, love to see it. I especially loved on attack the way he was able to kind of accomplish those goals and then get active. We saw it on Thermite when he was attacking that kind of T-room karaoke side again and again. Whether that was the bomb site or the bomb site being down below, was able to really make those impactful plays and have a lot of value for the team. So great from him. All in all, bit of an upset, I think, from what we maybe expected.
Bit of an
still
upset.
Great to see.
Bit of an upset.
I mean, yeah.
Bit of an
upset victory specifically because it was the upset.
Is it really an upset anymore if it was well expected?
Somehow I think the Force is involved in this.
Well, he's definitely involved with our next replay that we're going to take a look at. It's going to be round at number 8. We're going to zero in on Forrest's play style. Even if he couldn't quite articulate what he was doing, I think Jesse might be able to.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm talking about, right? Gets the job done, then gets some kills, okay? He's on the Thermite in his job already. He's used the first one over towards Exhibition side. This next one going to be used to open up into Geisha, so they're going to make some value to get in onto this bomb site. So we'll see kind of where the defenders' positions are around. We've got Kansan inside a drum. You've got other players near and around Geisha and near and around Karaoke as well. Forrest right side of your screen, you see him put it down, pop open the wall. There it goes. And now that his job is done, now he's used the utility, time to get active. Get in there, get the kills. Kansan distracted with players over to the east side, ready to take some more gunfights as well, wanting to get in and work off the distractions his teammates are causing. Notice as well, he's not the only hard breacher and he doesn't have the defuse kit, so some of those other responsibilities can be given to the rest of his teammates. Teammates start to die around him, gets the trades onto Geo, and then as this devolves even farther, he'll find himself in a 1v1, which he plays very, very well.
Yeah, and overall, there's 2 kind of interesting operator picks, one for each team. The Finca was a lot more impactful than I thought we would have expected with Astralis, but once again with Forrest, I mean, sure, there was an attempt from Rex and Forrest shuts that down, but the little bit of chip damage adding up over and over again with the healing process of Finca did really facilitate some aggression on the side of Astralis' attacks, just like the Monty did on Soniqs' attacks.
True. Yeah, there you go. Well, that is our match here. And now we look ahead to our next series. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be Parabellum versus TSM. SI implications that we'll get into after the break with that one. But for now, take a short break. Go get yourself some water. Stay hydrated. Come back for more Rainbow Six North American League. We'll be returning in just a few.
got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage and say sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going.
Like glue, but never stuck on me. I wanna move. And you, yeah, they all want a piece of me. Everyone in the crowd wanna feel it, they wanna be me. Thought I would make it big. Now I got all the gold that I need to be free. And you all want a part of it. Being my dear first, I see it when I work it and you look at it. All the stars in the sky. All the money can
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Doa here, and guess what? Along with the rest of the analysts, of course. But we're about to go with Parabellum versus TSM, and it's going to be interesting because we had a 7-1 in our first map, 7-2, 7-3. So naturally, it stands to reason this one will be a 7-4. It's already decided.
A 7-4 to Parabellum, not TSM.
Yeah.
Because we're going with the upset factor.
Probably.
True. Yeah.
True.
That's right. So let's get into it. Parabellum versus TSM. Of course, Parabellum with the team with a lot of work to do, but TSM, a win here could mean implications across the board for not just them.
That's very true, Doa. So for TSM, they're looking to win, as you typically are, but particularly today, they're looking to win. They'll lock in the major, our second team confirmed for Sweden alongside SSG.
Right.
If they can win as well, Astralis, our last team that we just saw win their match, will lock in not the major, but the 6 Invitational. So that'll be the first team locking in SI throughout the entire year from any region. That'll be a huge deal for them to go in as well. And then for Parabellum, also looking to win, but overtime win will not be enough for them to stay in contention for a major.
Yeah, somehow.
Anything else will lock them out.
It's like we've only had 2 teams get knocked out of major contention. We've only got like 6 or 7 games remaining on this entire stage. And we've only seen OXG and Beastcoast finally get confirmed for that. And a 3% chance for Parabellum to actually still qualify. It means they need 6 points over these next couple of games. And they need DarkZero, XSET, Astralis, and Mirage. All of them have to bomb out. All of them need to choke incredibly fast. And they need to do it in such a way that also gives us confidence that if they were to go to the major, they'd do really well. So essentially, you need to beat TSM and your opponent next week in as few rounds as possible.
I mean, stranger things have happened, right? And we've already seen some pretty crazy results this week in general. But talking about Parabellum, I mean, this is a team that does not have a winning record right now this stage. I feel like they started off strong, but it's been pretty rocky since then, since that early initial good look when they added on a few more players. We thought maybe it was going to be a stronger stage, but looks like they might be missing Gunner a little bit.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Parabellum has turned into how hard does Blaz need to carry for this team to win. I mean, Eska's not really having impact on his new roles. I feels like Asian is feeding more often than he's being helpful. Kool-Aid, I think, has had some great plays, but when he's on Monty for most of the rounds, he doesn't really have the opportunities to get that. And then Doc is... I mean, Doc's fine. I have no complaints with Doc, but he's not winning games the same way Blaz.
No, I mean, if we're not talking about Doc, I feel like in a rookie class that was as potent as this one, that's probably more of an issue. They keep on saying that they think they picked up the the 2 greatest rookies that you could have grabbed from CL coming into this stage, and yet we see them only at this point 1 position above Beastcoast. And Beastcoast obviously are having their own problems, but whether it's Parabellum overrating the actual value that their rookies have been able to bring to their team this year, or some other miscalculations that behind the scenes aren't making things work out, I'm concerned about the longevity for a team that had so much going into this team early on.
That's right. So there is our aim lab card for Eska a little bit. Their reaction time might need to work on that a little bit, but
yeah, a little low perhaps.
I was actually told some lore with that.
We keep on pulling up the Eska stats. Specific. I feel like we pull Eska up almost like every single day, and it keeps showing his 64 rating, and I'm like, can we please get anybody else?
No, it's because of the reaction time. Apparently, it doesn't tell you when it starts, so most people like took their hands off their mouse and were like waiting to get the instructions.
It does tell you when it starts, so it counts down.
That's what I was told by people. Maybe they're lying.
I don't know this myself. It counts down anyone who says they didn't know.
I have a faster reaction time than Eska on that test.
Me too.
Yeah, everyone does.
Yeah, mine was like 2:26. I'm quick. I still got those reaction times. That's right. Well, let's talk about TSM. We'll move right over to the other side of the arena. And before we get into it too much, TSM sat down with us to chat a little bit about their year in review.
You know, after we won, you know, that's the highest peak you're ever going to get in Siege, honestly, is winning a 6 Invitational. Stage 1, though, obviously was just completely bad. We definitely got complacent, I would say.
When we got back the first stage, we kind of really felt the pressure of like trying to carry that on to the stage of best of ones. In the second stage, I feel like we did a lot better, but you know, we came up short on matches that we shouldn't have, and it placed us basically in the same exact spot. We started off really hot. We started out in first, lots of points, and then we just hit a block in the road again.
So if we would have won 2 more rounds, we would have won. Coming to stage 3, we're still hungry, we still want it, we still want to go to majors, we still want to win. A lot of people think that maybe we don't care as much and stuff. We do.
Lots of learning how each other play off each other now, since there's 2 different players.
I'd say the most noticeable change is just more firepower.
Snake and Gash are doing really good. You know, Snake being the aggressive young gunner, and Gasher being a more kind of cohesive mind for the breacher support role. So it's really good. You know, they're getting their feet wet with some pro matches. A little bit rocky at the start, but I think it's really paying off, and you know, hopefully we get to keep seeing this momentum throughout the stage.
Short-term goals for the team would be to obviously place high at NAL and make a major, and long-term would be to make SI and win SI.
And if we keep grinding double scrims every day, actively trying to improve, I think we could definitely be one of the best teams.
The last few stages have not been very good, but we are putting in a lot of work, a lot of effort. Scrims, dry runs, VOD reviews, everything. Like we're doing the work, we're putting it in. So hopefully everyone will see the work that we put in this stage and going forward.
I think we just, you know, learn from our mistakes, keep working on ourselves, keep working on the new pickups, and just making sure we're all comfortable, we're all in it to win it. All
right, TSM coming off a win over DarkZero, but they need to keep the momentum rolling if they want to get to their first major of the year. The new pickups, though, certainly have not been disappointing.
No, they've been great. I mean, Snake and Gasher have come into this team and really kind of given them that jump start that I think they needed the first couple of stages. We saw TSM really bottoming out inside of the stage, but I've been particularly impressed with the way that Snake has been able to jump in, get so many opening picks. He's been really, really effective in that role. And Gasher as well, as Bolo mentioned in the interview, got a great mind for the game and clearly is contributing in a lot of ways to this team.
And I think overall, too, with Snake bringing a lot of that energy, it's actually been funneled into Merc a lot as well.
Yes.
It's like he has more backup and feels more comfortable going for these engagements, knowing that there's not as much pressure on his shoulders. If he messes up, guess what? He's got Snake right behind him.
The big thing for me is an understanding that in spite of all of the different shakeups that they've had to do internally, whether it be Gasher taking on more of a leadership role, Snake coming into frag alongside Merc, it's working, I think, a lot faster than anybody anticipated, and I hope that TSM don't suddenly go, wait a second, we're seeing way better results. Maybe they tempered their own expectations coming into the stage, or maybe they knew that this is exactly what it was going to be like all along. We're at a point where Achieved, we know, is a frag monster. When he plays vertical and he plays sledge, he's not had to be that anymore. He's at a base neutral KD so far for this stage, and he's usually one of the top rated guys overall, whereas everyone else on TSM feels like they are so much higher and they're on a much different plane, to a point where TSM don't need Achieved to wake up nearly as much as he used to. It's almost like he's playing the support sledge these days by comparison to where we're used to seeing him on the scoreboard. Merc has definitely been showing up. He and Snake in tandem, again, like we said yesterday, has been working out fantastically, and Bolo, in spite of having what was a weird start to the stage, has definitely solidified as one of the better players on this team.
Yeah, true enough. We'll find out where the map is going to be for our next series, though. The vetoes are in. Let's check it out.
Yeah, and starting off with this map ban phase, everything for TSM on their map pool actually, to me, looks a lot stronger in direct countering of Parabellum. The auto bans for TSM, you've got the Skyscraper, the Oregon, as well as the Border. Guess what? Those are all PAB's best maps, and they're automatically going to be taken off the board.
It's interesting how Parabellum, they used to be a fantastic Chalet team, and I'm curious if that's what they want to go for here. But TSM, for their own part, have a 66% win rate on it this year, and that includes 2 regulation victories so far in just this stage alone, so not something that they are content with going for. So instead, they only have 2 options left. One of them is widely regarded as TSM's best map overall, and the other is Oregon. So I'm wondering if TSM are going to take this opportunity and say, you know what? You allowed this to get so far through the ban phase. You didn't ban it against us, because Parabellum have never banned this map at all for the course of this year. And as far as TSM are concerned, historically, they love this map, even though technically they did lose it earlier in the stage.
Yep, Parabellum going to the map TSM made their name on, but it's okay. They've got plenty of experiences. They're on a 4-game losing streak here. They've lost it every single time they've played it this year. So they're looking good.
Yeah, I mean, really the opposite is expected this week, so I think that'll help inform our decisions as we go into the predictions here. It's been a rough week for predictions, I think. There's been some good calls. We saw one from you this last match.
I've really been kind of defining the prediction meta.
A little bit, and you needed the help too, because I think you kind of cracked the code.
You got the Astralis pick,
because
you got the OXG pick, we're even. Stop gloating.
There's a difference.
I've been doing better.
There's a massive difference, Jesse. You
show
are
us
predicting based
percentage
on
again.
storylines. We're
We'll get into
predicting
that
based on the
second.
cold hard facts.
We'll see the predictions in just a moment. There they are. Let's send it over to our casters first, though. Give our analysts a chance to cool off, though. Pengu and Taro. One of you trusted the coin, the other didn't trust the coin last time, didn't end up being correct. I want to hear your opinions, though. Parabellum, TSM. This one is, on paper, a little bit easier to predict, but in actuality, with the way the week has been going, who knows?
Do you want to go first?
I think the meta that Jesse has been defining is what not to do.
Yeah, losing.
Yeah.
Don't lose. Good idea.
Well, speaking of losing, I scrimmed TSM a single time in my career as a player. It was on Cafe. We got 7-0'd.
Wow.
So, as a former player myself, I gotta go TSM on this one.
There's no way that's what you're using.
Yeah, when did you scrim the Dark Ages?
See, Dabber said cold hard facts. The facts that I know is that I got 7-0 by TSM.
How long ago was this?
Like 2 years ago, maybe longer.
Great.
A long time ago.
The prehistoric era.
Different roster.
The prehistoric era is correct. I think that TSM are going to win as well, and has nothing to do.
Oh, so I'm right.
It has nothing to do with me scrimming them. It's because Parabellum have had some issues with inconsistency, TSM has to a smaller extreme, but I think that TSM looks like the better team.
Okay.
Smaller extreme. All right. Well, thanks for the input here. We're going to check back in with our casters in just a moment. Now, the analysts, have you settled down? Have you decided what the pick is going to be? I'm going to make you go first, Jesse.
Well, here's the thing, though. Everybody can talk about percentages, but really, percentages are just a way for kind of the universe to deliver, like, kind of luck-based things that don't really equate to the overall skill, I would say, of the thing that predictions sometimes are measuring with the percentages and the way they end up going down. I like Bolo, though. I'm going to go TSM in this matchup. I do think that Bolo clears Blast.
For the fans. There you go. Jacob's asleep. What do we post while Jacob's asleep?
Oh my God, he said so many big words, I lost track of time.
Can I say big numbers then?
Big numbers.
Big numbers.
Yes.
Both of these teams, they have played on Cafe this stage. But one of the sides in particular on the matchups is going to be a little bit of a mid-off. You've got a 20% win rate on the attack for TSM versus a 30% defensive win rate for Parabellum on this map. That's going to be kind of where this game really relies on. But one of the biggest overall issues for Parabellum has been their defenses, especially when they get an opening pick and their conversion rate's 50%. That's a coin flip if they get that roam successful. And with Blaz being so impactful and typically on those roam rolls, that means that he's not necessarily doing enough damage on a level where you go
but what's your
TSM.
prediction?
I'm going TSM because Snake is also ridiculously good at this map from
That sounds
CL.
like small numbers.
So yes, TSM.
Okay, yeah, no, well, without talking about numbers, TSM.
All right, there you go. Everyone's picking TSM. Let's see what the coin has to say. Heads, Parabellum. Tails, TSM. Oh, it's heads. Parabellum. The coin just wants to get everything wrong today.
We avoided the
go.
curse.
Appreciate it.
We avoided the curse.
That's right.
We did it.
I personally probably would have gone with TSM, but then again, you know, that seems
You
like
don't
a good
make
reason to
predictions.
force the fans.
Other poll, right?
You
That
don't
again
make
seems like a
predictions.
good
Don't
reason
start
for Parabellum
now.
to win it. What?
You're not allowed to start making predictions.
I'm not making them. I'm just telling you what I would choose if I had next year. We'll see. 82% TSM, no surprise. There they are. The social media juggernaut, of course, with lots of fans across many, many different games. But our community poll also includes a graphic this time around for Jesse to make one last analytical point. The question, of course, is who will win more duels, Blaz or Merc? Jesse, you've got something to add to that, though, don't you?
Well, we've got some kill-heavy players in our poll today. Merc has been having, from a kills metric, his best stage ever. That includes both here in the NAL, but also back in Pro League as well. 0.99 KPR is ridiculously good. Almost nobody else in the league can get that high. Almost. Blaz, on the other side of things, has 87 kills in a league where nobody else breaks 75. It's been a ridiculous stage from Blaz, and he has been carrying Parabellum on his back throughout this Playday. So when you're down on Twitter, when you're going to take your predictions, I know you love TSM. I know Merc's a great player, but maybe pick Blaz for this one.
I mean, Blaz been MVP a couple times. The guy's putting up numbers. Hard to disagree with that. But we will wait and see as we are going to have a quick break. And when we return, it's going to be Parabellum taking on TSM for our fourth game of the day. The matches, the action, the esports epicness rolls on with Rainbow Six North American League right after this.
I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly, and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9-to-5 job that you work for me. I'm your getaway, 'cause you can get away. Whoa, that money clip us now, that new now looks like. Whoa, upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like. Whoa, 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 whoa. I hit record a drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, vintage frames on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep, these no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a peep, bro. Whoa, whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. Neighborhood on the scene, neighborhood on the strip, neighborhood be the name. Thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, yo, no say. Okay, this the news, tell them read it. Been the one since the fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey. They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a fossil, they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they...
Fourth matchup of the day, and we've got another team looking to clinch their spot into the major. That was just announced to be in Sweden, Jönköping. In fact, we're going to go to DreamHack Winter. We'll get to go again.
How'd you say it? The city?
Well, I mean, we just say Jönköping, here, but I know that that's not correct.
No, that's not terrible.
Say it.
I mean, I would say Jönköping, but that's
Jönköping.
Jönköping. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's somewhere in Sweden, on like the souther-ish side, I believe, landscape-wise. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Really?
So have you.
Yes, I was gonna say so have I.
So I
couple times actually.
I actually casted you winning there.
Yeah, we had an interview afterwards. We all said one word.
We did. That is correct.
Fun time.
TSM in their pink jerseys.
Ooh.
I'm assuming it's for breast cancer awareness. That would be my guess.
I think because DarkZero did the same thing actually.
DarkZero did going pink.
Yep.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so they have a slogan for this one.
Yeah, they actually sent me a shirt.
Oh.
Yeah, it was very nice.
What, DarkZero or TSM?
DarkZero.
That's right.
Yes.
Because they're nice like that. Did
Yes.
TSM send you one?
TSM has sent me stuff before, yeah.
But they haven't sent you this one, right?
No.
Listen, TSM, do better.
Is that?
Do better.
Okay.
Also, send me one while you're at it, because all I got is a polo jersey that I swapped my own jersey for, so I kind of paid for it in a way. So send us both some stuff. We'll wear it.
Oh, for goodness sakes. All right, we go to Cafe Dostoevsky, the most banned operator. Banned out. No more Nook. Say goodbye. TSM, right now, they could join Spacestation Gaming as one of only two teams to clinch their spot to the major coming up in Sweden next month if they prevail here with all 3 points. They absolutely clinch, but I'm sure we will have a probability indicator at the bottom of the screen. My guess is once we're done the bans, Parabellum taking a long time on this defensive ban.
They are thinking about their options. Mirror, I'm sure, is an obstacle for them, and there it is off the board. And you know how I knew that? Because when I played against TSM, we left Mirror open, and we got 7-0 too. So Parabellum are doing a good job here, banning the right operators in my mind. And of course, TSM, they follow up with that Asami ban as well. So Valkyrie's on the board. Information will be had from both teams. But of course, TSM, they start on defense. They get the bigger win on that one. And Parabellum, they got to struggle and attack first, as Cafe typically is a defender-sided map. Let's see how it plays out. I like the Tashanka operator card. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've seen that before from Gasher. Very nice.
Where is that one from?
That's what I'm trying to think. I actually don't know. I haven't seen it before. But I like what it looks like. Looks kind of scary too.
Yeah, it looks spooky.
Spooky wooky.
There's the probability card. Parabellum's likelihood of making the major basically 0%. In regulation, they will have a shot. A win either way for TSM, whether it's 2 points or 3 points, good enough. Overtime loss would all but secure their spot as well, but not outright clinch it. Regulation loss still got pretty good odds. We saw very similar stuff from Soniqs. Soniqs had It was an 87% chance if they lost in regulation, which they did.
10 seconds remaining. Yep.
They play. Who do they play next week? They play Mirage.
They play Mirage, yes.
They play Mirage.
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 Very first defense is in the old Kitchen Bakery bomb site now, just known as Kitchen.
Kitchen. Very peculiar operator lineup. Monty being brought with the Jackal and the Dokkaebi. They kind of tell us two different stories. The Monty tells us a direct bakery attack or backside attack, but the Jackal and Dokkaebi tells us a roam clear on the map. So curious to see what exactly is going to be happening here from Parabellum, of course.
Why not both?
Why not both, yeah? Well, the reasoning for that is because you're spread too thin, partner, right? You can't do all things at once. Gotta choose one angle, and right now it does appear to be a roam clear, so we're on the roof right now. I like Parabellum's flexibility when it comes to playing a shield operator. Kool-Aid has been the person of choice, both in Villa and then now in Cafe, to bring this operator for his team. Is bringing that secondary heart-breaching gadget device as the only heart-breacher for the entire squad. And they assume or know that TSM is going to be roaming, so that dining hatch is opened up for them already.
Asian looking for a bounce-back performance was yesterday. He had some struggles, and we highlighted how some of these players, on Parabellum in particular, have really not performed up to what I think a lot of us had expectations-wise for them. Doc was somebody that you talked about yesterday as well, coming onto this team along with Asian. They were both very highly touted prospects, but Asian just has not been getting it done in a lot of ways on the roles that he finds himself on. I mean, he is a brand new player, so there's lots of time to sort this out. Like, there's players that can take months to find themselves in a very comfortable spot, Nick.
That's true.
But right now, you can't just rely on Blaz carrying the way, and that's exactly what has happened for Parabellum in a number of these matches so far this stage. They need to be a bit of a deeper team against this TSM squad.
TSM opting for a very early fallback as well. 1 minute and 50 seconds was on the clock when both the roaming members fell down that dining hatch, and Parabellum is taking good advantage of this with that Jackal, who can see if there's any roamers remaining. Already starting to do a ton of verticality on towards the bomb side, both Sledge and Buck on the table. And normally you want to say like, oh, but how do they get to the bomb side? Well, the beauty is when you bring the Monty, you can drop and deliver the diffuser to a safe position, then start establishing the plant. There's no smoke on the defensive side, it's just Gasher on the Tashanka. So unless Gasher get a ton of value here, it should be a relatively easy plant for Parabellum.
Kool-Aid takes a bunch of damage as he drops in, but obviously Parabellum thinks it's very worthwhile. And now in the corner, Kool-Aid's going to get the diffuser down. It's absolutely free. Look at this. Do they even know? Nobody's moving an inch. Bolo, the first kill, answered back, and now Kool-Aid can sit on top of that diffuser. TSM seem utterly bamboozled by this. They'll have to get back in if they want a shot, as they'd surrendered the bomb site to Parabellum. TSM now retaking from above. Snake exposing himself for a second by Pillars, but doesn't get punished for it. He has to find the last two players that are sitting upstairs watching over top of it. Blaz is the good read on that one. And now it's Doc doing some shutout work too. Gasher distracted with the Montaigne, losing the battle. It's achieved in a 1v4 on top of the case, but it's Asian to jump in and shut it down. Parabellum showing great depth on that first round, and they take it.
Yep, and if you ever want to, talk about why are more and more pro league teams, why do they stop playing that kitchen bomb site? Well, this entire round is a perfect example of it. There isn't a whole lot you can do on the defensive side once you fall back from that roam. So when TSM falls back at 1 minute 50, a little bit early as I mentioned, and with the Muncie on the board, you can just walk in and plant, unless you're bringing a ton of different bomb deny, Echo, Smoke, Tashanka, information in general. Well, once that diffuser gets planted successfully, you quite literally just lose the round. Retaking the staircase is so difficult, the verticality is an obstacle for you as well, and as we just saw, you just don't have another way in. So we start seeing more teams basically leave that kitchen bomb site, and you play top floor, you play reading, and you play mining as your top 3 bomb sites. Maybe you'll go kitchen a single time, which that could be that single round that we just saw. But strategically, it is a very tough bomb site to defend successfully in the current meta of Rainbow Six Siege, and how good attacking teams are at dealing with the issues that are there for them. Of course, the roam was done from TSM, but they did not fight their way on the roam. They were just stalling for time.
Look at the lineup that's being brought from TSM. It's a good stall potential there for them as well. Achieved will, I imagine, likely play on that first floor, give them information as Pulse, give callouts to the remainder of the team. Whereas you've got, okay, Snake getting in on that very first pick, denying Asian a repel up on the south side of the map.
That's also your Nomad gone. That's very significant value because now if you're Parabellum, if you had in mind to do like a limited take where, you cover your flanks and the retakes with those air jabs, that's no longer an option. Now you gotta have active drones or active guns holding those areas of the map instead, and you lose half your flashbang utility. So there are 4 grenades available for the attacking lineup, but now only 3 flashbangs to clear any obstacles in their way.
Bolo will quarterback any attempt to take control of Piano from Parabellum. He'll have to tussle with the deployable shield first. Bolo getting flashed out of his gourd, but he's persisting for now. Nitrocell goes off, Eska witnesses it, but there's nothing else. Bolo falling back even farther as a nade goes in. Doc falls to Merc. TSM stretch their lead. Bolo still in this position inside a bathroom, patiently awaiting Parabellum. And just as he walks out, Eska times it poorly. That's unfortunate on his end and not really his fault at all as the grenade bounces off of Bolo. And the Wamai can get away with just a little bit of his life intact.
This is a reading defense, so this entire top 4 situation is just, it's while it matters, it's not the main focus point of this entire round, because if TSM wants to, they can fall back downstairs and just leave them that 3 versus 5 situation, but you might as well hold the ground for as long as possible. Because you've gotten 2 opening kills here, you now have an even easier task to hold what you care about the most, is upstairs. With that X-Cairo going off on that left-hand side cocktail wall, that is going to be TSM's telltale sign to fall off the top floor and just surrender this last minute of the round to the attackers.
Yeah, I mean, you got that advantage. Why not keep it in play? Haven't really seen much of what Achieved has been accomplishing for the team, but he's playing what appears to be by pillars, and he'll have a good read up on that back bar where the sledge of Eska is just tearing through the floor. Do bear in mind there's a potential, if Parabellum don't know this, of a Nitro Cell death. What we do know, though, is there's no Nitro Cells whatsoever on the side of TSM. So if Parabellum has done their homework, then they can play a lot more confidently.
They're on site.
They are. Kool-Aid's in the middle of the site yet again. Diffuser in hand. Snake getting punished for it. Suddenly Parabellum has made this a 3v3. Eska taking damage as Kool-Aid has to fall off the diffuser, running through all the bullets on the Type 89. Parabellum's reign of terror continues. Now Merc has to get into the bomb site and stop it in its tracks. He'll do just that. And now he just plays keep away. Merc is so good. He takes out 2. A third is there to be found as Eska is nowhere nearby to get the case. Parabellum had everything working for them, but they didn't have anyone protecting Kool-Aid. Merc took advantage of that, and TSM get round number 2.
It's such a confusing round to watch because it was a 5 versus 3 and Achieved is on the bomb site with his pulse scanner in his hands, but he's looking at the ceiling above him, looking for that vertical member from Parabellum, and in the midst of all that, Kool-Aid just walks in through the bomb site and kills him with the scanner up in his hands. He comes to that weapon swap the last second, but Kool-Aid still wins the gunfight. Merc, of course, he salvaged the round back. He found that kill. That was not good enough cover from Parabellum, and sees him to tie it up 1-1. Instead of going back, or rather, instead of going upstairs where they just defended as an extended roam, they will do that second tertiary bomb site choice of mining bomb site instead. Normally, this is where we see the mirror in action. Of course, Parabellum, they banned that out earlier. So instead, we're going to go with a Castle and Pulse as our 2 main operators to focus on. That's going to give you a couple of options here. You can take those Castle barricades up above, as we see right now from Gasher, fortify this position on your screen. Achieved with the Pulse scanner can play in the, all the way downstairs in the basement. He can play on top floor and scan down below him. He has so many different options to choose between. And essentially, Achieved is the main focus point for TSM when it comes to information gain on where this attack is going to be coming from. Valkyrie is on the board. It has not been played yet, but surely with time that'll change. No IQ being brought to counter either. Asian has gone from Nomad to Gridlock. Similar kind of operator, kind of like a flank watch / utility operator. Looking for a C4. We have a hatch peek here from TSM as we're aggressing on the red hatch. And the new balcony hatch.
Looking at these lineups, the Gridlock is obviously the fascinating point for Parabellum. We've seen Gridlock be brought out on this map many, many times before. When you have an anti-flank operator in play, Nomad was brought by Parabellum, or at least was shown by Parabellum back in round number 1. The benefit of it, obviously, are those stairwells. You can very easily hold off a return to the bomb site because of how vertical this map is. And no matter, Gridlock has some major advantage. Bolo, good lord, goes for a jump out, gets 2 picks, and then goes back into the building. 3 players from Parabellum gunned down on that second floor balcony. There's a minute and 40 to go, and it's just Asian and Eska left.
That right there is basically the round. I mean, yeah, Snake adds insult to injury. Now we're in a 1 versus 5 with the last member of Eska on the rooftop of all places. No help, no drone. It's flawless. That's like the easiest round that we've seen today.
What a huge play by Bolo. What a huge round by Bolo and the rest of TSM, imbued with powers by these pink jerseys. TSM win 2 in a row. And what is Gasher saying? 4K for Bolo, I think. Making gang signs at these opponents.
I saw a tweet from Henry, the videographer from Astralis, about TSM's new jerseys. And he was like, he was looking at the new jersey color, that's the pink one that we just saw on camera, but it's like under a certain light and it looked blue. And he was like, what's up with the blue jersey, boys? And they're like, what do you mean? Like, they're pink. And he said he was so embarrassed about it. But I mean, it happens, you know? There is that very famous, I mean, you would remember this, Parker, that dress debate that happened a few years back. Is a dress white?
Oh, was it white and gold or black and blue?
Yeah, that one. Reminds me of that.
I mean, the obvious answer is black and blue. Like,
I don't remember that situation. I don't want to remember that situation, frankly.
Let's bring it up again.
No,
Chat, what do you think?
Oh, no.
Was it black and blue or was it white and gold?
So, do you know the science behind it?
I don't care.
Okay, I don't either. I'm curious if you did, because I wanted to know.
No, I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Not a scientist, I suppose. That's okay.
You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
If only that was true.
Second time's a charm here on this double kitchen bomb site down on the first floor. Parabellum marched into the bomb site last attempt. There's Kool-Aid holding onto the diffuser on the Monty. Guess where he is again? Same operator, same diffuser. Wow. So Parabellum is likely going to go with the same thing that happened last time. The only difference is that, well, you have to control that second floor. Kool-Aid saying nice shot to his own teammate after Snake dies on that early engagement, giving Parabellum a numbers advantage.
I am very surprised TSM is opting to go back downstairs. I am not a fan of this, I will say. However, I'm sure they have their reasons, but looking at how successful they were on both mining and reading bomb site, and how similarly the top floor bomb site can play out, it does surprise me. Parabellum now, they get the opening kill and a much quicker pace throughout the map here. TSM, in my opinion, would need to hold the roam game and try and get back that advantage, because if you fall back in just a few seconds, well, I don't see any real difference playing out from last time, which means it's a Parabellum victory. They have the same tools, same operator, and same approach to the round, and I think that will mean success for them.
Bolo gets thrown out on the second floor again, making sure the Monty cannot just drop through the hatch and become a massive headache. Especially when the only denial is going to come from the explosives, of which there's one in the hands of Merc, but more importantly that Tachanka of Gasher. No smoke being brought, so you don't have anything else to chip away at the HP. There will be Goyo canisters, I imagine, strewn about the bomb site to do some prolonged damage, and boy, do those start to deal some real heavy damage if you're in the middle of them. Gasher's flames from the Shumika launcher, those Molotovs, not enough to slow down Kool-Aid last time he decided to drop through Freezer.
Parabellum's only thing that to change right now is go as fast as possible, right? Because we know that Goyo canisters, they might not know this yet, but if they do, they have to speed up the pace, because that will be an obstacle for them. One of the only real win conditions for TSM. Again, no smoke on the board, no C4s beside the Goyo who's playing far away. Gasher finds a go to Asian. That's 8 off the board.
And he knows exactly where the Monty's going to come from. Kool-Aid taking a tiny bit of damage. He'll have to soldier through these flames because Gasher can continue just putting them down. And he's kind of got Kool-Aid in a corner now, but no damage is being done to the Monty. Kool-Aid is just continuing to walk forward, and he's surviving the whole time, but Gasher takes the engagement anyway and wins it. Doc to follow up. Eska keeps the numbers tied, dead even, but Gasher is so good with this LMG. 3 kills to his name, a 4th could be had, pulls out the sidearm, and he gets it quite easily. There's only 1 more to go, and it's Eska. Does he get them all? No! Bolo denying the ace, but TSM still takes the round.
Impressive showcase in there from Gasher himself. Had no real support from his team, but still found so many kills. All 4 of those on the Bakery side was all owned by him. And Kool-Aid, the rest of Parabellum, surprisingly enough, didn't go for that same similar attack. So they might have seen those Goyo canisters and thought that it's not, not enough time on the table to really fix that situation. So let's try and go Bakery. And theoretically, not a bad choice, but Monty walks in completely alone, unextends the shield, and because the member behind him, the Buck, was low on HP, Asian could not push through that fire from Gasher, so he didn't want to risk losing his life to that gadgetry, so he stayed back outside that double door to Bakery, and therefore, well, Monty just does not find any value. And Parabellum, they're calling it a tactical timeout because they want to try and rectify the situation and get some attacking rounds on the board.
Yeah, not a bad time for them to do that, by the way.
We've gotten better at this.
We have.
We is like the teams that are playing, right? Because back in the day, we always said, where's the timeouts? When are they going to happen, right? And a lot of teams would lose a game without ever taking one. So I will say, from stage 1 to 2 and now to 3, we've gotten better at that. Significantly better.
Do you say we because you like to associate with the team so desperately because you realize that you're looking back on the glory days as a two-time world champion? Is that why you say we?
I say we because I'm a Twitch streamer, and I basically always say we because chat is with me.
It's like when you're at the bar and you've got the old guy who's all washed up, but he's a fan of the sports team. He's like, yeah, we just really need to work on our defense this season. It's like, I don't want to tell you that you are not on the team. We don't need to do anything. They need to work on their defense. You are not a part of it.
Call me a fan. I like Rainbow Six Siege. In fact, I love Rainbow Six Siege.
I was kidding. Cafe coming into today was only played fewer times than Skyscraper and Bank. That's it. Of the 4 plays that we'd seen at a Cafe, this being the 5th time, it is overwhelmingly favored by the defense, and right now actually has the highest defender win rate, tied with Skyscraper. It's 62% of the rounds going to the defense, 38% going to the attackers. Those are pretty lopsided numbers. Every single bomb site on Cafe is played pretty evenly. Prior to this matchup, 15 plays on that kitchen defense downstairs. Let me stop myself for just 1 second because the gridlock of Asian that we didn't get to see a lot out of on the previous attempt by Parabellum has traded away a great deal of HP to get a pick onto Achieved and give an advantage to Parabellum.
I think it is always worth discussing whether that is a worthy decision for Achieved. I mean, I'm sure he had the information that he was out there because he is deposed, but if you choose to jump outside, Ska just naded himself. That happens. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but Narx has nice shots, so they play this round 4 versus 4. But yeah, was it worth for Achieved as opposed to jump out the window, lose your C4, lose your information, and then now play that round with a man disadvantage? I don't know, but it might work out for them.
Really nice of Eska to give
Very
TSM,
kind.
yeah, to give TSM another opportunity. Blaz had fallen in on red stairs, surrounded by those track stingers of Gridlock. Still in this position. They know that he's over by this balcony, and he's just dealing with all the utility that's over there as well. Bolo barricaded himself up inside a bathroom, watching those angles into Piano. I don't know if he has a deployable shield at his disposal, as he did before. There's one deployable shield on the board somewhere. It came in the hands of the Gasher or Smoke of Gasher, and there you see it. The remnants of the shield gone, so that's why Bolo's been forced over towards the bathroom, and now will instead drop. This is not a cocktail defense, despite all the action on this top floor. It's a reading hold for TSM, and with about a minute left, they've all fallen off the top floor.
Yep. The thing is, Eska dying earlier might actually cost them now because there's no soft breach being brought from Sophia on that secondary utility. Sledge is dead, so Asian's Gridlock secondary shotgun, if he has brought that and not the Gun 6, is like the only real vertical destruction that they have available to them right now. So very limited value can be gained from taking top floor control because Eska died earlier on.
Gasher next to Bolo gets picked off from this position, thrown a toxic bag up there, but was not able to make it go. Bolo losing a fight to Doc. That's not ideal. TSM's guns are just simply not showing up. And now it's Merc to test his luck. He knows that he's got to go for it. It's a 2v4. TSM scrambling to stay alive. Snake with some insurance. This is a pick on the Kool-Aid. Oh, Snake missing out again, but doing a ton of damage to Doc. Snake still in this spot. Is there a follow-up to be had? He gets gunned down, but both players now in the line of sight of Merc. He was the hero from this angle before. He'll have to stop the diffuser from going down, creeping up. He had some ideas, but there's nobody watching. Diffuser goes down. Merc in a very rough spot. Gets spotted by the drone, and he swing around. Tense moments for fans of TSM. Merc picking his poison, and he can't get past Doc. The pickup from Parabellum gets their second round, closing the gap, and Kool-Aid is juiced up.
Juiced up and throwing some words across the stage there. TSM, there is one big weakness in that particular defense that has really been an issue for them 2 times in a row now, is that when the X-Kairos, they come out in that cocktail wall, they don't have mute jammers, and more importantly, they haven't made a single vertical hole below the wall so they can shoot the pellets from downstairs, and that's going to signify their fallback time. And had they held that top floor for a little bit longer with a bit more power, that entire round could be in a different scenario. Now we got the question, who will win more duels, Blaz or Merc? And right now Merc sits on 3 kills and Blaz sits on 3 as well. Blaz has 1 more death. Merc wins out 58-42, which is actually surprising given how well Blaz has been performing throughout the entirety of Stage 3. I mean, the most kills in the league by far. Merc not that far behind again, but I mean, it's a significant amount of kill difference still at this level of play. Get the probabilities on screen. TSM, they need a regulation or overtime win to make it to the major, but an overtime loss will still net them a 99.2% chance of qualifying. Whereas Parabellum, I mean, they're in that G2 miracle run where they need everything to go their way to have a chance to qualify. It's not looking super likely, but it is possible.
Talk about those bomb sites just for a second while we have a bit of downtime here, Nick. 62% overall win rate each round by the defense. 87% of the time Kitchen gets won by the defenders. That is so dominant. That's on 15 plays as well. What was that? That's like 12 or 13 out of the 15. Mining and Dining and Reading and Dining both played 12 times apiece, both won by the defense 58% of the time. So again, decently lopsided. Bar Cocktail on the top floor, the one bomb site that has not yet to be played, only won by the defenders 36% of the time, and that's exactly why you see it not show up as steadily. But it's been played 11 times, so all of these bomb sites played in roughly similar numbers, just with very different results.
Seeing TSM clear out a bit of the utility from the attacking side of Parabellum, clearing some drones, stalling for time, burning pieces of utility. Asian is on the Amaru, so there are options for people to go fast whenever they would like to. They can push that go button whenever they choose. Bolo playing that piano position very well, just staying alive, not taking any damage so far, but his shield has been cleared out, so he's a bit more vulnerable. He doesn't know if he can fall back or not, does not want to take the risk as of yet. Still waiting for the following drone.
It's a little bit of intel for TSM, but the drone gets taken apart, as does Eska. A beautiful shot by Merc, and frankly, a fight that Eska probably should not have lost. Bolo scrambling off of his position before retaking, maybe giving Parabellum thought that, well, you're nowhere nearby. They'll continue to engage. Down 2 as they'd lost Asian earlier on.
Let's see how Bolo plays this, because if he swings too aggressively, they lose the right stairs control. If he stays alive for long enough, he can just give that information that the right stairs is in fact clear and can cover Merc's flank. 50 seconds on the clock. Parabellum, they got a tough round ahead of them.
And it's very similar numbers, right? You've got 3 players from Parabellum fighting the 2 players from TSM. Bolo down for the count. Doc creeping down the stairs. The sound of a magnet going off perpetually, and Achieved losing that engagement. Achieved does not look like himself this stage, unfortunately. They'll have to rely on the supporting cast now of Merc and Snake, as TSM's advantage has evaporated at this point. Achieved finish off. Diffuser going down. Snake the next one to engage with the Yana Blaz, but you have to stand up against Blaz. Very few can do that, so take a seat, why don't you? That puts Merc in a 1v3. Parabellum all but certain now to close the gap. And that's Blaz to get it done. He knew where Merc was. He heard the rip. Excellently played by Parabellum in the post plant, and they tie the first half.
I really like how Parabellum approached the 3 versus 2 position there. Instead of planting, instead of mining, which has like the red stairs flank, the open area flank, etc., and verticality, they push all the way through the bomb side of Train, or through Train to the next bomb side, rather, into Dining, and they plant in a very safe and comfortable position where they have manpower, presence, and drones. So they take that extra 5 to 6 seconds to establish a strong position, then they go for that plant, because that's when you're the most vulnerable as an attacking team, as one member is unable to do anything, just trying to get that diffuser down, which takes a whole 7 seconds. And Parabellum, since their timeout in round number 4, they pick up the following 2 rounds, tying the half 3-3. That's a great position to be in on an attacker's start on Cafe. And TSM now, they have their work kind of cut out for them. They need to show up now and prove that they deserve the major spot by doing a good job on what is an incredibly difficult task, attacking on this map. It is not easy for any team. TSM, they're not known to play operators like the Monty. Geo is no longer on this roster to do that for them, so they might not have the same tools available as they would have had last stage if they wanted to try and approach it that way. Right now, it's a pretty basic, generic lineup from TSM. No real shenanigans are being brought, right? We got stable lineups, we got utility, we got Merc bringing Nomad for the flank watch and to limit Parabellum's aggression. And from Parabellum's side, they're bringing 2 key operators, Maestro and Valkyrie. Not just is this information in the C4, but the Maestro cameras can destroy so many drones from a safe position via those evil eye cameras that you can put on the map.
First half, by the way, in terms of numbers, it was a trade to start things off than the opening kills in the remaining 5 rounds. The first half were far more decisive, TSM taking 3, Parabellum taking 2. Parabellum's timeout was used after round number 4, and they won the next 2 rounds afterwards, so pretty good conversion after taking the timeout. TSM went on that 3-round tear, winning rounds 2, 3, and 4 in a row, including round number 3, which was flawlessly done. Parabellum got the diffuser down in the very first round and in the last round too. So there's some play going around the objective on behalf of the attackers. This time, Gasher's going to hold on to the diffuser. He and Geo will likely be the supporting cast. Or sorry, not Geo.
I was gonna say.
I was thinking about the Soniqs. Gasher, and it looks like in this current lineup, Achieved will be the supporting cast, and in particular with Achieved, as was pointed out in the previous round, he has not been up to his usual standards, and I think that that's okay for TSM if you have both Snake and Gasher able to carry more of the load as they came in to effectively replace Geo and Chala, but have played in a different way. Bolo seems to be back to his old tricks, but he's got 2 separate players to look after and struggling a bit with target prioritization. He gets away before Blast can inflict some more damage. Eska died, though, to the entry from Bolo, so TSM leads the way here in round number 7 before they lose Merc to Kool-Aid, playing upstairs in Cocktail, on the very first Cocktail defense that we've seen in this matchup.
And look at how much more front forward and aggressive the Parabellum also is. They're fighting TSM every chance they can get, whereas TSM, they're falling back from these gunfights. Of course, this is the bomb set upstairs. They had to fight more, but it's a very aggressive hold.
Bolo still in the same spot. He can see back bar, he can see white stairs, he can hold off in piano, but what he doesn't seem to see is the Wamai of Asian in this rat corner, and they know that someone is close by. And ADS catching one of those explosives or even those concussions that are shot out from the Lifeline launcher. Blaz taking damage, but he wins the engagement against Bolo. I think that was a single shot from Blaz. Asian has not been moved out of his position, and he does some significant damage as well. Gasher wanders into his demise, and Achieved picks up 1 before Parabellum shuts him down. Parabellum had the lead in round number 1, surrendered it after that. It takes them quite a bit of time, but in round number 7, they gain it back, and now they've won 3 rounds in a row.
To go back to your previous point about Achieved, is on the defensive side, he's playing polls, he's giving out information, and he doesn't really need to find that much success on the scoreboard. Right. But when you go on the attacking side, you are playing the Sledge, which is a crucial operator, because whenever Sledge dies in Cafe, unless you're attacking the very top floor bombs that we just saw of Cocktail, you need the vertical operator to not only be in the round and stay alive, but also just find value, because you're the one who's going to be using your sledgehammer, breaking the floor open on this particular bomb side of Kitchen and Kitchen. You got to use your grenades effectively to clear pieces of utility, and if somebody swings you from below, you got to win your gunfight to take advantage of the fact you have the vertical advantage and therefore get the kill. So Achieved, if there ever was a time for him to show up and shine in this matchup, it is right here and right now on this round number 8 attack from TSM. Before Achieve can be enabled, there's something more important that has to be dealt with. That is the roaming setup from Parabellum. One thing they've done differently in TSM, they're bringing out the mute on Doc. He's going to be jamming up the library doors, train, dining, etc. And that's going to slow down TSM significantly and make it much more difficult to really map out where the members are going to be on the map. I like that Gash is going to buck. You get a secondary vertical operator, you can assist the Chief, relieve some of that pressure and stress, and of course, it's a great backup operator who can also bring secondary heart breach in the can opener, a gun 6 as a secondary sidearm, and the vertical on top of that. Massive value operator again. But it only matters if you get in through the building without dying first. So TSM, they're playing this fine line between taking enough time to safely get through the building, while also being quick enough to have time to work with once they get there.
45 seconds. Parabellum on this defense of the first floor. Not the basement, the first floor.
Yes.
They've already scrambled off. The TSM have not been that quick to get into the building. It's taken a minute. And then they'll have to confront the various barricades that have been set up to slow them down. Doc and Eska side by side, but a wall separates them. I don't think there's an opening for him to rotate out. No, but there is a drop. So if Parabellum needs to, Doc can very easily go through the freezer. And again, Eska can catch the follow-up. Nitro Cell goes off, but it does not hit a thing. I don't know if that was faulty information, but that's an explosive that you want to be a bit more accurate.
Time here is slipping by TSM's side. They have technically roam cleared the map as members of PPD have dropped the hatch and fallen back, but minute and 20 to go and no vertical play has been done yet. Again, this is where Gasher on the Bug Attacker replay comes into play. By doubling your soft breach utility, you can, technically speaking, do it twice as fast, and that's exactly what TSM needs in this round because time is going to be a problem for them.
Doc has dropped, by the way. Parabellum staggering their fallback, doing so with time being very much on their side. So about every minute they've fallen off one of the floors. Now they've consolidated downstairs. They just regained the lead in the previous round. I would imagine that if this is a victory for Parabellum, TSM must take their time out.
Yeah, I'd agree with that statement. You gotta figure out what the issues are, and right now, well, we have to wait and see. Parabellum, they're hiding in corners, and that might pay off for them. Doc is in a crucial position inside of Kitchen. He is the single member that can stop TSM push.
And he's got a shotgun, so as long as they time themselves in such a way, then he can very easily capitalize. No smokes from TSM. Toxic canisters all used up from Parabellum, so they're going to drop. And there's Doc. Levels one, levels both, and he gets them dead to rights. Doc still in this crucial position as there's a player over by White Stairs. He can get out of the way, and now reposition, but by the door there's Merc to rush right in. Engaging multiple foes and winning every single time. Two more nearby, but the diffuser is the bigger issue, and the Chief doesn't have the clock on his side. Parabellum have now stitched 4 rounds together. And boy, oh boy, TSM are in trouble.
Yeah, and you said it best. Now, if TSM were to lose that round, that is when your tactical timeout has to come into play before it's too little too late. The execute from TSM is arguably not the end of the world, but Bolo did actually have both of his soft breaches and maybe even stuns in his pocket. It was used there on Doc in the midst of a gunfight, which seems a bit peculiar to me. I think Bolo wanted to drop the hatch and open up the freezer wall, but he got the Bug right next to you. It's a much quicker, safer option, but regardless of what happened, Parabellum, they played that round well, and it is indeed going to be a TSM tactical timeout for everything right now. Because remember, if they win in either overtime or in regulation, they're basically, or they are qualified for the major, which is their entire goal for this stage, right? Bringing it back to the international stage, gain international experience for Gasher and Snake, as Snake only played, a single match at the Saudi event. So they really are green members here on the TSM roster.
Timeout being done to sort out this TSM attack. Here's where the problem really emerges from.
Okay.
Talked about it back in the very first half, is that this is a very defender-sided map, tied with Skyscraper as the most defender-favored map in the entirety of the map pool. TSM were unable to run up the score on their defense. They tied Parabellum 3 rounds to 3. All things considered, tying the first half on a lot of maps, not terrible, especially against evenly matched teams. But when you are coming in as one of the best teams in North America with a chance to lock in the major, and you're playing up against Parabellum, who are presently towards the bottom of the North American League standings, and you start on the favorable side of a map that you shouldn't have a problem with, and you can't win it outright, that's when it becomes an issue. And now Parabellum has won 2 rounds on defense. One more round, and Parabellum will at worst tie TSM's record on defense. That would put Parabellum on match point. Parabellum are they almost have no shot in hell of making the major. 3% chance if they win in regulation. It all comes down to what happens next week, and they will need a perfect storm of teams losing to other teams. You're playing spoiler right now to TSM, who could clinch if they win this game outright, either in regulation or in overtime. Right now, the odds of TSM doing that, they need 4 rounds to Parabellum's 2. It's very doable, but Parabellum showing that defense on Cafe is the side you want to be on. TSM have their work cut out for them on attack.
I like the changes though. Merc bringing the Lion to stop the aggression from Parabellum. Bolo bringing the IQ to counteract, or combat rather, the information game that Parabellum has been playing around, right? Because it's been Eska and Blast swapping the role of the Valkyrie, gaining crucial amounts of information and acting upon it accordingly. The one thing that TSM cannot really change much is the outcome of gunfights. And Parabellum, they're just a little bit sharper in that department right now, winning more than TSM is. Even when TSM got the opening kill back on their first attack round of Cocktail, where Bolo just stormed the white hallway, even that didn't go in their favor. Merc with the Lion's charge, and of course help assist those gunfights, as you can limit the movement of Parabellum, or at least force out a red ping to help assist in the information game. PP, they're holding up top strong, and TSM's pace again a little bit slow.
Pace is the word of this matchup so far, and I mean, hey, I appreciate that a team would be a bit more practiced and maybe a bit more patient when they have the matchup on the line. TSM is not there yet, but it's not looking good. There's no way in hell Agent just made that shot. Are you absolutely kidding me? It doesn't even matter that he then lost his life and so did Kool-Aid. That was just disgusting. Good God.
Doesn't matter though.
Pay a moment of respects here for just 1 second.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Good.
But will it matter though? Because you're down in numbers. Now you gotta try to bring it back. You have to make this play from Blast. It gets punished, but he stays alive. 45 seconds left. C4 is prepped and ready. It has to hit his mark.
Actually quite surprised that Snake did not walk away with that pick. Eska droned out of the corners as Nitro Cell goes off. Surrounded by his teammates. TSM have an advantage of 1 at the moment, and it becomes 2 as Blaz, who was engaged in that earlier fight, gets spotted. Now it's Doc to go down 2. Eska falls and Snake gets the ace. Remarkable stuff as all 3 of the final kills come by his hand. And why not? It was 1 versus 5 effectively in that round. TSM, they desperately need to stay in this and stay competitive. An ace from one of your newer players is always a good way to ensure that the rest of the team can follow up with you and have confidence in your abilities. The timeout from TSM seemingly worked.
Yeah, the aggression was great, right? Their pace was extremely slow. They just got into piano 1 minute 30 seconds into the round. But then 10 to 15 seconds later, they're storming the white hallway with 2 members, and they don't even have to trade each other out. They just simply win all their gunfights. Vertical control, soft destruction, lock down the flanks. Everything was played beautifully by TSM, but it was the only round where that has been the case. So they have to do it a couple of more times to have a chance to bring this into a regulation or overtime victory. So consistency right now for TSM is the biggest name I can mention for them. And they are going to change things up on their operator lineup. I think Merc realized that the Lion didn't really get as much value as he wanted. So they're actually going to give Bolo more freedom to play aggressive. And Merc can take over that IQ role of spotting out utility and mapping the layout of information game from the side of Parabellum. And that's also because IQ is being played now consistently for TSM. Parabellum are going away from those information operators to try and lower the value of the IQ. If you bring both, let's say, a Pulse and a Valkyrie on the defensive side, knowing the enemy's playing IQ, you're almost giving her value, because now she has a purpose for her gadget. By no longer playing these operators, the IQ effectively becomes way less valuable, and it's just like a running gun. You don't really have a real gadget to enable yourself with or your team, and that's essentially why we can see Parabellum make that choice. TSM, they still have tons of time to work with. The round is early on. It's all about finding that opening kill, gain a small advantage, and then leverage it from there. So a slow start can be expected, but an explosive mid to late round.
Well, already opened up underneath that red hatch. Leads ticket booth inside a piano. Stalwart defense from Parabellum. Got 3 players upstairs in Cocktail. Kool-Aid down below, nestled in maybe not the bomb site, but the train component that connects the two in this mining defense. Quite the rotation that we've seen from Parabellum so far on defense. Shows confidence, and again, the one thing that we note about Cafe is all 4 of the bomb sites get played with relative frequency.
Yeah. Similar win rates as well for the most part, except for that top floor bomb site. Asian on the fire takes a ton of damage. They fall back off. Everybody stays alive, but TSM, they've basically roam cleared the entire top floor with that simple gunfight going in their favor. And once they drone this out, they will know that that's exactly the case. They can start working that piano floor, open up the hatch perhaps with Gaseous X Kairos, and set up for their stage 3, which will be the execute. They have tons of options, so many different avenues, red stairs, white stairs, and multiple hatches they can drop. It all comes down to their own preferences and what weaknesses they can find from Parabellum's defensive setup.
Look at Snake creeping down, 9 kills, 5 of which all came in the previous round. An excellent position if somebody from Parabellum decides to rotate towards white stairs. Red stairs now claymored off. Again, these stairways on a very vertical map, so critical. Snake and Eska just pass by each other, sight unseen, not aware of how close either of them came to death. Kool-Aid Poison ready for the drop through the hatch. TSM have dot their eyes, cross their T's. Gasher getting the diffuser down. Asian gone. Eska follows. Achieved. Done. 2. Killing coming in fast and furious. TSM walks away with the diffuser planted though. And now it's Parabellum falling by the wayside. Doc has something to say about it. On white stairs. Punishing Snake. Problem is, you've allowed TSM to get out of the bomb site. And they've repositioned in such a way that when you get on that diffuser, you have to be wary of the window play. Doc knows this. Can he long-arm it? Is he able to get there at the halfway point? They're not fast enough. TSM need to vault in. Doc might be able to get it!
Oh.
And he doesn't in time. TSM cleans up, sweeping through the site. And we'll have all 12 rounds as it's 5-5.
Oh lord, the post line for TSM was not coordinated 100%. I mean, I was expecting somebody to go upstairs, break the soft floor, and then have a really superior positioning. But I think TSM realized halfway through that post plan that no one was actually in a good position to shut down a potential defuse there. Bolo saved the round. I think he repelled in the dining window and went for a flank or something along those lines. Either way, it worked out in their favor. But that was way too close for comfort, given how confident they got that diffuser down and how well they coordinated. Bolo was actually above, dropped the piano hatch, and got those 2 kills. And TSM, after their timeout, they found 2 rounds in a row. One of those rounds they planted the diffuser down, and now they're tied back 5-5. They still have a shot at a regulation victory, but so does Parabellum. They're going to take us back to that first opening round bomb site that they chose, which was Cocktail. It's where they became victorious. Then they went to Kitchen, same story. But ever since round number 9, it's been TSM in the driver's seat. And they're looking mighty fine since Pojo Man got to talk to the team for just those 60 seconds.
Yeah. Both of these teams benefiting a ton from their timeouts. Parabellum called theirs in round number 4. They won the next 4 rounds. TSM called theirs in round 8, and they've won 2 since. Now, obviously, I'm no mathematician, but that means that TSM will also win 4 rounds, which means that they will outright win the game 7-5. If TSM go to overtime and prevail, or if they win here in regulation, they qualify for the major. The only team so far today that has done so is Spacestation. 3 other teams were in position to do so. With a victory, the Soniqs would have done it. A victory here for TSM, they get it done. A victory for Mirage in their next match, and they get it done as well, which would mean that all 4 teams will be locked in for the final day. But we're on the Chaos timeline, baby. And if TSM does not win, then we know at least 2 teams will be fighting for their life next week.
All comes down to the wire on that final Playday potentially. TSM, of course, they can change that right here, right now. And Parabellum are playing relatively far back already, so this is a different story than last time. 2 minutes left on the clock. We have completely ran back from Piano, Cigar, Beneath the Skylight. And we're playing this very secondary hole. We got the shield instead of stock freezer, where my mind's playing with ADSs. Sure. But then look at how far back everybody else is. 2 members on the cocktail bomb side, 1 member white stairs, and the final member is downstairs below with that C4 in hand as Blast. Bolo, nice shot.
On to Eska. Eska hasn't really been showing up as well for his team today, and he had that unfortunate self-nade earlier on as well. Not exactly good for Parabellum. Yesterday, Parabellum was buoyed by the fact that Blaz was killing everybody and everything, and he'll kill Bolo now as he approaches double digits. Nobody on either team, other than Snake, I suppose, as he's got 10 kills from the previous round, have broken double digits. Nobody on Parabellum has either. It's a much deeper team, though, and that's what we said. You need that depth. Blaz's shoulder takes quite a hit as he decides to peek Snake and walks away with his life. The way that Snake has been playing so far today, he's very fortunate to do that. Final 45 seconds, and no matter what happens, somebody goes to match point.
Tough position for TSM. They have no smoke and there's no way in, but this cabinet has not been broken. They could go for a sneaky plan with good coverage here. They see it, they read it, they go for it.
Gasher's got the diffuser in hand, Merc watching over top, and he gets absolutely shredded by it. Asian trying to do some damage, and the diffuser goes down. Suddenly there's a scramble. TSM with 2, Parabellum with 2, Timer working away, and Gasher hasn't even moved off of the case just yet. Snake swings on to Asian, collects yet another kill. It's the dirty dozen for him. He get lucky number 13 if Kool-Aid doesn't watch himself. A beautiful flick from Kool-Aid, but Gasher gets it done. First the diffuser, and then the final kill. They guarantee themselves at least 1 point as TSM move to match point, and they can't lose in regulation any longer.
That is probably the most heartbreaking way to lose and go to match point if you're, or against match point rather, if you're Parabellum. They simply did not have a shotgun available to open the cabinets in that default plant position or the long distance that leads to stock freezer. So that just grants TSM the easiest plan possible. And the thing is, the smoke on that round, I didn't see exactly what player was playing the operator, but you were bringing the FMG. That's one less shotgun. And you're bringing barbed wire, I believe, on the Maestro. So Maestro is your only self-destruction operator. You gotta make multiple rotation holes, soft breach, angles. Either there was no more ammunition left in his secondary pistol in the bailiff, or he forgot to make those holes, or he simply didn't have enough time for the setup during that prep phase to get it done. And it's one of those really basic things that you expect to have when you make a bomb site setup. You gotta open up certain lines of sight, reinforce certain walls. They missed that very simple yet crucial step, and it punished them immediately. It's a very good read by TSM. They found the Valkyrie camera granting information as well, and that was all they had to do to find that victory. Now Parabellum, they gotta fight for overtime and then try and spoil TSM's chances by taking a victory against them in OT once they get there. Otherwise, TSM, they make the major.
I want the chaos timeline, though. I said it. I'm not gonna shy away from it. I want that chaos timeline so desperately. I want Mirage to lose to Beastcoast as well. So Beastcoast will get their very first victory, and then we end up with 3 teams that we thought would clinch today, not being in that position. It would open things up for Parabellum as well if they get 2 points. But a single point for TSM really does bolster their chances. They have a 99.2% chance. That's correct, 99.2 if TSM loses in overtime of making the major. So still a pretty good shot of it. 1 minute to go. TSM bringing a lineup imbued by this Lion and keep Parabellum in place. Parabellum has roamed pretty effectively, but there's the EE1D that's used. First one to go. It spots only a single player from TSM. That's it. Or from Parabellum, rather, as TSM can't take advantage of it. They breached the building. They have a good idea. Bolo could be the first one to engage, but Doc playing a bit sheltered.
You can feel the intensity of this opening gunfight as Blast looks for one as well. The flank here could be absolutely lethal. They have no idea this is happening. It's a great read from Blast. The risk is so huge, but Blast is one of those players who takes these risks time and time again. But the drone, it comes up from TSM, they can see it.
Oh, achieved the first one to go down for TSM again. He has now been getting it done in his position. Both sets of nades, or both nades rather, seem to be gone. Gasher at least avenges his teammate as Merc now under fire for TSM. 1 minute to go. TSM tie things up with the numbers. They have to get down to that bottom floor bomb site, Nick.
They do, but Sledge is gone. Self-destruction limited, verticality is compromised. Of course, Gash has to rush from the rooftop all the way downstairs to try and help his team get there. But then you still gotta battle the toxic base Meska, the C4 from Doc, Blaz's lethality on the aggression. With 35 seconds left to go, you gotta problem solve and make so many correct decisions right now for TSM to take it in regulation. And Parabellum, they're ready for it.
The big thing is watching from that main door in the kitchen. You have to ensure that if somebody is coming from over towards Whiskey, that you shut them down. Toxic canisters will continue to go out, and they've all been used now. Eska doesn't have any remaining for the final 15 seconds. That could not be what they need, but look at this. There's an opening created. Blast guns down Bolo, but it's him all alone. Blaz will need to clutch this out. Gasher with the diffuser, Merc watching. They know exactly where he's going to come from. And in the second team to go to the major in the fall, winter, whatever you want to call it, TSM qualifies with a win over Parabellum.
And a lot of people, myself included, were thinking, is Snake and Gasher really the answer that TSM needs to bring back their superstar form? And I don't think we know the answer to that just yet. But they have made the major, they've significantly improved their stance from Stage 1 and Stage 2, and despite having 2 rookies on their team, they are looking like a better team overall so far.
The year started with TSM winning 6 Invitational in Sweden. Will it end with TSM winning the major in Sweden? Well, we at least know they're going to be there, and they'll be able to defend their crown on Swedish soil. Even though it's not the 6th Invitational, a major, still one hell of an accomplishment should they win. That was a tense match. 4 rounds in a row for Parabellum. Started off with Parabellum winning 1 round, then TSM wins 3 in a row. Parabellum wins 4 in a row, then TSM win 4 of their own. That was not really as back and forth of a matchup as you'd think, as the teams were defined by their lengthy streaks of round victories. Either way, 3 points for TSM. They and Spacestation, the 2 teams to clinch today. 1 more team could go. Mirage plays Beastcoast in our final matchup of the day, and if Mirage wins, they also go to the major next month. We'll see, but before we get there, a break and then the analyst desk. Sit tight, we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League desk. And as you can see, we have results. Things actually happened. I can't believe it. TSM has qualified for the Sweden Major. Parabellum is eliminated from contention for the Sweden Major. And, drumroll, Astralis has qualified for SI, our first team, I believe, qualified for the Six Invitational. And it couldn't really come at a better time, could it? Astralis has been looking really great this week. So that's a nice kind of like first step to get ready for their SI prep, even if we're not going to see them at Jönköping in Sweden.
Yeah, this kind of limits the points Parabellum can get, so they can no longer jump over Astralis. So now Astralis are guaranteed a base minimum number of points, which means now they have enough in the ladder and they're in for SI. Kind of complicated, but just know they'll be there.
I'm going to fall asleep again, I swear. It's going to happen right here on this desk. I'm going to do it.
There you go, you sleep standing up. It's really amazing. It's really something else. But I do believe that over in Las Vegas, we have none other than Snake waiting to chat with us from TSM. Snake, how's it going over there in Vegas?
It's going good. How are you?
We are good, and congrats on the win today, too. I mean, one thing that you and I talked about before the stage began is that it's a little bit rough for players like you and Gasher to come in and essentially only have one stage to kind of prove yourselves, right? Things have been going well for TSM. What do you think has been kind of the key for you to sort of like step into the Pro League role and excel?
Well, the key for me's been like listening to my support staff, Gotcha and Poj. They got great insight. Even though they never played my role, they know what they're doing. And Merc's a really great mentor as well. So like practicing every day, listening to what they have to say and critiquing me, it's really helping me improve.
Cool to hear.
Snake, you've qualified for your first major in your first stage. You will be going to Sweden to compete against the best teams from all around the world. How are you feeling going to such a big event? How much have you traveled in the past for stuff like this? And are there any teams that you're expecting or exciting to play against on the international stage?
Well, I've had to travel once to Riyadh for that Gamers 8 tournament. That was kind of hard. The flights are pretty long, and I'm not really comfortable on that. So that was weird for me. I'm excited to play BDS though, because I was gonna play them in Riyadh, but then I got COVID, so like I missed out on that, and they ended up winning the whole thing. So I really want to play BDS.
Alrighty, now let's focus on the actual game that we played. I know from my experience with you in Challenger League, you're pretty dang good at the map of Cafe. Was there anything in the side of Parabellum that you really like to take advantage of to see such success today?
Well, on defense, we knew they like to hit licks. They actually did catch us off guard on our last defense when we went 3-3. So we knew they were going to hit licks. Just be ready for it. Stay gun up most of the time on defense. And then on attack, we know that like if they have a shield, they're going to swing the shield for no reason. They like to play in rat spots, which they actually caught us off guard. Like there was a Jaeger and Freezer or something one time. So we knew they like to rat and swing stuff for no reason. So just be ready for the rat plays and the aggro.
So you've got basically a whole stage under your belt now, which congratulations, it's resulted in exactly what you were hoping for, because now you're going to the major. But because you have all this experience, it required moving away from home. It took some transition time getting used to a brand new squad when it was just CL teams before. Talk to me about what that's like now that you've been with this team for enough time, and kind of what your overall experience in Vegas has been since you joined TSM.
Well, moving away from my family is obviously hard. Never been away from them, not even for like college, because I just turned 18 in like February, so I didn't even have time to like try college. I just got picked up for Pro League. So it's weird being away from my parents, and the boys are nice. We hang out a lot, so that's nice. They're making me comfortable at home.
Good to hear you got that transition working pretty well, going to the team house, your new esports family, as it will. But we got to get TSM to start paying for business flights for you guys. Got to make that flight comfortable when you're going international. But then the contract next time. There you go. Well, thanks for taking the time to chat with us. Congrats on the win, and good luck prepping for the game next week.
Thanks.
All right, young Snake doing well in the North American League, helping his team TSM get the 7-5 victory over Parabellum. It was an even first half with a 3-3 score, and then TSM really coming alive when they swapped over to attack.
Yeah, almost looked like the same story where we saw TSM playing against Astralis a few weeks back. They were on the same map, struggled on attacking that last match that they played here on Cafe. That almost happened again after the side swap, but after Snake got that ace, it felt like it lit a fire under TSM. They started playing so well after that, didn't drop a singular round, and managed to take this game in regulation 7-5. The points for that crucial for TSM, who, as we said, now qualifying into Sweden.
I don't know, man. I think for Parabellum, you got to do a bit of a reevaluation period on how some of these guys are working out. I think it might be a bit too early to judge the contributions of the two new players, but I do think they came in with a whole bunch of hot fire. They fooled all of us into thinking they might just be the next big thing, and then going into a map like Cafe that they've already tried once before, it felt like it was a lot of the same things coming back to bite them over and over again from the reasons they've lost it in the past, not being able to really reciprocate on trade games, and sometimes it feels like TSM are just punishing them for even the smallest minute mistakes. Sometimes Parabellum know when to stack up, but it felt like it was a spacing problem. And just Parabellum on Cafe so far 0-5 on the year.
Yeah, and the two maps that the two games that we saw them do well, that kind of, you said, fooled everybody, was against Oxygen and it was against XSET, who haven't necessarily had as good of a stage as we would have expected out of these two teams. They were historically top 4. They were making the majors, and everyone was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Parabellum's the next best thing since sliced bread, but then they just got cut up.
I mean, that's the thing. You got some players sold to other teams. If they get good, it helps your team from getting good. So I don't know. I'm not managing the team, but maybe seems like a point you need to kind of pay attention to a little bit here. But let's pay attention to a replay from that last game. We're going to look at round number 4, and this was just a fun one. This was just Gasher causing havoc, right? We know he likes to. Well, here's a good example.
Maybe the best Tachanka play we've seen in the NAL since Forrest hit a crazy round on Villa a couple stages ago. Maybe it was last stage. Either way, he did fantastic down in Bakery. Gets a long angle kill onto Asian to start things off, and then Kool-Aid on the Monty, gonna make life difficult. Now, in theory, you know, the Tachanka with the flames should counter the Monty, but Kool-Aid's doing a good job of dodging it around for a little bit. Gets a little messy, it does. Thankfully for Gasher, nobody's really following up Kool-Aid there. Doc is a little bit slow to get in at this point, and that allows Gasher to get back into cover, go for a nice little flick. Playing around small bake as well, pulls out the secondary, which is, I believe, a new SMG just given to Tachanka, and really does close out the game with it. Bullet with a final kill, but a fantastic individually skilled play there coming in from Gasher. One of the big reasons why they were so successful in that half.
Exactly, and once again we saw Doc those slight little mishaps where he arguably should have been backing up. You can't have a solo play with a Monty. Monty is an operator that only thrives when you have synergy across your team and you can kind of displace crosshairs here and there, but Doc just kind of cast out a little fishing line and baited Kool-Aid just a little bit.
I mean, it'd be cool if you could, like, you know, do something with Monty where you, like, can push the other enemy operators into a corner and then just, like, hit them until they, I don't know. There's got to be some of that. What if we're
going with that one, yeah.
What if we should do a spiked Monty shield? Could do that. A big spike.
Operator idea.
I don't know. There you go. You're welcome, Ubisoft. First one's free. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, everybody loves shields and FPSs, right? I know that. I came from a game, but anyway, that's besides the point. It's the rivalry of the century coming up next. I'm not kidding at all. It's Beastcoast versus Mirage. It's a grudge match. It's meaningful. It's going to be epic on NAL when we return in just a few.
through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Bim Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm frank.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League for our final game of the day. And really, honestly, this is one that I've been looking forward to for a long time. Let me take you back to stage number 1. Beastcoast having a pretty decent stage. You know, trying to get to the major. They play Mirage. Should be a pushover. No, Mirage beats them, keeps them out of the major. Stage 2, similar things happen, but it's even worse. Beastcoast gets beat by Mirage on Drip's birthday. Now, stage 3, the situations are reversed. Mirage with a win here would pretty much lock in a major for themselves, and Beastcoast, the team on the outs in stage 3, has a chance to play spoiler. Will we see the reversal? Will we see Mirage complete the 3-0 of Beastcoast in 2022? I can't wait to see.
Look, man, the thing is, we probably shouldn't even really be doing much analysis on this game in the first place because everything about the left side of that tail of the tape kind of tells the story. A winless Beastcoast roster who are 10th on attack, 10th on defense, obviously still have yet to win a match in this rivalry so far this year, and it just looks like there's not anything they can do to stop a Mirage team that, in spite of there being some bumps in the road and some attacking instability, are on a roll and are one regulation victory away from qualifying for a freaking major.
It's amazing, but I'm telling you, this is the situation. This is the exact kind of situation in which a team like Beastcoast can win a game, though.
And they've got some people in their corner. They've got some fans. DarkZero and XSET are both relying on Beastcoast to get their first win, and it has to be regulation to stay competitive, to stay having a shot for the major. DarkZero and XSET. XSET have literally already tweeted out we'd missed the major because they don't think this game has a possibility for Beastcoast to go. And I told them,
see where that comes from.
Yeah, you're technically not out, and they're like, hey, listen, man, it's not looking good.
We're just calling it like we see it.
I mean, that's true. The numbers don't lie, but at the same time, one has to wonder a little bit. But let's talk about Beastcoast a little bit as we get into this match, our final game of the day here. And I mean, what more is there to say really than there has already been said with Beastcoast? We know the storyline for stage 3, playing with their coach for a bunch of games didn't go well. They bring in Ferda, finally gets a visa stuff fixed, still doesn't go well. And now here we are, a winless Beastcoast, perhaps the first team to go winless in quite a while in NAL. You got to get something going, but it just looks impossible for this squad right now.
I mean, I think the mindset should be, and according to the coaching staff, is trying to be, build for the future, work on mistakes, establish a roster that can bounce back next year, have a good run. But is it actually going to be like that? Are we going to see this team stick together? It feels kind of unlikely. Just last match, going down 7-0 to SSG, pushes are feeling really slow. You know, things aren't exactly working out the way they should for Beastcoast. So I think there's a big potential disconnect between what the goals kind of are from the coaching staff and what they maybe should be for the players, and then maybe the actual reality of the mental state of this team that just doesn't look 100%.
There is always a small little bit of positive. There's the light at the end of the tunnel for Beastcoast. Sure, you can say all these things. It's low-hanging fruit. It's almost punching down of their 10th place in attack, their 10th place in defense, but they were playing with a coach for a majority that makes things difficult, and kind of the only thing they can do is go up. Beastcoast historically have been a good team in this spoiler role, and there is a little bit of bad blood between them and Mirage, especially for the players like Anthony and Surf and Slash, who understand firsthand exactly what was stripped from them.
Here's the problem, though. This Beastcoast squad, in spite of playing 4 games with their coach, if they were to go winless or have an incredibly bad round differential in spite of maybe getting 1 win here or there, I still don't think that this team is going to stay together. In spite of them bringing 2 guys in and all the different caveats we can talk about Beastcoast for this year, I think if you have that poor of a performance, I think there is not going to be a mentality that you can resurrect heading into next year. This team is already beginning to look slightly dead in the water, so if they want to have a future or a longevity or maybe do anything to assuage the doubts that I'm sure are cascading in on them because of their record at this stage, then they have to win this game. They have to also probably win next game in order to maybe give us any hope that they're going to keep this team alive for qualifiers or at any point after, because as far as I'm concerned, this team is dead.
I agree. I mean, they were playing with their coach, sure, but they were practicing as a team with Ferda before the stage even began. So there's really no excuse at this point. General Manager Doa says they go win this, you blow this team up. We'll see what happens. But let's go on the other side of the arena. Talk about Mirage, a team that deservedly got a lot of flack earlier in stage 1, stage 2. But the additions of Dexter and Mohesi, along with the improvement of Melted especially, Kento coming in as a rookie, developing over time, and the leader, the pillar, the rock, Benji Mula. This team is looking strong in stage 3.
Things you never thought you were actually going to say about this Mirage squad is Benji popping off. He's still doing really good. Plus 10, he's positive on entry, 72% cost. There's not very much to say about Benji's play that's bad, other than the fact that he seems like one of those very pivotal pieces trying to hold their attacks together, and that's like the one thing you can really harshly criticize them on. From a defensive perspective, coming into today, Mirage were 3rd in the league on defenses, and they were 9 points above the average. They've been doing fantastic in that regard because they're able to match the tempo that other teams bring to the table, and they're able to either exploit it in most cases or completely dismantle whatever an attacking approach might be. But when they shift sides, that's where the concern comes in. So even if this team has an opportunity to make it to the major, that would be the primary thing I would be concerned with if this is the game that ends up locking them in for that right.
But the attacks from Mirage have improved significantly, even across these last 2 games. Looking back to what they did against Parabellum, they were able to have strong attacks, even with Blaz dropping a tactical nuke on the defensive roam.
True.
And that's really impressive. The biggest thing for me is when Mirage wants to get aggressive. You've been saying they've been swinging a lot on the defensive side, but it seems a little bit more calculated to me. And especially on their attacks, the biggest thing was those final 2 rounds on the trophy statuary attacks, where their floods were absolutely phenomenal. They were well timed, and it seems to me that Mohes has really grown into his role as that late round IGL shot caller.
Yeah, we've seen great things from Dexter. I think Mohesi's done an amazing job coming into this team and having a lot of impact. But there's one guy who's quickly grown to be my favorite player on this team, and it's got to be Melted. Melted has been such an important player for getting Mirage out of their slump that they even started kind of back, where a couple of weeks ago where they were kind of throwing games over and over and over again. The last few matches, Melted has been their key player on defense, been so consistent at clutching out those rounds, been very solid on smoke. We interviewed him, he talked about how it's just something he feels comfortable on, something that he knows he can play really well, and you can absolutely see that in his play. Now, my question for Mirage, and they may answer it today, is if you're going to a map other than Villa, and you probably aren't going to go to Villa for the 4th time, is he going to stay on those roles? Is he going to continue to play smoke, play those passive clutch roles on defense, or is he going to try something else? And if he goes a different direction, does that mean that we're going to see him see that same level of success?
Well, the question will be partially answered in just a moment because our map vetoes are in. We're going to find out what map we're going to here.
Well, let's see then. Coming forward first, Bank and Theme Park, both teams banning a map they have never won first thing on the board. Border and Chalet come through next. Chalet, it kind of hurts to have to ban against Mirage given they're on a 5-game losing streak, but when you take a look at this roster, it's not too bad. Their one and only game under this lineup was a map that they had a 6-1 lead against SSG on. And then there is actually the Villa ban coming from Mirage. So despite playing it back to back to back, they're going to ban it themselves.
It makes a lot of sense for me because Beastcoast did look the most most potent when we saw them play Villa.
True.
And there's another map that is still left up right now where they were completely inept. It was very rough to see from Beastcoast. Sure, we can say it's all the way down at the bottom, but Jacob, surely there is no chance that last time I was here, it was TSM going to theme park for like the 4th time after they looked horrible. And now there is still a small chance right now that Beastcoast go to Clubhouse, where they have looked so bad. It is a map that has been banned at a high priority from Mirage, but it's still left up in the table.
I'm waiting for it. It's Skyscraper or no.
Wow.
No.
We're going there.
No. Why? Why is this a thing? No. You just got 7-0'd on this thing yesterday, and you had the option to go to Skyscraper, which Mirage themselves have only played twice. You've played it twice. That seems like it's a far more even battleground, but no. It's Club again.
They haven't won it since 2020.
I mean, it's the redemption angle apparently for Beastcoast. Like Jacob just mentioned, getting 0-7 on it yesterday by SSG. I mean, I suppose maybe you, never mind. Let's just make some predictions here.
Shift things up, Beastcoast. Shift them up. If you're not in a position where you're going to win anything, you might as well go and experiment, try some different things out. If it's a role change, if it's expand your map pool, try something different. I mean, I understand if you think maybe there's something salvageable from an SSG game where they've already qualified for the major, but for the love of God, show me something interesting, please.
They're starting on the same side, too. They're starting on attack again.
Hey, second time's a charm. Jacob may, have an aneurysm over there, but we'll see.
This
We'll
hurts
see how
my
it goes.
head.
Let's make some predictions. I've got a feeling I know which direction Jacob is going, but we need to check in with our casters first. Pengu and Intero. Easy pick for Mirage. Is that a sentence, first of all, you expected to hear someone say this year? And also, is it what you think going into this one? Looks tasty.
Just going to enjoy a nice cup of coffee as Mirage qualifies for the major. No big deal. What about you guys?
All right, that's one for Mirage.
Okay. They did get 7-0'd, but it was close rounds. Minor things going a different way. Those rounds look differently.
You're not.
I think Beastcoast is going to win.
You're not.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's the Beastcoast pick from Pengu. What a brave, brave man. Well.
What an idiot.
I believe.
There's a thin line. There's a thin line, right?
It was small, minor details not going their way, and Slash has got to figure it out.
Did you see any of that? Never mind. Mirage is going to win.
Well, we'll let them sort that out.
You said you want the Chaos timeline. For that to happen,
I mean, I want it.
But you don't believe in it?
I absolutely don't believe
That's your problem.
Mirage is 2-0 against Beastcoast, and that was when Beastcoast were better teams and Mirage were worse teams.
That is true.
You can only lose so many times before you start winning.
That is
and it's
absolutely
almost
not how it happens. That's how people play like
true.
40 games in ELO Hell, and then they just keep losing.
One more.
No, that's a beautiful analysis.
Eventually, it's going to break.
You'll start winning eventually. That's not entirely true, though.
Absolutely
Ask the 0-40 Shanghai Dragons in the Overwatch League if you.
Ask the 0-8
0-8
Beastcoast from Stage 2 of last year. It's the exact same thing. They've done it before. They're going to do it again.
All right. Well, we'll check back in with our casters in just a moment. Now, here at the desk, we apply logic, right? We look at stats. We look at numbers.
Put Mirage up.
Jacob says Mirage. The two of you, Mirage or Beastcoast?
Yeah, I mean, just
Canadian.
I mean, I've gambled before. I've gone for Beastcoast before. I've done this. I've made the same mistake that Nick has.
You did.
I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
going to
true.
make it a third time. I'm going back for Mirage.
All right.
There's some strength to what Nick was saying, that a lot of the rounds yesterday we were overcritical on Beastcoast, and I firmly believe that it's not as bad as we might believe. There were a couple of just key small things here and there, but it's not enough for me to go for Beastcoast. I don't think that the roster needs to burn quite yet, but Mirage, they look so dang good. I'm really proud of them with their growth, and I think they're locking in a major spot today.
All right. Another Mirage choice for our guests. Let's see what the coin says. It's going to be heads Beastcoast. It's going to be tails Mirage. That was a pretty good one.
That's tall.
I know.
So tall.
Right? What's the result, though? Oh, it's tails. The coin saying Mirage as well. It's not an illusion, except it is. That's by definition what a Mirage is. Change your motto. And the fans say Mirage. No big shock there. I think that's what a lot of people are expecting. Just Pengu, just the former winningest player in Rainbow Six Siege history. That's pretty much right. He's nodding. Yeah.
I think that's correct.
Exactly. Yeah, I think we could say that. Yeah. He believes in Beastcoast. Do Beastcoast believe in themselves? Does anyone else? We're going to find out But first, we're going to look at our community poll. Which team will rely more on hero plays, Beastcoast or Mirage? Well, you know, I guess Beastcoast could use some heroes.
Yeah, who's making the hero plays if it's Beastcoast?
Anthony didn't look too bad yesterday. Anthony did not look that bad.
Sure. Anthony had probably his best game of the stage.
That's true. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, the action begins. Mirage versus Beastcoast. Can Beastcoast finally get the revenge they've been looking for and prevent Mirage from going to the major? Will Mirage punch their ticket with a Beastcoast win? We'll find out after this.
I'm talking 6 a.m. tea times, 18 with the mayor talking land banks. I waited for it, gotta get mine. Snag a seat up at the table if my man can't. Head into a meeting, we're familiar with no briefcase. Just my mind in a free state. I got a plan through a vision, but it takes time. I'ma make mine. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? You know the drill by now. Summertime and then why? Get everything together, get the squad together, get the gang together. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? Started in the back office, now I run the front. Call the shots, make the deals, know the deal, know what's up. Too much for the books, then I put it in a tuck. Too much for the tuck, then I give it to my love. Once I make $1 million, man, $1 million won't be enough. Watch me fake the struggle while I get it off the hush. Now it's JetBlue miles, Rolex dials, frowns turn to smiles. Summertime and then why? Now we come to an end. Summertime and then why? And the falls upon us. I want you to bring that energy. Summertime and then why? And run that thing back. Yeah. Until next year. Summertime and then why? Yeah. And why? Summertime and then why? Yeah. We gone.
Final matchup of the day unfolds in front of our very eyes. Beastcoast versus Mirage, and if Mirage prevails here, they go to the major in Sweden next month. Beastcoast still looking for their very first win of this stage, and they're going up against a team that they have yet to win against. Mirage is 2-0 on this stage and on this season's records, and that's actually quite surprising given that the old Beastcoast roster was traditionally better than this roster, and on top of that, Mirage's old rosters were significantly worse in terms of performance, and yet here we are. So, Beastcoast went to this match yesterday against Spacestation and got 7-0'd. Do you think that there will be a better result here today?
Yeah, I mean, it can't get worse. So, absolutely better result.
It actually could get worse. If Mirage wins 7-0, flawless round, all 7 rounds.
Okay. I think not only is Beast going to put rounds on the table and feast tonight, but they're going to win. I'm telling you. Also, if I'm correct, I overtake you in prediction win rate, which means I get to win twice tonight in this single matchup.
You should be ahead of me on predictions.
You've been casting for way longer than I have. Like
it doesn't
way
matter predictions. The thing is that I, as a play-by-play caster, am not an expert on the game. You, as the color commentator, are the expert on the game.
No.
You should have a better grasp of who is going to win a match than I should.
I disagree. You have been doing this for longer, and experience, it matters above anything else.
I mean, I will say, I greatly appreciate the fact that you put such confidence in my abilities.
Might have been misplaced, after all. With these words that you're spitting towards me. With ill intent. But you know what? We'll see. I might overtake you, and that's all that matters.
Hibana, Nook, Azami, and Owamai.
Okay.
With how much trouble they had with Bandit yesterday, I'm actually kind of surprised.
Don't go there.
Kind of surprised that Beastcoast did not.
Don't go there.
Did not do
Listen,
that.
okay. My theory, I'll say it one last time, for Beastcoast, is that they looked at that game as a VOD review. They looked back at it, and they were like, this is a problem. That was a problem. This had to be done better. And if they fix all those small, tiny, 10% mattering, tiny details with massive impact, they actually would have gone toe-to-toe in their previous matchup yesterday. So I believe, I am hoping, praying, and really just believing that they have done that, and that they will rectify that, fix it, and then show up today. And we'll see if I'm absolutely wrong. Hopefully I'm not. But yeah, the Bandit's on the board. Bandit triggering first round is being enabled. Mirror being brought from Mo. Kento on the Frost. This is a staple as it gets kind of lineup for this particular German defense here on round number 1 between Beastcoast and Mirage. Now, Mirage as a team on defense, very strong, very aggressive, very difficult to play against. They do not give you any ground for free whatsoever. Beastcoast as a team, period, they just struggle. So I really am curious to see how it's going to bode for them starting on the attacking side of all places against one of the best defending teams in the NAL. Opening round is gonna bring a lineup that is pretty safe. Double Heartbreach, we get the Lion, we have Grenades, we have Soft Breach on Xeno on the Sophia. We do have a very stable, clear objective in mind, consistency, and the ability to deal with any problem thrown our way. Now the first obstacle is going to be Benji on the Bandit on the CCTV wall. If you want to open up that wall, gotta clear out that position. Right now, there's a Gemini clone. Not gonna do much but grant you a bit of visibility and information, but that's it.
Well, that's the first EU1D that we hear go off. That's Ferda running on the Lion. First kill is going to go to Benji, and that's Ferda down for the count. The First kill is going to go to Benji, and that's Ferda down for the count. The Maritime Maniac, as Jesse called him. Now it's Surf to take some damage, and look at that. Bandit tricking still going quite well.
That's not great.
Not great for who?
That's not great for Beastcoast or for me. If you see Bandit kill your teammate behind the mirror window and you try and Selma charge it after with no nade or anything follow-up, then you're just praying that Bandit has pre-placed all his 4 Bandit charges at that point, which is not the case. You have nades and Anthony that could help you out greatly from this window position.
Trouble is that you've got the Jaeger's ADSs that are up.
Yeah.
If they're positioned by the window, do some damage. Look at this. Anthony's got the beat on it. The nades in pocket don't want to die without them being used. Benji's still holding off this jacuzzi wall. Beastcoast will send Xeno down below, maybe up the stairs to try and catch the back of Mirage. Has he been droned in is the real question.
I don't think so.
Certainly doesn't seem that way. Anthony taking some damage. Now Surf throwing out another thing as Selmas. Have they taken care of the charge or not? Mohase throwing out the Nitro Cell, but Xeno just sprints into the middle of the bomb site, but they catch him anyway. Kento has his teammates back. Benji still in this position, takes them all down, and how about that? What did I say? 7 flawless rounds? I said 7 flawless rounds. Mirage take round 1 flawlessly.
Okay, I saw a couple of problematic situations occur in that round. And they're very similar.
I saw 5 of them.
They're very similar to what happened yesterday as well. But that's just the first round, Parker. We still got more to go. Now, CCTV is actually where I want to see Beastcoast attack the most, because it's where they were arguably the most, or the closest to the most successful that they were on their attacking side. They had good theories going into the round. They brought the sense with that smoke wall. Dexter already off the bat choosing to go with the Warden, already expecting some sort of shenanigan play from Beastcoast. Now, Beastcoast love to use smokes across the table, whether it's the Ying, the Capitao, or the Sense. They love denying visibility from their opponent, so Dexter bringing that Warden means that they've done their research. Of course, Dexter is bringing a C4. We don't need triple shields, as Kento and Mo are bringing 1 apiece in that Frost and the Smoke as well. Short extension onto the Master Bedroom side, reinforcing that bathroom wall to extend just a tiny bit. And 4 attacker repicks on the attacking side. Mostly just swapping on who gets to play what here, but we are bringing the Capitao, Thatcher, Sledge, and Thermite. So we have to deal with the Bandit of Melted. We have to show that we're not going to get Bandit tricked again. And that'll be a golden star if we can do that successfully.
All right. Gym and bedroom already off of the board. Every other bomb site playable here on Clubhouse. Let's reference the 4 plays that we've seen at a club up to this point. Okay. Let me start again. The most common bomb site played far and away. It's just one of those days, man.
Yeah.
Church and Arsenal downstairs won 38% of the time by the defenders. So if you're an attacker, you think that you're in a pretty good spot. That's great. Upstairs on Cash CCTV, overwhelmingly favored by the defense, and they have one.
Oh, he missed the
done
fire.
quite so well. No!
He missed the fire.
Slash misses the fire. How does that happen? Can they bandit trick effectively? It looks like that might be the case. The second fire connects. Melted, now pushed off of his spots. And there you go. You managed to do something on Beastcoast's team that wasn't able to be done against Spacestation. Let's get that wall opened up. Dexter, the only one dead so far. Beastcoast with that first pick. This will not be a flawless round.
So good. So there was a change to Capital like a very long time ago. There's like a bullet drop on his fire arrow, so you gotta line it up correctly. It does drop in the air. He missed the first, got the second, but using Capital on that 51 server window with the Might being banned off the board from Mirage themselves, it enables the Capital Fire to strike true every single time, as only Wamai's Magnet or the Aruni gates can stop that piece of utility. And that's step number 1 done. Now the second step for Beastcoast is, are you either going to go for a garage attack or go towards the master bedroom instead? You can't do both. It's too much map control, too little time. So you have to make a decision. Because both fire arrows had to be spent from Slash, that means you don't have that easy option of clearing out Benji on this catwalk rafter. You have to use and rely on the single grenade from Anthony and no real ADS besides Surf's flashbangs from that garage door.
Grenade tossed up by Anthony. Benji getting out of the way, but there's a lot of gunfire. Beastcoast seemingly prepared for this one and doing a good job of stopping Mirage in and around the bomb site. Final 40 seconds now. Kento posted up inside a cache, sitting by the bomb chassis. He's got a line of sight over to rafters. That's where Beastcoast have stacked things up. But he gets swung on by Surf right before Surf hits the frost mat. He'll need to be retrieved. A flawless round for Beastcoast is very much possible. Melted and Mohesi will have to be the two to shut it down. Where are they, though? Rafters control very firmly for Beastcoast. One Nitro Cell still in the back pocket. Beastcoast's biggest issue is the time. Anthony is in. Down goes Zeno. Anthony evading that toxic smoke. Mohesi is down, so Melted will need to clutch. Diffuser being planted. He stops it in its tracks. He just needs to live for a second or more, but Ferda hops onto that Diffuser. Melted knows the timer's going, and there's that Nitro Cell, but it gets shot away. He has to come back in. He knows that there's one on the ground. Ferda will watch quite intently at full HP. Can Melted pull off this clutch? He's allowed them both to get outside and reposition, but he's in a dangerous spot. He can long arm it from the doorway.
Oh no,
he can long arm it. I don't know if they're going to be able to get there in time. They're going to need to rush, but Melton might actually pull this off, but Surf gets him in the final seconds. Oh, that's as close as you're going to get. And Beastcoast tie the game.
Ferda, the hero of the round there, he shoots the C4 that would have ended the round for them. And I have to say, the original plant position decision was not the greatest. I mean, you get shot from construction to that soft wall and you just die. You got to tuck on the opposite side or you got to go on a different location. Either way, they get the round. It's not a 7-0. They show success and they fix the problems of the past on the CCTV attacking side. The only issue is there are 4 playable bomb sites on Clubhouse, and all 4 can and likely will get played, which means you gotta have this same problem-solving success many more times. It's a great start, though, the second round.
Good lord. Good lord. What? Oh.
Very close.
What an exhilarating end of the round that was. It does not get any closer than that.
It's always dangerous when you plant in a uncommon spot, because I don't think most players in their careers have probably not had to defend that particular position. So when you go on the rappel outside the building in the CCTV breach, you might not realize you actually have no line of sight towards the diffuser case, which means you can't shut down any attempt to counter defuse it or to defuse it. But Surf is the hero. Sprints with pistol in hand, saves the round. Claymore being put down right now to stop an offensive approach here from the defending side of Mirage. Basement roam clear is the name of the game. Catwalk Raptors being played aggressively. Bandit batteries on the CCTV will also support that position. And again, problem solving and decision making is what Beastcoast has to be superb on. Dexter playing main stair, shutting down drone, and again just making Beastcoast's life difficult. By killing these drones, they're gonna have to go in blind and just keep sacrificing more and more to gain the same kind of information. But at some point, they will have to act. Otherwise, well, the round ends right here.
0.5 seconds, just a little bit less than half of a second. If Surf misses that shot, Then it gets won by Mirage. How close can you possibly get? And we've seen a whole lot of them. It seems to happen in the EU League more than anywhere else, where Europeans just get ever so close to getting the diffuser either planted or disabled. Just can't make it work. So bomb site was open again. The only site that is locked is that gym bedroom bomb site that was won flawlessly by Mirage back in round number 1. Instead, the team will go downstairs to the bomb site that is not often won, by the way, by the defenders. Again, 38% of the rounds won by defense, not a lot. Anthony was in hot pursuit, and he misses out on 2 separate players from Mirage, who scamper out of the garage and head back into the safety of Church and Arsenal.
I'm a bit surprised that both members of Mirage falls back there, because normally you would not expect 2 roamers, so maybe when, you know, when Anthony sees that one member fell back, you can assume the second one, or that there isn't the second one, rather. But they played it safe. They played the 5v5 with a minute to go on the clock, and now it's Slash, the big brain behind Beastcoast, who has to problem solve the plant situation here, because it is challenging. You're up against 2 C4s, 2 impact grenades, but no smoke. A plant is definitely possible. Cover has to be perfect. Oh, and that's not the way to start it off.
Benji still trying to trick. Are we in the bandit tricking meta? Moesi, a huge C4 on the Surf and Ferda. That is not the result that they want. Mirage taking down Anthony now as well. Slash upstairs. Exothermic charge in back pocket. Only 1 remaining. Xeno, no stuns on Zoph. He's going to get swung on anyway. No stuns, no hope at all. Slash in a 1v5. He'll march down the main stairs, narrowly avoid a nitro cell. Fire away, a bit of desperation. Could he get lucky onto a pick? He does onto Mohesi before a bunch of Mirage gang up on him. They could have just let him go. They didn't need to. Could have been a flawless round for Mirage, but wasn't. They'll regain the lead.
Yep, 2-1. Bomb site, and of course, downstairs now locked, but Gym opens up again, which means a problem for Beastcoast. The C4 above the reinforcement, or on that self-destructible wall at least, gets 2 kills. It's very nice. Nicely done. And that mirror on that church wall is very difficult to deal with, especially because the bandit trigger has been so accurate from Mirage so far. Mo, or Benji in this case, in the bandit, they're always in the right position, the right time to get some value out of that gadgetry, whereas when you play Mute, for example, you're just slapping down jammers everywhere and hoping for the best. With bandit, you gotta be at the right position, the right time to get any sort of value, because Thatcher's on the table, secondary EMPs, so many ways to deal with them. We are going to get a quick rehost here. There was a drone bug on one of the members in the attack and lineup. We'll be back in just a second here. Hopefully, just a second. Usually, just a second.
Usually, just a second. Do you want to compliment them?
No. No, I feel like I've done a good job at complimenting players at how fast they had rejoined the lobby, that I don't have to do it again until they prove me wrong, if that makes sense. You know, there's 2 different kinds of teachers in life, Parker, right? There are people who believe their students, they start on 100%, like the highest grade possible, until you prove them that you're wrong. Then there are the ones where you have to earn it, where you start on 0% and you gotta work your way up. I have no idea which one I am, but it used to be that like Pro League players in all regions, NA, EUL, LATAM, APAC, whatever, would always be so slow at rejoining the server. Some people go for like a pee break, and it's like, guy, you gotta get in the server, my guy. And oh, my bad. That's not the case anymore. In NAL, we're, you know, as you can see on the screen, we're on LAN, we're right then and there. No one is going anywhere. And even if you did, your teammate or your coach could join the lobby before you. So, yeah, we are really efficient these days. And even UL, who has their own rehost stuff as well, they're also, whenever I'm watching at least, pretty good at it. So good job, everybody. I'll say it. Good job. Got a bit of a dance going with those hand warmers.
Almost everybody back in, by the way.
Shake, 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 shake.
What are you singing?
Was it Metro something? Da da. How does it go? Oh, you should know that song actually. I've lost my. I don't know how it goes. We'll figure that out another time. Metro Shake, is that what it's? I'm gonna look it up. 1 second.
Oh no, it's Metro Station.
Is it? Yeah, right. You know that song. I knew.
Yeah, I know that song.
Yeah.
It's awful.
It's
absolutely horrific.
It's
song.
definitely not one of the best songs in the world.
No, it isn't.
But it was applicable to the situation on screen.
All right, so let's break down these 3 rounds so far, because we've seen Gym and Bedroom, we've seen Cash, CCTV, we've seen Church downstairs.
Okay.
Obviously, Jim and Church very decidedly in Mirage's favor. The 2 rounds that Mirage have won, there's only been a single kill, and it was because, and I don't want to take this away from Slash, but it literally was just because 3 separate players in Mirage were trying to get the final kill. They could have very easily just waited for him for the final 3 seconds. They had case control. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing that Beastcoast were going to do there. That round was lost.
Agreed.
It could have been another flawless round. They decided to get a little bit cute with it, whatever. Cash obviously not going in their favor. What really went wrong in that Cash defense?
Honestly, the Cash defense was just, it was good problem solving by Beastcoast. I mean, they got the bandit trick situation handled out, and they took Mirage successfully. They had 1 grenade to work with, and I do want to say that Mirage made a slight misplay, because the Garage Catwalk player member should never die from the person on the CCTV breach, right? That's the last way to go out, but that's unfortunately what happened for them. So, a mixture of Beastcoast playing it well, and Mirage having a small misstep just put the odds against them. Of course, Beastcoast, they won their gunfights, as you do in any FPS game. The thing is, when you're on the gym attack, it's not as simple as this, because now you gotta worry about so much more of the map, right? On a CCTV attack, all you care about is that server breach, then garage. That's it. Right now, if you want to roam clear, you gotta take CCTV breach, cash, construction, office, then you're hitting the bomb site with Master Bedroom and gym, or you can try what Beastcoast did last time that did not work in their favor, go Jacuzzi breach and just fall over, because there's like a mirror window and a bandit tricking there. Note that Mo is keeping 1 mirror window in his pocket right now, likely waiting to see what kind of attack direction Beastcoast will come from, and then to allocate that mirror window, you know, consciously making a decision as to the counterplay. Benji gonna try and bandit trick, flashbang checks that there's no ADSs, Sophia stuns go through the drone hole to make sure that no bandit trick occurs. That is one way to deal with the bandit trick, by the way, because if Sophia stun a bandit, you will interrupt the animation and the bandit battery does not get placed down.
Look at this late mirror window going up. Excellently played by Mirage. That pocket mirror strategy has come out before. We used to see it on the old Oregon map, but the only gamble is if the mirror dies early, then you don't gain that intel. Obviously, as the mirror window can't go down, it dies with you. Additionally, if the attackers decide to sprint in, you might not have enough time to get your setup underway. Beastcoast a bit lethargic, and that's what allowed Mirage to do that. Logic Bomb goes out, by the way, from Beastcoast. Virtus still has 1 in back pocket. Lots of hard breach potential for Beastcoast. Still 2 Selmas in back pocket for Surf. You saw the intended target was over towards that mirror window, the black mirror that was linking towards Jacuzzi from bathroom. Is that where it's going to go again? Well, you got to deal with the bandit first.
Xeno can open up the mirror window canister from below, by the way. So you can see by that yellow ping. You can open the floor, get a line of sight, and you can open it up. I like the fact that Benji is actively contesting the lineup to get some damage onto Xeno, maybe a kill.
Oh, they just walked right in. Surf's walked right in.
What?
And he finds that he's a free gym. He could easily get the diffuser down. Benji inside a bathroom, and Aid goes out, takes Kento down with him. Beastcoast learning from this one. They've now got control. Slash will watch as Surf gets the diffuser down, and Melted will be dusted off by Slash, who now walks into the bathroom. It's Dexter in a 1v5. Almost a flawless for Beastcoast, denied by Dexter. You find Surf outside on the roof. There's more to be had. He doesn't know if there's someone behind the black mirror, as he can't see around it. Seems to think it. 4 remaining players from Beastcoast. Slash inside a bathroom. You have to pick your poison, but Xeno decides to be the distraction, and he'll die for team if needed. Beastcoast tie up the game. They learned from their mistakes. Maybe they took that rehost a bit more seriously and were able to sort out some issues. Now there's apparently another bug that will see us again rehost, so we'll await the admin's calls.
We'll be right back.
Yeah, we will.
But it was almost a flawless. I mean, that is also like practically a flawless round for Beastcoast. And again, like a very well executed round. It started off kind of scrappy where Surf rushes the breach, sees the bandit prone dancing, breaking him down on the floor, but then kind of ignores him and just goes in towards that gym area instead. But the follow-up was there. Slash got aggressive on the thermite. He had done his breaching job already. Gets the kill onto Benji. Plant goes down. Anthony, I think, gets a grenade kill in the midst of that chaos. And then post-plant is nice and safely played out. Dexter is so far roaming off the other side of the map. Can't quite contest or deny anything. Sure, he gets that 1 kill on the ace outside the master bedroom / gym window, but that really doesn't make a difference in that round at that point as you're in a 1 versus 4 with the diffuser planted. That means out of 4 attacking rounds so far, Beastcoast have won 2 of them, and in both of those victories, they planted on the diffuser and they got the opening kill. A 3-3 split here would be a great scenario for Beastcoast. If they can get 4 rounds, that would be very impressive. Have to see how far they're going to take this and how far they can go. We're almost back in the server, just double checking all the settings and the bomb site lockdown rotations so that the teams can go in the right order again. Otherwise, we'll have to rehost one more time to fix that if a defending team wants to go to a site that is then locked because of a mistake. So
hopefully that's not the case.
No,
because we want to get in the action as much as possible. See, the thing is that while we're on these tech pauses, we always tell you the teams are not able to talk to their coaches, but they can talk to each other. So if you are looking to try and build some momentum, or if you are dealing with something that you think is absolutely a problem and needs extra time to walk through it, this is actually quite advantageous for you. I have no doubt that Beastcoast knew that they were going to Gym Bedroom again because it got unlocked. It was a very favorable site for Mirage. I would rush to go back there were I them, and they did so. But Beastcoast had all that extra time to sit down and discuss it. They confronted the problem with the Bandit head on, made it so that the mirror window was not anywhere near as crucial, and then very quickly took control of Gym. And with it, the rest of the dominoes all started to fall.
That leads us to round number 5. We're back in CCTV, where last time Beastcoast opted for that garage-oriented attacking side choice. Mirage bringing a similar lineup as to before. No Warden for Dexter this time, on Valkyrie instead to get some information. Maybe some plant denial this time with those vertical C4s at their disposal. And we're gonna have to take a look at Beastcoast's attacking lineup, because that is going to tell us how they're going to problem solve, once again, the potential issue of bandit tricking that is now melted. Slash is once again gonna go onto the Capital. That's gonna prompt Serve to go from Ace onto Thermite, as Thermite is arguably the best Harbinger to bring for these CCTV and Gym Jacuzzi walls. You're gonna get a nice big opening to gain both line of sight and entry point, and it's also the fastest heart-breaching gadget to activate on a wall compared to the size that it brings you. Also, of course, it makes it harder to bandit trick because it is a faster acting gadget, and it does appear that Beastcoast will go for the same similar clear. EMPs goes out, Capital Fire that 51 server window. The question now is, how are Mirage going to respond to this? Because if they're not going to change anything around, well, actually, I might have spoken too fast. We're going to change their approach. I like this. Maverick's going to make a hole. We can fire through that hole, EMP the wall, then exothermic charge it. This is actually a very clean way to do it. It does cost you another operator pick on the Maverick, but besides that, it's going to be a very clean-cut experience, I think.
I was going to say
There's no EMPs.
I was defaulting.
There's no EMPs.
I was defaulting to my old belief. Oh, yeah, Maverick has nades. Doesn't anymore. I was going to say, oh, Mav could just nade through it. I was like, I saw the nades on the team. I'm like, oh, Sledge has them now.
There we go. Oh, yeah. Small thing there. There was no EMPs, but we got it. Maverick makes a feed hole as well. I think Maverick might have mistaken it as well, but he's like, he made the nade hole, but then nothing came out of it.
I mean, you could have run the mini EMPs on the Sledge, but instead,
yeah,
you run nades instead, because if you feel that you can get it open without the EMPs, then nades become especially valuable. You wouldn't have any explosives on the hands of Beastcoast. For backup, just in case something went awry with the Thermite or the Maverick, you have the hard breach gadgets on Capital. I imagine they're going to want to put that on the exterior wall leading into construction, maybe onto one of the garage walls, or maybe inside construction itself, depending on where that last exothermic charge from Surf went.
Seems to be another garage attack. The one big key difference is Slash has one more fire to go. Red pin comes out, fire gets tossed, and now Benji is in a very big trouble. He gets taken out, melted, hiding on Catway Rafters, could get a kill or two here, unless he gets droned out.
The team that's gotten the first pick has gone on to win the round every single time. That means a Beastcoast victory would be had. Well tossed out by Melted, and despite the attempts from Beastcoast to shoot the Nitro Cell out of the sky, they come up a little bit short. Now it's Anthony with that nade in hand. It'll go down. Melted realized he was dead, but he takes Anthony with him. You're not trapped in here with me, or I'm trapped in here with you. No, you're trapped in here with me. And they ensure that it's mutual destruction. 3v3. Construction has not been a focus so far for Beastcoast. And oh my goodness, Surf walks into the same frost mat at the top of those rafter stairs. Zeno making sure that red is not as crucial for Beastcoast. SMG can't be handled by Mohesi. Zeno continues to walk forwards. Kento is farther back. Dexter shut down. They pinned it all on the Nitro Cell. Instead, it's Kento now as he gets both of them. And he clutches the round for Mirage. Goodness gracious. What an end to both of these cash sites that we've seen from Mirage.
So back and forth. I mean, you think, okay, C4 downstairs. They just open up that hatch. Okay, that gets shut down. Right before that, all right, garage control. Frost trap kicks in. Nade comes through, but Melted gets the kill onto Sledge at the last second before the nade and the crossfire comes into play. And then you see this. Kento gets the first easy kill, forcing the second member of Surf off the plant because there's 0.5 seconds left. And either if Surf doesn't get the kill there, the round goes to Mirage, either because of time or because the fuses dropped in a difficult position to pick it up on. And the last member, of course, was slashed downstairs, nowhere nearby to help. Beastcoast came oh so close again, but time really was a problem for them. Had to rush that final moment into the round. And honestly, I hate to say this, if Surf had more health in that initial final gunfight, he might have actually won the round. But because he walked into that same frost mat 2 times in a row, he was on 20 HP, and that's not really a position you want to be in to take a gunfight against the Frost, because that gun will kill you in 1 bullet at that point, and that is not going to end well for you. Basement we go again. Again, similar lineup from Mirage. Bandit on CCTV wall. 1 member on that catwalk rafters. That's going to lock down 1/2 of the map that we see right here on the right-hand side of the screen, the east side. Then we have 1 member of Dexter on the main stairs, and then 2 members in the bomb side. Mo playing deep on side, Melted playing in that kind of like link position, linking both the side and the roamers together. He's going to hold the rotate and give them a way back if they need to through either garage or blue stairs.
I was hoping for a stage defense, but we'll have to see if Beastcoast opts to go there. We didn't really see a lot of Beastcoast in their previous clubhouse endeavor because they lost after their very first defense to Spacestation. So Mirage again fall off with about a minute off of the clock, scoot their way back down into the more protective portion of Church and Arsenal.
I like the drone work because we saw Yeti from SSG hiding in kitchen.
Just gonna say that.
Yeah.
Shut up and drone, and it seems like Beastcoast understood the message.
Yep.
So
that's like that. Improvement, right? Like, as tough as words can be in the server during a game, if you learn from them, then you really are the winner. So, great job there, Surf. Benji taking a ton of damage from what I assume is a grenade, or some sort of explosive utility at least. Must have been. I say that, but there's no nades in the attacking lineup, so did he see what happened?
Yeah.
There was an explosion, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no... I actually have no idea what happened.
I'm not sure. Maybe somebody can look back. There's all this little damage that does get done. We're always confused about.
Yeah.
Both explosives and a stun used from the Moto hatch, but look at Melted above.
Oh.
He actually just saw somebody, but he just got droned out. And he still wins the engagement on Neferta. Oh, no, 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 no. There was a drone up there, and it didn't matter at all. Melted, still tussling.
It's a really difficult position. And because of his impact grenades as well, he can now open up the hatches or even create soft destruction on the floor above and deny something from the members of Beastcoast on the attack inside, or go for a drop in the flank.
You know, you got one player of Beastcoast by Dirt. You've got another at the moment inside a kitchen, and Xeno in Dirt's making an awful racket. Slash was the one inside a kitchen. He gets out-dueled by Dexter. Don't know how that engagement was actually going, and there's Melted on the flank to do some serious damage, and it's really ugly, but he gets it done over Anthony the first half. 4-2 for Mirage.
Not the split that Beastcoast wanted. They really need a 3-3 split, I would have to say, in my opinion. Because of this, they would have to go almost flawless on defense to have a leg to stand on. They're going to opt for Church as their starting choice of defense. Have to see how they approach it. Mirage, they are a defender-favored team. That's why they're the strongest. Now, they're not useless on their attacks, but they are weaker on this side. Oh, bar. Never mind. We got a bar.
There we go. I said we would have to see Beastcoast do it, right?
You did say that. And then they showed it.
And then they showed it. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. When Beastcoast defended in their match against Spacestation yesterday, they went downstairs to Church. Here, by the way, is what we're looking at. If Mirage get all 3 points, then they are through. Going to overtime is not good enough. A regulation loss right now looks unlikely, but it is still obviously a possibility. A 4-2 half. Beastcoast can go 5-1 on their half, and that's it. They get a W in the books. Unsure exactly if it'll happen, but if you're a fan of Mirage, if you've looked at the way that Mirage has played over their entire tenure here in the North America League, well, I hope you're just as excited as I am. And I will say this, I am unabashedly excited at the idea of Mirage going to the major.
Yeah. That's something that if you said that at any other point, you'd be like, no, they're not. Like, there's just no way they are, right? But they started off Stage 3 on a really good note, and they've only really gotten better since then. The very opening match is like, okay, there is some potential in this lineup. Sure enough, they're showing it every single week, every single Playday, making quick work on the entry right now, just storming through Garage, good drone work, granting them enough information to make that decision confidently, and might have trapped Serve inside of Cash, but no, he gets away scot-free. No aggressive line being held, but the drone at duty right now is doing great work. We're storming through still. We have active information constantly on that roamer. We can't go through the rotate, that sucks.
Yeah, Dexter's having some problems going through there. That's okay. He'll just decide to go through the other doorway where nobody is watching. You want this upstairs control. The linchpin for a lot of successful attacks is that gym side of the map where Xeno still is, and that's where Mirage will have to chase these members of Beastcoast off of their spots. They're perched up because of how vital that part of the map is. Once you can control that, you can see the pool table down below, you can get a good drop. If somebody decides on the attacking team to go through Church as well, then they end up in an even better spot, and you've got control of half of that first floor, which ends up being so crucial. No real charge on, or no real try on that wall to stop the exothermic charge from going off. Instead, Beastcoast have allowed Mirage to open up Jacuzzi Wall and now get themselves into a better position.
Typically, you don't full clear the top floor here, you just take construction and CCTV, but you can full clear it if you're fast enough. So because that early, fast, quick entry from Mirage, they have the time to make this play if they want to and get a kill or two as well.
I really don't like where Xeno is right now, but I think he has a good idea that you have to take the engagement. 50 seconds to go. You need to swing onto this breach over by Jacuzzi. You could have gotten spotted by Bathroom, but Mirage have now fallen off of Jacuzzi entirely. So Xeno, while he was in the line of fire, seems to be in a much safer position. Fer to the first kill, but it's traded back immediately. Both teams lose one apiece. And down goes Ferda. Again, the team that gets the first pick has gone on to win every single round so far for Beastcoast. You have to hope that this continues on. Look at that. Great coordination. Xeno from above. Down goes Mohesi. Diffuser picked back up by Melted. It's a 3v3, but there's Yokais on the board. So you need to find Slash and you need to punish him. Does he have a sight on Melted? Yes, he does, but he doesn't stop him. Melted gets the Diffuser down before taking a lot of damage. Xeno falls, and Surf will join him in the afterlife. Inside a strip, it's Slash to behead Melted. He has marks on at least one of the two remaining players. Diffuser quite a ways away. Slash needs to show up huge for Beastcoast, and he gets one on Nikento. Benji is the last one to deal with. Benji Mula is going to cash checks, snap necks. Slash on the Diffuser trying to draw out Benji. Doesn't work. He goes back on it. 10 seconds to go. Now Benji can hop on and find him and finish him off. No opportunity for Slash when he knew the clock was working against him. Mirage 5-2.
5-2, yes they are. They're looking very strong. It was theoretically a good defense from Beastcoast, but that Echo Yokai stun not really going in their way really made things difficult for them. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it looked like it was just like the angle didn't quite line up. The bar just kind of blocked it towards that initial hit, or towards the hit at the end. And bomb goes down. Postman again so strong because a member of Mirage was up above. It's a near impossible postman to ever win as a defender in that scenario, because you'll hear every single individual take off the defuse. It's a 7-second timer. You can wait for the third or fourth take, then go for the pre-fire. You're almost guaranteed to win. Got the poll. Which team will rely more on hero plays? Beastcoast or Mirage? And you guys said? That's very close to it.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, I can see both sides, right? Beastcoast, they have to make hero plays because they're a scrappier team, like they're a less successful team. Mirage is like the king of hero plays because they individually win so many rounds time and time again. I mean, when we see someone like Dexter play on Villa, he will just go for the Kento as well, like go for crazy, ridiculous swings and just win them more often than not. And that really is the strength of Mirage. Not many teams can contain them and match them one-to-one in both their aggression, but also their success in gunfight skill. That is definitely where they shine. Mirage won their first initial attack, but they need to find more. We are now downstairs in the basement, so now we have to talk about the roam clear. Unless, of course, you opt for a bomb site rush, which we haven't seen much of on Clubhouse because there's no easy access points directly to the bomb site outside of dirt. And dirt has a single doorway, which is not the ideal position to rush. We're gonna roam clear from master bedroom over. So Jacuzzi Wall gets opened up. We got 3 members. 1 can drone, 2 can follow. Rush on in, take some ground, and hopefully start taking away this map control from Beastcoast.
Surf posted up at the top of red stairs. Hatches open. Mirage have control of what appears to be the western portion of the map over by that gym jacuzzi wall that we talked about many, many times. Ferd has fallen off. He will join Surf over by red, and that's just a little bit over a minute. But look at Benji on the upside down. Repel gets 1 kill. The follow-up on Ferda does serious damage, but he gets away with his life intact. No damage done at all to Mirage. And they find themselves in a great spot with over half the round to go.
And now this is where the hero plays kind of have to come to fruition, because if not, I don't know how Beastcoast is going to have a way back into the round. They have Toxic Babe, sure, 2 C4s, but with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go, Mirage have everything going for them. And you see that floor bang right there forces both the Mazers players immediately back towards the bomb site because, oh, he must know where we are with that pre-fire. And well, he didn't. It was a guesswork. Bar camera was alive, he got shot momentarily after. Church wall not triple reinforced, surprisingly enough, despite the fact that there is no mirror being played.
Well coordinated there. They pinged him. Melted was able to take advantage of that. Ferda down inside of Church, just a little under a minute now as Mirage hunt the remaining players of Beast Coast. Ferda was already quite injured, so there wasn't much that they had to deal with. Melted waiting for assuredness that he can drop and will not lose his life in the process. If any player on Beast Coast tries to cross over through the hallway, then Mirage has their eyes on it. Now they're losing out on all of this wall that had been set up before the Toxic Canister chips away at the HP of Kento and Mohesi there at the bottom of main stairs. Kento's still there, Mohesi elsewhere, / deep inside of the bomb site right now. If there's a drop towards B, they'll deal with it. Look at that, gunfire going in, and suddenly Beast Coast is winning this gunfight. It's into a 2v2, Benji goes down and it's Dexter. What the hell just happened? Oh my goodness, Nick.
They held the ground. I mean, Anthony in this peculiar position behind the box and the shield just stayed alive. Toxic Babes went out. Sure, he was flashbanged like crazy, but the crossfire was there for Beast Coast. They basically played around a single member, really luring Mirage into the crossfire and then taking advantage of their positioning. And that's a victory there for the defensive side. Thing is, you can't go basement again. It's locked now for 2 rounds. You need to win on either bar, gym, or CCTV. And arguably, the way Beast Coast is playing, I think basement is their best choice. It's their best bomb site because they can sit comfortably and not have to make too many decisions. And kind of Mirage do the work for them. But here, you have to extend, where is Service playing? Inside of cache CCTV. You have to get proactive. And with how fast Mirage are getting into the building, I am fearful for how that's going to work because Beast Coast either going to fight very early on or fall back very early on, neither of which is super preferable if you're trying to extend out. It's all about playing down the clock and playing it slow. But as the attacking team, you can dictate the pace. That's what Mirage seems to be doing so far in the first 2 rounds.
Well, they lined him up and they knocked him down. Mirage had taken 2 players from Beast Coast out of action, but when they dropped through Moto, they did not account for the unknown variable, which was not having control of blue. That was ultimately their undoing. I think there was 3 kills for Xeno from that position. At least from the top of my mind. I could be completely wrong.
It was at least 2. I'll give you that much. Could have been a 3rd.
And they pushed them back very successfully. Mirage just need 1 more round to guarantee themselves overtime. We'd like to remind you that Mirage's only window to clinching the major is from a regulation win. So if they go to OT and they win an OT, that's great. But it's not enough points with what points are remaining for their opponents to guarantee themselves an appearance in Sweden for that final major of the year.
So a bit of gunfire come out there from Slash, hiding in the basement. Anthony aggresses out moments. There's a brief moment. C4 goes out. Ton of damage towards Kento. Might pay off later on.
This chip damage that we've talked about time and time again, the usage of Finka in previous metas would get Kento pretty much back up to full HP. Not entirely, but would get pretty close. It's obviously not going to happen here. Beastcoast are very deeply barricaded inside of this bomb site. Zeno and Anthony will fight for their lives in this position. If Surf dies in construction, then this House of Cards comes down around them. Slash starts things off on to Kento. That Nitro Cell just needed to tickle him with how little HP he had. And that gives Beastcoast the first strike.
I like this hold. Surf inside of construction, crucial member as you mentioned, can hold the cross. Anthony on the table, great position as well.
Slash far enough back. All of Beastcoast are aligned in the same way, and Benji could have toyed with it, but Beastcoast guns are just so much better right now. Benji and Dexter, the last two alive, and the Bandit sustaining some damage from Benji. The diffuser not in hand, it needs to be retrieved, so Benji will engage, and he loses it to Zeno. Dexter in a 1v4. Beastcoast have seemingly caught lightning in a bottle on these defenses. They just need to wait. Sit pat. There's frost mats on the board as well. If Dexter vaults into the wrong window and doesn't look down, he's as good as dead. Either way, seems unlikely that the round will go for Mirage. It's Beastcoast to hang on for the final 30 seconds. Dexter will talk, and you can see it. He's not moving a muscle, but guess whose hands are in motion in the bottom right of your screen? Mohesi. I think they're taking a timeout before a timeout right now, which I think is the smart plan to do. All goes according to plan. Mirage will lose this round. Beastcoast will win. They'll be one round away from tying it up.
You might as well in this case just talk it through. And the thing about Mirage is that their problem solving and their flexibility on their attacking rounds is not the greatest. And you know, Beastcoast played a very simple strategy. Two members are just going to be boarded up inside of Cash Room, and then Serve and Slash will play both below and in construction to assist them. And against most teams in the NAL, I don't think that would have worked. I think if you put that entire round in replay, but against Spacestation Gaming on the attacking side, I think they get torn apart flawlessly. Because strategically speaking, you don't have much going for you as Beastcoast, right? You're just stuck in a corner, holding an angle, and then you gotta pray that they can't really clear you. Well, they had grenades and Dexter on Sledge. He could have gone below. They could have used the exothermic charge on the floor to open up feed levels before Mo died early on. Zeno had soft breach on Sophia. Could have gone below as well. So there were a ton of different options from Mirage that just weren't being utilized in that round. Whereas against any other team, I feel like they would. Either way, Beastcoast, they get to success, and they did play well together, and they did play their corners correctly because nobody exposed themselves unnecessarily throughout that round.
No timeout needs to be taken. Both still available. No official timeouts have been burned by either team, but we're going to start to see them popping up as there's only 3 more rounds remaining. Mirage only need 2 of those, but Beastcoast have clawed their way back, and scrappy gunplay and good strategic depth. The one thing that I have to worry about for Mirage that a lot of newer teams end up confronting is nerves, frankly. Mirage are aware that if they win this match, they go to the major. That's looming large in the heads of the players. You talk to them in their post-match interviews, they will say that time and time again, that, you know, getting to the major is our goal. SI is almost completely out of reach for Mirage unless they go through some qualifiers to make it there, providing there are qualifiers to get to SI this year. I don't have any idea if there are, actually. But outside of that, Mirage are not making it on SI points. So the pressure in their head could be getting to them.
It could, especially when you start losing a couple of rounds in a row, right? Because Beastcoast, they have won both round number 8 and round number 9. This is where the pressure starts to get into your mind. If they lose the 3rd round in a row, you feel it slipping away. 2 minutes to go, though. Still early time in this round. It is a bar defense for Beastcoast. Last time Mirage, well, they succeeded. They got that bomb plant down inside the bar. Yokai drone was not successful from Slash. He's on it once more. Can try his hand at it again.
Bomb located by attackers. Jacuzzi opened up now as we hit the halfway point of this round. And Mirage have assembled quite well on this top floor. I like that we see Bar yet again. They're playing the statistics of these bomb sites. They acknowledge that CCTV and cache is very unfavorable for the defenders, and Beastcoast have no real desire to go there. So kudos to them for that. Instead, they go to Bar. They go to this Bar stage as their tertiary.
Also speaks to the roam clear again. You gotta take so much more map control and spend so many more resources. Like, a lot of things can go wrong when attacking this bomb side, right? We see it right now. They've got full top floor control with a minute to go. This is a little bit dire if you're Beastcoast, because once the sledge starts working its magic on the floor, sorry, there is no sledge. Once the IQ, I guess in this case, Dexter will use his soft region charges, then you'll start being in trouble. But you still got the yokai on the board that can slow you down. Sure, Dexter is also the IQ, can find those yokais, but it's hard to find them inside a bar.
Dexter could have potentially lost his shins there as he opens up that wall leading into stage. First pick is onto Zeno. Mirage with an advantage, hoping and praying for match point, but look at the time, 30 seconds to go, and guess what operator Slash is on? You'd guessed it, the Echo. Yet again, inside of Strip Club. Beastcoast waiting for the call. There's Benji, he loses the engagement, traded off, but Ferda gets dealt with as they literally trade each other. Slash trying to get this yokai in place. Can he get it there in time to stop Mohesi? No, Surf does it with his own weaponry, and he gets another 2 for his trouble. Surf ensures that it's just melted left, and it's Surf! A huge play from him! Goodness gracious. We have a tie game at 5 rounds apiece as Beastcoast have won 3 in a row.
And Surf really has been the player. They're just yelling across the stage. Surf really has been the player for this Beastcoast lineup. Time and time again, he shows up, clutches it out, stops people from defusing, gets the plant down as well. He's been making really good decisions throughout stage 3 across the entire board. And it looks like there might be a tactical timeout. I see Mark getting answered the microphone. Yes, Mirage will call for a tactical timeout, which allows both coaches and both teams, both teams to talk to their individual coaches, not each other's coaches. So
how funny would that be?
Yeah, imagine you could just get like 12 people in the same call, and then one team will try and make a strategy, the other one will just try and like disrupt them from talking, be like, ah!
It reminds me of early in the pandemic when they used to have those like public Zoom calls for like public consultations with government stuff, and everybody would just enter and nobody would be muted. It would be like the Royal Rumble in there. Just thousands of people's mics on, screaming, talking, shouting, babies crying, the earth collapsing around us.
Yeah. Yeah, there were a couple of those.
Mirage went on a tear. 5 of the first 7 rounds went in their favor, but now the defense catching up for Beastcoast. Is this a defender-sided clubhouse? Well, the numbers suggest absolutely. But is it that Mirage are letting their own expectations get to them? Because as good as Beastcoast has been, and to be fair, we did not get to see a lot of Beastcoast on defense yesterday. So who knows? Maybe if Beastcoast had won that one defense that they had, we would have seen a much closer match between them and Spacestation. But today, they definitely seem settled in for Beastcoast. Mirage having some great degree of difficulty on these. But on that church take, it was a 5v3. Mirage flubbed it. They had an advantage. It was a 5v4 on the previous bomb site. On bar stage, they flubbed that one as well. I have no doubt that expectations are playing a part in this matchup. And when you looked at Mirage's schedule, you said to yourself, okay, well, this is their gimme.
Yeah.
They're playing the worst team in the league, a team that they beat twice when Mirage was a worse team and Beastcoast was a better team. Surely this should be a walk in the park, and it has been anything but that. Mirage can only clinch with a win in regulation if Beastcoast wins this round. Even if Mirage ultimately win it all, Mirage will not clinch today and will have to go up against the final team next week.
Took a bit of time to get that Jacuzzi opened up, but once we got there, we're storming in once again, and Beastcoast, they gotta play this fine line, right? Because now the pressure all of a sudden is also on them. Oh my god, we're actually winning. We're doing this 3 rounds in a row. We forced their tactical timeout. One of their only tools back in this is their coach, right? If he has insight that he can bring to the side of Mirage, they can then fix those things around, and then all of a sudden, rounds go differently. The basement bomb side, it can be very hard to brute force on the attacking lineup. It's hard to get into the bomb side itself, especially if you lose Ace early on. Surf again shows up massively for his team. 8 kills to his name.
Beastcoast, prime position. We are watching it. This could be the upset of all upsets. The very first victory of the season for Beastcoast would deny Mirage a clinching of a major spot. I said I am unabashedly on this Mirage train. I'll be a biased caster. I don't care. I think it'd be exceptional to see this team make it to the major. It'd be a hell of a story. They got so much work to be done. In the sledge, Dexter very, very carefully smashing that floor and kitchen. because those nitro cells going off, neither have hit their targets, both Slash and Ferda, stopping them from being able to kill. It's a bit of wasted utility on their end. It sounded like Nexus Thermic Charge got the kitchen hatch open, Nick, so if that's the case, yeah, good spot.
It's a big investment, both of those C4s, because they could have been used to deny the plant from going down. Now all you have to work with are going to be your toxic babes, essentially. 2 of those left in pocket of Anthony. 1 more goes out with 30 seconds left. This could go either way.
Nades tossed in. Valcamp still giving information. The nade goes down, and he manages to flush out the Valkyrie, but Mirage at a disadvantage. Diffuser being planted. Kento watching overhead, and they've still got control above. There goes Mohesi. Diffuser not planted. Kento to pick up. Dexter by his side, a 4v2. Surf is just waiting it out, and there he is! Surf the ace! Every kill, 2 great rounds in a row, and Beastcoast sit on match point.
There it is. I mean, Surf does it time and time and time again. I mean, we can make fun of him for walking into the same frost trap 2 times in a row in a CCTV attack, but now is a different story. And even in those rounds, he was still getting value, but this is absurd. A 4K into an ace. And now Beastcoast, they're the ones on match point. They've gotten 4 rounds in a row, and my prediction is still alive for the squad. They can still get their first victory. And at the very worst, we're going to overtime. Mirage are denied their major spot in this matchup, with this round being won by Beastcoast.
We talk about stakes here. There are 2 teams whose shot at the major hang in the balance of Beastcoast defeating Mirage in regulation. If Mirage is able to cauterize this wound, 4 rounds in a row for Beastcoast has now put Beastcoast on match point. If Mirage can cauterize this wound and go to overtime, it might boost Mirage's chances.
Yep.
The possibility of Mirage clinching is gone, so they cannot clinch a spot. They will go into the final Playday next week fighting for their own lives and fighting for their spot. But it's XSET and it's DarkZero who suffer if we go to overtime. They are currently sitting at 11 points each. Mirage is at 14. If we go to overtime, Mirage will guarantee themselves at least 1 point with an OT loss. That'll bump them up to 15 points, tied with the Soniqs. That is impossible for XSET and DarkZero to overcome, as that'll be 4 points and only 3 are available.
So an update for you guys right now. I believe the match is still going. We can see it on our end, but maybe the server crashed. I'm not sure. But essentially, we're back in. Okay, we're good. Round did not disconnect. We're still going from that same point. We're a minute into the round. It's going to be a gym defense with Beastcoast extending to CCTV. And what we're seeing right now is Mirage taking that first step, clearing garage, clearing the CCTV wall, and taking that first approach. This is the stronghold that got Beastcoast the beginning of their comeback, essentially. They're going to try similar setup again for this potential final round.
Beastcoast playing with all the confidence in the world. Surf, what was it, 9 kills in the last 2 rounds? Yep. Really showing his value on the team. Coming in huge with that ace in the previous one too. Zeno taking a huge chunk of Benji's life away, and Anthony just got slapped into the other world. As there's Kento with pick number 1. Zeno droned out on the top of red stairs. He's got some ADSs sitting next to him, so if anything gets shot or thrown his way, they'll gobble it up. Kento pushing up, continuing forward. This is not a CCTV cache bomb site, even though it might look that way. And there goes the deployable shield. Zeno taking damage, well coordinated with an EMP. He's expecting a follow-up on the stairs. Instead, there'll be a grenade thrown his way. Look at all of this being used onto Zeno, and yet he persists. The grenade goes in, but they finish him off. Mirage have got 2 big picks, but they've been in a 5v3 before and unable to close it out. History repeat itself in the final minute.
Yeah, of course, time is an issue. Third inside of office, if he hides it behind that table, it could really pay off for him later on. Frost traps, of course, they can get some value as well. We have a C4 on the table from Slash, we have Valkyrie cameras. All we need, if the clock is low, is to deny the plant from Mo.
Ferda could capitalize off of this as they creep up, and there you go. Dexter does not expect it. Ferda shaken off of his position. Just 2 silhouettes inside of construction. There's the jump in from Kento. Does Ferda turn around? No. Surf, the hero before, down for the count, but that's it for Ferda. It's Slash to clutch in a 1v3, or overtime goes in, and XSET and DarkZero say goodbye to their major chances. Diffuser in the hands of Melted. Slash could stop this. Where are you with the Nitro Cell? But he picks the wrong area, and it goes down successfully. It's a swing and a miss. Could have been bad intel for Slash. Ascending up the stairs, making a lot of noise in the process. One to the left, one to the right. And he gets caught out by Benji. We're going to overtime. So long, DarkZero and XSET. You got a long offseason before SI because neither of those teams will make it to the major. Only 3 remain. If Mirage wins here in overtime, they do not clinch a spot. Soniqs and Astralis will also be battling for that, and Mirage plays the Soniqs in the final Playday.
Oh boy. Yeah. I love when final Playdays partially matter still for some teams because it sucks seeing like non-mattering games, but also some, teams already being guaranteed also nice to see because then both Playdays matter. Tactical timeout, of course, being forced out in OT as Beastcoast. They want to get a victory here, regardless of overtime or regulation. And the qualifying probability, Parker just explained as well. So, regulation win is, crossed out. That's not going to happen anymore for Mirage because we are in OT. So, we're going to look at an 84% chance or a 76% chance for them going into the final Playday next week.
And put a big X over, making it in regulation. Not happening, Mirage. You can't get it done. Beastcoast playing the spoiler. Beastcoast have only one time made it to overtime, and they lost. That's where their single point came from, for those of you that are curious.
I feel like my prediction, even if Beastcoast, they technically lose in OT, I feel like I should still get rewarded a win for my prediction because 1, I had the balls to do it, and 2, they stopped Mirage from being guaranteed to the major, which basically is a victory in a way. But I still have faith in my boys, of course. They've got us this far.
Well, it's funny because if you look at it, Beastcoast has actually played spoiler to 2 potential teams now.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because it was Astralis. Beastcoast took Astralis to overtime back in Playday number 4. Beastcoast, of course, lost in overtime. But if Astralis had won that outright, they would have an extra point right now, and that could be making a huge difference for whether they make it to the major or not. Beastcoast still could absolutely win this match. I thought it was going to be far more one-sided. I didn't think that Beastcoast were going to be total bots, but I didn't think that it would. I didn't think that it would necessarily be this close. Surf guns down Kento through the Nitro Cell out. It did not work, but the gun certainly performed just fine.
That's 13-5 to his name. Just keeps on finding value. Dex takes a bit of damage there from the kitchen hallway angle. And Beastcoast, it's a bar defense. We're playing all floors, all levels right now. Mo statistically has not had the best game so far, 1-8. Of course, Mo does play the supportive and leadership role for his team. When you only attack as third man on Clubhouse, you're not expected to really get kills, and you're often not in a position to get it either. Your duties and your values, they lie elsewhere. I like this approach from Dexter, going in from behind, try and get a flank on this bar bomb side. Yokai sees him, but he denies it.
If you're worried about that echo being so prevalent, then you need to bring the IQ with you, Surf. 2 more kills, goodness, goodness. The multi-kill rounds from Surf are so huge. And while he didn't exactly have the best game yesterday and had that frustrating bit at the beginning, he's been showing up huge today. Dexter finishes him off. Anthony inside a strip. Beastcoast swarming Mirage. Only 2 players on Mirage remaining. And they're just winning their gunfights. Melted probably should have had that one. Failed at it. And it's Benji Mula right now in a 1v4. Tags out Zeno. Has some troubles with the default cam. He's got lots of time. There's still over a minute left on the clock. He'll have to get the diffuser, but I'd be shocked if with 3 players on Beastcoast still upright, Benji's focus will be on the objective, especially with an Echo on the board. A hard support operator still sticking around. That'll be where he needs to find and kill these players, but he'll be under watch. A Valkyrie, an Echo. There's devices there to see where he's going to come from.
It's a very difficult round for sure. You can take a timeout and, play for the long game, but you might as well try and clutch out this 1v3 because it is possible to win it. It is a winnable situation, although be it a low chance at that.
Just assuming that there's Valk cams in and around these parts. Beast goes far enough back. They're going to let Benji walk into the middle of the bomb site, and there he is. There's a Yokai over by the bar that's now going to be repositioned. Knocks him off, he sees it. And now Beastcoast will be pushed into action. But unfortunately, we're not going to see what's happening here. Instead, we'll get the upstairs view. And it's Anthony's Nitro Cell to move Beastcoast to match point.
That's a funny one, actually. I haven't seen that one before. Look at the round. 7-6 in favor of Beastcoast. And again, it feels like when Surf is feeling it so much that he's just running out the map, finding kill to kill. He goes basement, gets Kenzo on that garage injury. Then he goes top floor, and when someone opened up the main stairs window, he just swung it and got that kill as well. Then he gets Yokai droned into strip, and he goes way further ahead of his teammates, tries to go for that 1-1 against Dexter, but gets shut down. But I love that Beastcoast, they continue their aggression with the Yokai drone inside of strip, shutting down Dexter so that they can focus all their attention towards the bar side of the map and ignore that flank potential. Was a huge win condition for them, and it really played into their favor when they did that. Now, we see Mirage potentially in their final round on the defensive side. It's going to be basement. They're going to bring out that Mirror again. Problem solving has to go well for Beastcoast, or we need Surf to get a bunch of kills. Either way, we saw Slashhawk hovering the Finke there for a brief moment. Going back to it, actually, if this lineup sticks, we have no Heart Breach. At all.
There's no way, right? Oh, well.
We have no Heart Breach on a basement attack. We have Slash on Finka. What is happening, Parker?
Why do you have mini EMPs? Is the goal, like...
What are you
EMPing?
We're rushing dirt.
Oh my goodness, no.
But there's no way, Sledge isn't here. They can't get in. There's no soft breach. They can't actually get into this wall unless Sledge rotates all the way around because Anthony's the only person that can do it. There he is.
Da-da-da-da-da.
All right. Let's do it.
I love the comedy of Zeno standing there being like, left, right, come on. What are you doing?
There's only one member on site.
Oh, Hessy's the only one on site. They've been called back in, but the damning thing... Oh, there's that door inside of dirt. They don't like it. They really, really don't. Instead, they use an EE1D to do what exactly? To drone out? Logic bombs go in as well. A quick assault. Could it be a blue take? There goes the hatch.
Honestly, had they rushed dirt immediately with Anthony, I think that would have worked. But they spotted the bomb. It gives away the fact that they know it. And because they haven't opened up the garage door, the main door, anywhere else, well, as a defender, you will just say, guys, they got to be rushing dirt because nowhere else is being applied pressure to. So too slow there. It could have worked out. We don't get to see it, sadly. And now you're attacking with no... They're going back to it. Are they double faking it?
What is happening here?
They're double faking it.
Is this some mastermind level play or...
I don't think so.
And they gone 6 their way right in, but then patiently wait. And now it's Mo Hesse. He's being watched. Dexter to fire back. Surf the very first pick, but the air jab goes off. Dexter goes through the wall before re-engaging onto the Finka. And he gets 2 for his trouble. Mirage coming out ahead in this slugfest. Ferda with limited information. The bullets whizzing all over the place. Melted shutting him down, and the dig on the Surf. We're going all the way, boys and girls. 15 rounds on the board.
I don't understand anything that I just witnessed.
That is, oh my.
I mean, yeah, so they were going to rush dirt, then they didn't. They faked that they were going to go blue, then they didn't. They went back to dirt. One guy dropped the blue hatch. The flashbangs were actually very nicely coordinated on that mirror on the third box, and they got the opening kill. They got initial control, but Dexter finding 2 kills was such a crime. And it's the only reason why Mirage actually won that round, because it shut down the initial tempo from Beastcoast and shut down that rush. No plan could be established, and it was just chaotic from that moment forward. I don't think anybody truly knew what was really going on in that round, in that server, and I don't blame them for it because it was so messy. But now we are on a guaranteed final round. There's no infinite OT. Once we enter overtime, we're playing 3 rounds. Beastcoast, they get 2 times to defend. Mirage, well, they have 2 tries to attack. The winner of this round is the winner of the match. Beastcoast are guaranteed a point, so are Mirage. Basement with Goyo, with Valkyrie, we got 2, 3 C4s from Beastcoast. At least one of those surely will get a kill this round. And Surf on his signature Goyo operator with that Vector in hand. He's quite a lethal player, and he plays so aggressively off it as well, because when you have a passive gadget like the Vulcan shields, or Vulcan canisters rather, you just slap them down on sight, you go upstairs and roam, and even if you die, your gadget can still help your teammates later on in the round. He also is the sole roamer, it's just him.
This has been an unbelievable matchup. One that has no right being as entertaining as it has been, and yet here we are watching and witnessing an act of God, frankly. I'm not a religious man, but I do believe in divine intervention from time to time, baby, and we are seeing some of it right now as God himself intervening, or herself, intervening to give us a thrilling matchup. Mirage quickly enter the building. They go through Jacuzzi Wall. They will find nothing as Beastcoast are currently doing a late setup. What a showing it's been from Surf. Right as I say that, he completely botches the Nitro Cell.
It also does some damage if there's a member there, for sure. But it's not quite on the ceiling, but it's close to it. Might actually... I'm not sure how he's going to pop it. If it's like based off sound or... It's just not going to get popped. Whatever. Oh, there it is.
Ooh.
A little bit late.
Goes a bit late. No damage done whatsoever to Mirage. Halfway point of the round.
I like the rat play.
It's Adam's spot.
It is Adam's spot. I like it because you have Zeno baiting it, so that he's going to kill the drone, you stay in a hide. They're going to think differently of it. They're going to rotate over back towards the bombs because the pressure is now being applied. Moto and Kitchen Hatch are going to start being opened up. Church Wall has a soft wall on the third-hand side, right side from main stairs. Kento can open up with Sophia if he wants to.
This is a must-win situation for Mirage if you want to look at the major odds. They only get above 50%. If they lose here in regulation, if they lose in overtime, they're still in good shape, but you're fighting against Soniqs next week, where the winner of that will likely be one of the two teams that make it. I don't know if there's a time where Astralis, I guess if they lose, both Mirage and the Soniqs make it, but Mirage and Soniqs play second match. Astralis later on in the day. So you'll be sitting there waiting, becoming a huge fan of their opponents. Noises as explosions go off. Oh, tons of explosions. There goes the Goyo canister. Soft wall opened up by Pulse Spot. And Anthony will smoke off the bottom of main stairs, but Mirage are quick to get in. Suddenly they've hopped right in and the killing shall begin. Mohesi with diffuser in hand, but Anthony shuts two of them down with the shotgun. Could more be there for him as well? Mohesi manages to get the diffuser down. Surf bleeding out, and it's Dexter in a 1v3.
He's above.
He is above, but they're gonna hunt him down. One needs to hop on the diffuser while another pushes him, and that's where you have to pick. Do you die? Do you stop them? Drone shut out and Surf clutches! Mirage will not be able to do this at all. They wait till next week to see if they go to the major. Beastcoast win their first match of the stage. 8-7 over Mirage.
And it's Surf dropping 16 kills, I believe. Massive performance from him. And,
Since the re-host.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, my God. Wait, you're right. There was a rehost early on. There's more kills on the table.
I think Benji's body language just said it himself. There's devastation across the benches of Mirage. Next week, they will go toe-to-toe with the Soniqs. Oh, boy.
All right.
Mirage. So close, yet very, very far. This was a meaningless game for Beastcoast. Meaningless! And guess what? They still pulled it out. What an incredible showing by Beastcoast, and what an incredible match as well.
Sometimes it's about sending a message, Parker, and that they did.
What was the message?
That they can win a game in the entire stage of NAL.
Well, I mean, there were some good looks, and I'm sure the desk would love to talk about that, but we have some contractual obligations, aka ads. Woo! Let's go to a quick break, and then we'll come back, and we'll hear the desk talk about that match.
Neighborhood, that's me. Neighborhood, that's Nick. Neighborhood, do the dance. Neighborhood, do the dip. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, on no say. Okay, this the news, tell them read it. Been the one since the fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa.
And just like that, DarkZero have been eliminated from Sweden major contention, and Beastcoast pick up their first win of the stage. XSET as well, eliminated from major contention. Mirage not yet eliminated from major contention, but they didn't get the spot like they wanted to today. This is a rivalry, right? I mean, I feel like it's poetic what happened today, and it turns out we got none other than Slashhug waiting to chat with us over in Las Vegas. Slash, how you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Doing good.
Good,
yeah,
I bet.
Good to talk to you finally.
Exactly, yeah. First win of the stage, finally getting it done. And I feel like it couldn't have come at more of a poetic time, right? With Mirage kind of being the major gatekeepers for Beastcoast in stage 1, stage 2. Now here you get a little bit of a chance for revenge. What was the team's kind of mindset coming into this one, given the history of the matchup in stage 1 and stage 2?
We obviously wanted to, give them back what they gave to us, preventing us from going to the major, which I don't think we did. I think they still have a chance, but it was more, I think, today about proving to ourselves that we could win and hang with the good teams in the league.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been working towards this win all stage long. It's something that, of course, you have struggled to find throughout the stage so far. But talk to me a little bit about what kind of the mental's been like for you guys, what the attitude's been like, and if this kind of lifts the weight off your shoulders, or do you feel like there's still kind of a lot of work that you need to get done here?
I think, it's like a turning point for us. After our, awful performance yesterday, we had a kind of a talk yesterday about kind of like confidence, and we felt like some people were not confident enough in like taking advantages. And it's stuff we would do in practice, but on game day we were hesitant, we were scared. And I think losing just like fed more and more into that. But I think yesterday we finally broke through to the players that we can win, we can take advantages versus these guys. They're not that much better than us, and they're not even in some cases better than us. So I would say it was like a huge turning point for us today.
Alrighty, so as soon as we saw the defensive swap for you guys, we saw Surf go absolutely massive. Was this something of you just letting Surf off the leash and go absolutely crazy, or more so with some sort of facilitation from you?
A lot of it was just our general mindset today was to play a little more aggressive on both sides of attack and defense. He obviously I think could take advantage of that better than anyone else on the team. He's really good at just getting a pick, making plays like that. But it was also more of a team effort to try to back up the aggressive plays, back up, going for early peaks so that we're not just dying we would get a trade. Fortunately, I think Surf just won the fight 95% of the time. So, yeah, I mean, it was just the whole mentality today was to play way more aggressive and, stop being so scared.
I know a lot of the conversation for you guys for most of the stage has been what's been happening, all of the different caveats that you can throw on this stage, from playing with Mark to not being able to play with Fred to start things off. And it's weird to go from a stage 1 that was on the cusp for you guys, and then all of a sudden this massive slip happens. Is there anything specific you want to say kind of about how it's been behind the scenes to play when things haven't been going the way you've been expecting them to?
You know, it's tough, especially after we stopped playing with Mark. When we had Mark, we kind of had an easy excuse. You know, we're playing with our coach, like we win that with Ferda. In reality, the issues went way deeper than just we were playing with Mark. I think like the more we lost, like the more it like boiled over, and eventually like we just hashed it all out. You know, I guess you would call it like not internal issues, but like internal to like the players' selves, if that makes sense, like in your head. I think there was just some mental barriers we had to get by, but I don't think anyone ever got like too discouraged. You know, our plan was not, you know, obviously we wanted to make the major, do as well as we could, but our plan was mostly like looking to the future. This is not like a short-term thing we're trying to do. We're trying to build a team that's good long-term.
Makes sense, yeah, with the additions, with the changes, and congrats on the first step in that with the win here today over Mirage, and thanks for taking the time for chatting with us.
Cool, thanks.
He got his interview finally.
Indeed, yeah, and they got their win finally. Beastcoast getting the win over Mirage 8-7. Mirage not knocked out of major contention quite yet, but it's going to be much more difficult for them now.
Yeah, it's nice to see Beastcoast in here playing with more of that confidence. I love that kind of answer that we heard there in the interview where Beastcoast were playing a little scared, because we did see that in previous games. Of course, I think their match against XSET last week kind of showed that off as them being really afraid in a lot of these situations to lose those gunfights, to get into those gunfights. Now we see Zeno, of course, really stepping up, 10 and 11 in this game. Surf kind of put the team on his back a little bit. The only positive player, sorry, there was a 9-8 player there as well, but still he got a good chunk of kills. But still, it was like a team effort. We saw massive improvements from Beastcoast overall, and you love to see it from a team that, of course, hasn't really had the greatest of stage.
I mean, especially given that map selection, that was probably the single
worrying.
biggest criticism, obviously. But I am happy that Slash mentioned that conversation that they had. It kind of sounds like a come to Jesus type moment where they realized they actually can play a little bit more into their own skill set and not play nearly as passively as they had been in that game against Spacestation. And they also got a complete half on the other side of things too, to really showcase what was different from yesterday to today. Yes, it was a big concern. I think ultimately, if only for this weird little mini redemption story that I think happened today, now that I think about it in hindsight, I think I'm actually glad they went to Clubhouse. But only because they won. Only because they showed that there is a little bit more to showcase here.
What a turnaround. Well, you know, one thing we talked about a little bit earlier, too, is kind of the impact that Surf had in this game, and that's what our replay is all about. We're going to take a look at round number 11, and this was Surf basically killing everybody.
Yeah, Surf gets an ace, and there's not that many aces that we've had so far in the NAL. I think this is our 4th ace so far this stage. Starts off with a nice little pick here in blue stairs, able to take down Benji on the upside on Repel. Finds a few more as this kit starts to go down. This is a heavily advantaged position for Beastcoast, of course, and Surf down in the back of Armory has a really good angle to spot these players out. Don't know why they haven't called his position here. It seems like they are unaware of where he's at, but of course playing back behind there in Armory. Beautiful couple of shots there to close it out and get the ace.
Yeah, and probably the almost saddest thing to see was a lot of the late round issues from Mirage that we were saying might have been fixed, and we saw fixed on Villa. It seems like they kind of reared their ugly head once again. The early round wasn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. There were opening kills. There was more than anything taking map control with authority on those attacks. We got good drone tradage and stuff like that. But when it got to the execute phase, there was just the ability. There were small gaps in timing that people like Surf were able to just pop up and destroy everyone.
Yeah, and I mean, we've talked about Mirage kind of throwing a little bit in the second half of the game, especially when they've got to be on attack. I don't know if that was the exact same story that we saw from Mirage previously, but again, like the mental for this team, when they get into that second half, when the stakes get really, really high and you just need to chain together 1 or 2 attacks, falling apart again for Mirage. It's really tough to see for the squad, who have looked good all stage long, but just can't seem to find those final couple points sometimes.
Yep, that's right. And they've got an even more difficult task next week now to try to make the major. We'll have to look forward to that game next week. Once again, we're going to have a day, our day 9 of a stage that decides a lot of players going to the major, a lot of teams going to the major. Should be a fun one. But let's take a look at the player that stood out the most today, our MVP. Do you want to make any predictions?
I mean, it's got to be Surf, right?
Surf certainly brought
that was a big
team.
wave from Surf.
It was indeed. Any guesses for you, Jacob, besides Surf?
Other than Surf, oh boy. Who showed up
I feel
Snake
like there
did all
weren't
right.
huge
Snake did have had a
pop-offs
pretty good
Snake
game.
was pretty good.
Newers
Yeah.
had a good game. Newers had a really
Yeah,
good game.
that's true. All right, let's see who it is. Who's the MVP?
It has to be.
I would imagine it probably is, sir.
You
That's
break
my
a
guess,
losing
too.
streak?
And it is
is it
not.
Snake?
Oh, maybe it is Snake. Yeah, all right, there you go. Well, Surf certainly deserving as well, but Snake, of course, putting on a performance in TSM's win over Parabellum a little bit earlier today.
The other guy who got the ace.
That's right.
The other ace guy,
Other.
yeah. Makes sense. He definitely popped off, especially in that second half. Really had a huge amount of impact attacking for TSM. It was a scary situation. They were up against their opponents. Parabellum having 5 points, so they're just 3. Took the attack timeout. Snake gets an ace, and everything turns around. That one play that he made in that one, round number 9 to turn it into a winning match for TSM really did make a big difference.
Yeah, and I'm a big Snake fan. Coming from Challenger League, that's my home. He looks so incredibly good, but you almost just want to make the joke that he snaked the spot away from Surf. I really think that first victory was so massive from Beastcoast, and you needed to give the credit.
Snake, funnily enough, is the first player in this year of the NAL to win an MVP award in the stage in which he is also a rookie.
Wow.
That has never happened to anyone else so
I
far.
guess, yeah, Vert
this
was
year.
the dominant one. With
Really?
Newers
Well,
on
I
his
mean,
rookie.
from
I'm surprised Newers didn't get one back in like stage 1 or
That was when
something like
Vertical
that.
was going crazy.
That's
that's true.
no,
That's true. Newers is more of a stage
It's
2
really
pop-off.
interesting to look at that from a stage by stage perspective. Yeah, because anytime there was OXG winning, it was Vertical. This is the stage where Iconic in stage 1 had 2 back to back, but those guys weren't rookies. And even times where Blaz won it in stage 2, he'd played in the EUL before, so that's not his rookie stage either. So
there you go.
For Snake, congratulations. That's well deserved, and that's also just the first time it's happened this year. That's pretty crazy.
Absolutely. So it's been a crazy day all around. Let's take a look at how the crazy standings have shaken out after this. It is pretty wild, right? TSM still on top. Maybe not a big shock there. The only team with 6 regulation wins. But way down at the bottom, Beastcoast finally puts a W on the board. Meanwhile, a lot of other things changing in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, we've got 2 teams locked in up top, TSM and SSG. They're going to the major. We've got 5 teams down below who have given up their shot 0% majors. You see there, a lot of SI teams. They've still got plenty to play for down there. XSET, DZ, and Oxygen. But tomorrow we will get, next week, we will get that showdown. Soniqs, Mirage, and Astralis. 3 teams, 2 spots.
It's a weird thing to think about, but there were only 2 teams worldwide who had been to the playoffs of both majors this year. One of them was XSET, and the other's G2. And there's a good chance that maybe neither of them actually get to the 3rd major. But in this case, the possibility for one North American team to at the very least go to all 3 majors does still exist, assuming Astralis win their game and also get a little bit of additional standings help, because this is the first time SSG and TSM have been qualified for a major this entire year. Soniqs didn't end up going to Charlotte, and Mirage are still in the picture somehow by the skin of their teeth. But what's that game that they've got next week?
I don't know. We'll find out in a moment. But for
When
now,
it shows
let's
up,
take a look at our predictions.
That was my lead-in production?
Well, we're going to take a look at predictions, though. First,
Okay.
you got to go by the run of show, man.
My bad.
What's our predictions? Schedules, because
Do we need to?
We're all
Is this
curious about
necessary?
this.
I mean, hey,
I want to know what the week's at anyway.
You cracked into 40%,
Who's doing
which
well?
is not
It's
bad.
still the fan vote that's winning. Fan vote in blue. Wow.
I was a dead 50%. I was as good as a coin. It's
There
kind
you
of
go. Better than the
disappointing by my standards, but at least I won something.
Look, man, I remember the
Look,
first
you are
week
the
I was
map
still in
quiz
like
champion.
30s, so.
Yeah, that's right. All right, well, there's our prediction percentages. Bask in the glow of your own intelligence, Twitch chat, and Twitter poll people. And I believe we will take a look at the schedule, too, for next week. Our final play day of Rainbow Six North American League, stage number 3.
For the whole year.
That's right, for the whole year even. Hard to believe, after all this, just one day remaining. Spacestation game takes on TSM Mirage versus Soniqs. Then we got Astralis versus OXG. Beastcoast fighting for their 2nd win versus Parabellum. And finally, the last match of NAL this year, DarkZero versus XSET. Should be a good one as well, despite both teams being eliminated from the major. There's still those SI qualifications that are in the mix, and I don't know. We're going into final thoughts territory here, but as an NA fan, are you a little bit worried that 3 out of the 4 teams that are likely to go to SI from North America are in the bottom half of the standings right now, eliminated from major contention?
Not necessarily, and the reason being they've already done enough this year to prove that they are basically worthy enough to already make it. And two of the spots, or the two spots we've already confirmed to go to the major for this stage, are teams that have not done that at any other point, and they're looking for a way to accumulate as many of them as possible. Obviously, the chances for SSG and TSM to qualify for SI through points is still hilariously slim, but if we've already got teams like XSET and DarkZero who may very well still end up going based on these results, then we may have a higher chance of even more teams qualifying if SSG and TSM maybe go on and have a good major and then can come back through the quals actually looking decently strong. So for me, I'm not all that concerned.
Some of these probabilities aren't that bad. SSG, as of September 30th, had about 7% chance to get qualified to SI based on points.
And now?
With today, it's going to be much higher. I don't know. I don't have updated stats.
Fair.
But better than 7. So 16% according to production. So hey, that's in there. If they get first,
More
in the
than
major,
double what it was.
Yeah, they'll probably qual. Yeah.
Probably? You almost said probably.
They'll probably qual.
Probably qualify. Probably qual. All
If
right,
they win the major.
You guys okay over there?
I think so. CDAPS, how was your week? Thanks for joining us so much. We're glad to see you here. Glad to see you up and about back on the NAL desk. How was your week?
It was very enjoyable. This was our first time working together. I worked with these two wonderful people for quite some time. But overall, this is a position I didn't think I would be in this fast, but absolutely wonderful to be here.
Nice. Glad to have you here as well. Glad to hear your insight. Hope to have you back here soon. And that's going to do it for our week of Rainbow Six North American League. Thank you guys so much for watching out there. Thanks to our production crew for putting on this wonderful show behind the scenes. They work very hard, so appreciate them. Thanks to our players for showing us great games. Until next week, until the final day of NAL, go play some Rainbow Six. Be good to each other. Stay safe, and we will see you next week.
bitches, I'm my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love.
Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I
Came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make bitches, I'm my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love.